Greetings. I am Warren, Mr. Bowtie Feaster, your marriage foundational specialist. 2020 has proven to be a year like no other. I truly believe that 2020 will be an educational course of its own, either at the high school or collegiate level. The lessons that were taught throughout this year will carry us for the remainder of our lives. That's why this Comeback Champions Summit is timely. This summit is packed with people who have accepted the challenge and, despite the obstacles, came out as champions. Throughout this summit, either you will develop the skills and strategy and motivation to become a comeback champion, or you will be, or you will realize how much of a comeback champion you already are. So thank you, Shay Brown and the entire team for this awesome summit full of great speakers sharing our stories. I'm here to talk to you about being a champion in your marriage, how to solidify the foundation in your marriage. As a marriage foundation specialist, I focus on the foundation of marriage. In other words, my purpose, my goal, and my aim will be centered on what will hold our marriages together. This is geared toward the desire to be married, those soon to be married, those recently married, those been married forever, even those in a situationship, and those that are divorced. Marriage has been equated to constructing a building, and any builder will tell you that the foundation is very important. The most fascinating thing about a foundation is seen after any natural disaster. When you view the aftermath of any natural disaster, as you're viewing the destruction, a house may be uprooted. However, the foundation remains. This is my goal, either to help you to build a foundation or to strengthen your foundation. There are many marriages that have survived many years through many circumstances. However, my goal is not that your marriage just survive, but that it will thrive. I have been asked what makes a marriage work, and my response is you've answered your own question. It takes work. You cannot simply go through the motions and expect your marriage to thrive. Yes, marriage has the potential to survive, but again, it's all about thriving. This is my focus. Who am I to speak about marriage? What gives me this goal to speak about marriage? Well, my passion for healthy marriages and relationships. My passion has fueled my over 25 years of marriage to my lovely wife. My passion has fueled my educational pursuit as I am currently pursuing a master's degree in marriage and family therapy. My passion has fueled me to write a book entitled Marriage is Work, You Get Out What You Put In, and even the follow-up, Marriage is Work, Find a Balance, to be published in spring of 2021. My passion has fueled me to counsel many couples and individuals over my life. My passion has fueled me to help you become a comeback champion in your marriage. Before I proceed, I will interchange a few words. The first two words I'll interchange is relationship and marriage. Although these words are different, I will interchange them because to me, the culmination of all relationships is marriage. Also, I want you, the listener, to know I am speaking to you at whatever state of relationship you are in. I will also interchange the words spouse and mate. I use these gender neutral terms to include either person in the relationship. And as previously stated, I want you, the listener, to know that I am speaking to you at whatever state of the relationship you're in. Now, let us begin and start at the beginning when the two people have decided that you want to marry. Just like constructing a building, the foundation is first. The builder focuses on clearing and leveling the land. All this is necessary. Items may be removed, items may be brought in, but the leveling of the land and the clearing of the land is vital. And the same is for building a foundation in your relationship. You may have to remove some unnecessary items, such as people, to build your foundation. You may have to bring in certain people, such as counselors, to help raise or lower the expectation that you have for your marriage. Concrete is a common material that is used for building and constructing foundations. And you too must be concrete and laying a solid foundation of your relationship. The very first ingredient that you would need in laying this foundation is love. Well, you may be thinking that's understood. You may be thinking that everyone knows that love is the basic foundation that's needed for marriage. Well, I will agree with you and I will disagree with you. I disagree with you because there are many people that are married for various reasons. Some reasons, such as security, finance, career opportunity, career advancement, children, sex, jealousy, and even spite, just to name a few. We all know someone who has gotten married and we knew that it wasn't a right fit. And if they were our friends, we even tried to warn them only for them to marry anyway. So saying that love is the first ingredient in building the foundation of your marriage, it does need to be said. These marriages that do not build themselves on love normally don't survive. And when I say they don't survive, I'm not necessarily meaning divorce. Remember me saying that your marriage could survive but not thrive? This is one of the examples that I'm talking about. Many of these couples remain together, but they're more like friends and roommates instead of a married couple. They have a routine that they follow. And as long as both people follow the prescribed routine, all is well. It is not until that routine is interrupted and that the real problem begins. For example, children moving out, loss of job, weight gain, weight loss, sickness, just to name a few, can disrupt this routine that we have. This is really what happened in March of 2020. When businesses, schools, social events, and activities were shut down, it was a major disruptor to many couples' routine. Many couples had to face the fact that they were hiding or denying. And within weeks, many of these issues became unavoidable, and many couples had to face that truth. I agree with you because love does not need to be said, mainly because we all know that love is the basic ingredient in marriage. This is heard in many love songs, is seen in many movies, and is told in love stories all over the world. This is also proven over and over again when two people fall in love and they decide that they want to marry. They know and understand that marriage is the outward expression of an inward love. They know and understand that marriage is long before the wedding, and the wedding is made official before God and all that are in attendance. The other reason I will agree with you that it needs to be stated is because of the type of love that may be expressed. Sadly enough, it may not be love for your spouse, but what your spouse can do for you or a certain aspect of your spouse. This list goes on and on and on. And believe me, we all know some things that are on this list. Understanding that love for your spouse and not what your spouse can do for you or certain aspects of your spouse is what really counts. Victor Hugo in the movie Les Miserables said, to love or to have loved is enough. Ask nothing further. There is no other pearl to be found in the dark folds of life. Love is not only the first ingredient, it's the only ingredient. I know that many would disagree with me, especially if I'm using an example of building, because we all know and understand that there are more materials that is needed when you're building a building. Well, when you're building the foundation of marriage, love is the only ingredient. Everything else builds on the foundation of your love. Your foundation is so solid and it's if it's based off of love. Charles Schwartz said, all you need is love, but a little chocolate now and then doesn't hurt. Now I know there's a few Christians that are listening to me and saying, and they're going to agree with me that love is the only thing you need in your foundation of marriage. He can hear you saying that God instituted marriage. And how can love be the only ingredient? If God instituted marriage, how can you leave God out of the foundation? I will answer you with one simple scripture. 1 John chapter 4, verse 8 says, he who does not know love does not know God, for God is love. I also am not saying that love is all you need. There are far too many people who are totally in love with each other and either not married or no longer married. Yes, love puts you two together. However, love may not keep you together. This is the same when a building is constructed. When the builder lays the foundation, they don't say that the job is done. No, the builder knows that the foundation is only the beginning. They know that things need to be added to the foundation. So it's the same for marriage. Falling in love gets you to the point of marriage, but building on that love will keep you married, or should I say, keep your marriage from just surviving to thriving. This is a good lead into the second step. Now that we have established the first step is love, the second step is to build on that foundation. As I previously stated, no building lays the foundation and says that the job is complete. Walls must be erected. The ceiling must be installed. Windows must be put in. Electricity and the sewer system must be added. The foundation is just the beginning. This is where everything else that will make your marriage work come into play. Before we can even construct a list, know that the list will vary from relationship to relationship and even person to person. Whatever lists we, or better yet, what list you construct will be different than anyone else. Everyone have a different list because everyone has experienced a different life. There are a variety of things that you've experienced in your life that will affect your list. What I will say is, no matter what you place on the list, the most valuable and the most popular items on the list are abstract, or items that you cannot purchase or grasp in your hands. Think about that for a moment. With all the things that we value in life, the things that we treasure, the most valuable things are abstract things. We can purchase medicine, but we can't purchase health. We can purchase a house, but we can't purchase a home. We can purchase a comfortable bed, but we can't purchase sleep. We can purchase a safe vehicle, but we cannot purchase a safe ride. We can even purchase the perfect land and the perfect spot with a stream flowing through the middle, but we can't purchase peace. It is truly the things that money cannot buy that we value the most. What items do we place on this list? Honestly, I cannot answer that for you. Only you know what you value. Only you know what attributes you are looking for. Only you know the best qualities that would be your perfect fit. For many people, we have worked on this list all of our lives, and we have perfected this list. With every movie watched, every song heard, and every love story told, we have constructed this list. Your list, for many, is very detailed and very specific, but there is an issue with the list. You see, a lot of times what happens is we construct this list, but the person that we're about to marry does not fit every item on the list. This does not mean that your list is invaluable, invalid, or even worthless. Because if you talk to any successful person, they will tell you that having a list is great because the one thing it does is help keep you focused. Zig Ziglar said, if you aim at nothing, you will hit it every time. This is where I'm going to place my anchor for a while. No, not on the list, but on the potential for conflict in and from the list. This is a foundational issue that is rarely noticed, rarely identified, and rarely revealed. Keep in mind that this is not just for people soon to be married, but this is also people that have been married a while. There have been people that have been married for years, and they're just surviving because they have not identified some issues on the list that have not been fulfilled. There are even people that have been divorced because of issues that have not been revealed on this list. I'm not saying that this list is the main reason or the only reason that people separate or have unhealthy relationships. I'm using this as an example that many do not realize certain conflicts that impact many relationships unknowingly. My focus again is not for relationships just to survive, but for relationships to thrive. There was a story of a young fish that was swimming, and he swam up on this older fish. And when he swam up on the older fish, he looked at him and said, I'm looking for the ocean. And the younger fish said, "You're in the ocean." The older fish said, "You're in the ocean." And the younger fish said, "This is just a body of water," and swam off, still looking for the ocean. There are some things that are hidden that are seen. Over time, repairs and renovations need to be made on any building. I remember in 1982 when the Statue of Liberty went through restoration. After years of standing tall and being an attracting sight, all of a sudden renovations needed to be made for her to continue to be the sight that she was or that she is. After 4 years, the statue was reopened anew, and now she stands tall, the same as she did before, but now she's better prepared for many more years to come. Over time, relationships also need to be restored. Things change, and so do we. New careers, children grow up, retirement, relocation, sickness, loss of family members, promotion, acquiring and losing friends are just a few things that can majorly impact our relationship. Just like in the building, relationships, just like in the building, repairs need to be made, so it's the same for our relationship. Now, there are people that have been married a long time, long time, and they feel that it's just them two in a relationship and they must work it out. I was teaching a class called Relationship Fitness, and there was a couple in attendance that were married for 49 years. And at the conclusion of the class, both the husband and the wife made comments toward either one, this reminded them of why they got married, or two, it reminded them of things they needed to revisit. This is where we need to fill in the cracks of our foundation. This foundation will be secured and solid. However, there could be a few cracks here and there that are developed over time. Filling in the cracks will allow you and ensure your relationship to not just survive, but to thrive. During my last leadership position in the Army, I realized that I had a lot of leaders that were very proficient in their job. However, they lacked the skill and ability to lead soldiers. This required me to start from the basics, to revisit the basics. I ended up having to teach classes of leadership at all levels. In the end, not only were my leaders proficient in their job, they had the skills and the ability to lead their soldiers. Going back to the basics in any relationship will always begin with love. You must remember and be reminded what brought you two together. This can and will be overshadowed over time during the duration of the marriage. Being reminded of your love is not difficult, and it doesn't even require a lot of tools. It's probably the easiest part of filling in the cracks in your relationship. It's the first step, the easiest step, but it's also the most neglected step. The next step will be different for everyone. As every relationship is different, the second step, the next step is different also. Although this step is different from relationship to relationship, there is a similar quality in both of them. You see, the first step primarily is an individual thing. The second step is a couple thing. As a couple, you two must work together to make the relationship thrive. Now, allow me to contradict myself just for a little bit here. Just for a little bit. Although it takes two people to make relationship work, one person can actually do the work alone. This requires more work and more dedication. However, it is possible. It requires whomever to know and to learn a few truths about themselves and their spouse. The first couple I ever counseled, I only counseled one spouse. This spouse had to work hard and relearn some things. However, that spouse was determined to make the marriage work. That was over 15 years ago, and they are still married today. Truth be told, there's only two steps in solidifying the foundation of your marriage: self-evaluation and couple evaluation. These two steps are the only two requirements. However, they can be duplicated over and over again with various themes and issues and problems. The goal is to understand and decide what combination works for you and your spouse. Many things can make you a comeback champion. You can and win you can win and excel in marriage. You can achieve and be an overachiever in marriage. You can prosper and enjoy your marriage. You have proven in many areas that you are a comeback champion. You can now join me and many others and prove that you are a comeback champion in your marriage. Now that's all for me. Now it's up to you. I offer you a seat in my class, filling in the cracks. This course is designed to identify cracks in your current relationship, your future relationships, and they also provide techniques to fill in these cracks. This marriage changing course is dedicated to all levels of relationship. If you desire to be married, soon to be married, even if you're in a situationship, divorce, or married forever, this course is designed for you. If you want this life-changing course and simply move from surviving to thriving, send me your name and your email address. I am Warren Mr. Bowtie Feaster on LinkedIn, Instagram, YouTube, and Facebook. Twitter didn't like the long name, so it's just Mr. Bowtie. My website is www.warrenmrbowtiefeaster.com. You can reach me by email at cjlimenterprise@gmail.com. When you're added to my email list, you receive a free copy of How We Made It. This pamphlet is a list of advice that I've taken from couples who have told me how they have thrived in their marriage. This has been my pleasure to discuss being a comeback champion in your relationship. Thank you again, Shay Brown and the entire Comeback Champion Summit team for this opportunity. Thank you for taking the time to listen. I am Warren Mr. Bowtie Feaster, and I would like to leave you with my 3 points of interest. 1, the center of everything is family. 2, be the best you that you can be. And 3, it's called Life Live It. Have a great day and enjoy the rest of the summit. You are a comeback champion.
Hello, hello, hello. My name is Erica Lynn, better known as Erica Lynn Speaks. I am so excited to be here with you guys today. I have the 7 techniques of healing that I want to share with you. But not only am I going to share with you those 7 techniques, I'm going to share with you how those 7 techniques will solve the most important equation in your life. Healing plus playing big equals playing bigger than you've ever played before. Are you guys excited? I know I'm super excited. You see, when I started on this pathway, I was broken, hurt. I had so many pains. Like some days I didn't know whether I was coming or going. Like I totally hit rock bottom. I was suicidal at a point in my life. I kept saying, I knew that there is more to me. I knew that my life should have meaning. I know that there should be more to my life than just going to work, raising children, and just at the end of the day, not being happy with my life. Working 3 jobs just to make ends meet. Man, that's enough to devastate anybody. And when you working 3 jobs and you still can't make ends meet, man, I think that would depress anyone. And so when I hit rock bottom and I was at my lowest point, I was suicidal and I just felt like just throwing in the towel. Then all of a sudden my phone rang. And it was almost as if it was God saying, hey, I got a plan for you. I got something else that I want you to do. It's not your time yet. It's not time for you to throw in the towel. Hey, let's get together. Let's work this out. So with that being said, I started going through my healing process. I started learning and discovering me and learning and understanding what I need to do to get past that broken point in my life. Well, needless to say, going through that healing phase is where the 7 techniques of healing came in at. Because in order for you to become a better person, in order for you to fix the things on the inside, in order for you to play bigger than you have ever played before in your life, you must do what? You have to heal. You actually have to heal, meaning that you have to identify the root cause of the issues that you're having. You have to identify where that pain is coming from. You see, you can experience a car accident and it can cause you to have PTSD. And you're afraid of life. You're afraid of trying new things. You're afraid of your own shadow sometimes. But ultimately, when you dig deeper and you begin peeling back the layers, then you understand that the trauma that you're experiencing came long before the car accident. Something has happened to you in your life early before the car accident, perhaps in childhood, or perhaps a bad relationship, perhaps someone abused you. Whatever it is, you have to dig deeper in order to identify what it is. Because how can you heal something that you don't know what you're healing? You're just saying, I'm broken. I don't feel myself. I don't feel like I'm the person who I was put on this earth to be. But in order to fix that, you got to identify what the issue is so that you can fix that. So when you obtain the tools and techniques that you need, when you obtain the skills, the people that's behind you, the support system, you can heal anything. The second technique, educate. You must educate yourself on what you need in order to grow. Grow through your test. You say, grow through my test? How do I grow through my test? Well, when you educate yourself saying, I might need a counselor, a therapist, I need a major support system. I need somebody that I could talk to and don't judge me. I need somebody that's going to give it to me real. I need to figure out what books I need to read. I need to go to church. I need to pray. I need whatever it is. You must educate yourself on what you need to help you go through that healing point. See, some of the things that I teach my clients are breathing techniques. If you educate yourself on breathing techniques, on things that you can use when life slaps you in the face, like pow, it slaps you in the face and you can't stop life from coming. I wish I could say you could just put your hand up and do a magic wand and you can stop life. Well, you cannot stop life from coming. But when it comes at you, if you are educated on the things that you need, then you have a way of curving life, or you have a way of bouncing back, or you have a way of being able to take that blow and say, okay, this is the blow today, but this is how we're going to move tomorrow. But in order to do so, you have to educate yourself on what you need, right? Does that make sense to you guys? The third technique is action. What importance is it for you to heal and educate yourself if you're not going to do anything about it? You must take action. Taking action is so important. You see, it's like a child that wants to learn how to walk. You practice, right? You practice with the child taking the steps. And then all of a sudden when mom walk away, the child doesn't do anything but just fall to the ground because they expect for you to carry them. Well, that's the same thing at life. If you learn what you need to learn, if you heal, if you educate, if you surround yourself with the great support system that you need. So when that support system is just there to back you up, you got to take action on the things that you've learned. You know, when you learn how to drive a car, right? You're doing the driver's training and you practicing and you practicing. But if you never drive the car beyond driver's training, what action are you taking? So this is what life, this is what your healing process, this is what everything that you want to accomplish. You have to take action. Like you have to become bold and courageous. Like you have to not allow fear to stop you. You know, I always say about one step beyond you. People say, what does one step beyond you mean? It simply means this. Don't allow your limitations to hinder you, but instead take one step beyond you. See, take one step into that, to those things that you need. Take one step into your growth process. So when you obtain all the skills and the knowledge and the people and the support and the strength, then you can take the most action that you have ever taken before. And you can walk with your head held high and go, wow, I'm so excited. Not only am I healed, I feel whole. I feel as if I am somebody. The fourth technique is leap. So you have to take a leap of faith. You have to take a leap of faith. You have to leap into the realms that you didn't even know that you were going to leap into. You have to leap into doors that you didn't even know that you wanted open. But those doors were meant to be open for you. But in order to get those doors open, you have to leap into those doors. See, a person had told me, Erica, there's greatness inside of you. When you discover who you really are, wow, you're going to be powerful. You're going to be amazing. And I was like, yeah, no, not me. So instead of running into my greatness, I would run into the other way. But then what I found is throughout life, I didn't feel fulfilled. I didn't feel as if I was accomplishing anything. I didn't feel as if I was growing. But in order for me to grow, I had to stretch myself, meaning that I had to take leaps into things that I wouldn't even have done before. I had to go back to school at 35 years old and get my education. I had to learn how to drive my vehicle all over again. I had to clean my credit up because it was bad. I had to file bankruptcy. I've heard so many bad stories about people who have to file bankruptcy. I had to do that, but I had to take a leap in faith and knowing that all these things that I'm doing, that God had a plan for it. And he truly did. And because I took that leap and I obtained the publicists that I have obtained I just stepped out of faith and started a company. I couldn't have done that if I hadn't taken a leap. I wouldn't be here in front of you all today if I didn't take a leap. So what I'm saying to you is, when you obtain the strength and the courage, when you obtain the skills that you need, when you obtain the fact that you know that you are somebody and you could do whatever you set your mind to, take that leap. Don't be afraid. Take the leap. I promise you, even if you take the leap once, right, and you fail, so what? Get up and take that leap again. You might even fall a second time. But one day, you're going to take that leap and you're actually going to land on your feet and you're going to go, wow, it is so amazing on the other side of this leap. Wow, my life is better than it has ever been before. Oh my God. So when you take the leap, just imagine the possibilities of life that's going to come your way. Don't be afraid. Don't walk. Take that leap because God has a plan for you. I'm so excited. I can't wait to hear about you guys' leap. Now, we talked about healing. We talked about education. We talked about you taking action. We talked about you leaping to your greatest victory. Now, inspire. What are you inspired to do? What are your goals? Like, do you want to start a new business? Do you want to get a college degree at 30, 40, 50 years old? Do you want to get married? Do you want to be a better you? Do you want to be the best parent that you can be? Perhaps one of your goals may be you want to run a 5K. Whatever it is, it could be anything. But whatever it is, you must inspire yourself to get there. You say, okay, well, Erica, how do I inspire myself to accomplish this goal? You have to begin to shift your mindset. Shift the way you think about things. See, no longer say, I can't run a 5K. I'm afraid to run a 5K. It's a lot of work to run a 5K. No, I want you to envision yourself running that 5K, completing that 5K. Oh, I got this. I'm running this 5K. Oh, I see myself at the finish line. When you run across the finish line, you yelling, and everybody's going, yay, yay. Well, see yourself into your greatest victory. See yourself being the person that you've always wanted to be. See yourself like opening that company. And what can you do? I'm going to give you one. I want you to do positive affirmations. I know you guys heard people say positive affirmations, and it takes 21 days to form a habit. Well, just imagine if it takes 21 days to form a habit. Just imagine what it would take, what it would happen after 30 days, right? So write your own affirmations. I am starting my own company. I'm going to be the best person I can be. I am wonderful. I am powerful. I am somebody. And you say those things in the morning and in the night. I am somebody. I am power. And when you say them, you dig deep down inside your body and you pull it all up out of you. And when you say it with such love and such conviction, and you know that you are somebody, that you can accomplish whatever it is that you set your mind to. So every day you look in that mirror and you say, I am bold. I am beautiful. I am wonderfully made. I am here to change the game. I am unstoppable. And when you say those words out of your mouth and you feel it and you say it with such conviction, not only are you saying it out your mouth and speaking it into the atmosphere, because I believe in the laws of reciprocity. What you put out in the atmosphere is what you get back. So you're putting good things out there. And guess what? The laws of the land are going to give you back. They're going to give you back great things. So there's times where you might not have someone to wake you up and say, hey, you got to get up and do it. You must continue to inspire and motivate yourself when no one else is there to inspire and motivate you, because you can accomplish and do whatever it is that you set your mind to. The inspiration is within you. The victory is within you. The power is within you. So when you obtain the knowledge, the fierceness, the power, you will become unstoppable. So now we've talked about healing, education, taking action. Oh, taking that leap into your greatness. The inspiration that you're going to carry with you along the way from the beginning to the end. Now, the sixth technique is need. What do you need? Your needs have changed from education. Now it's time to reevaluate and reprocess what your needs are at this point. Because you're definitely a different person. You're a much better person. You're a happier person. You're a person who have stepped out on the faith. You are a person that are ready to open the doors to your new life. But now you need to understand what you need at this point. And it is always important to reevaluate and reprocess what you need. Have you ever heard that saying that when you go to the top, everybody can't come with you? And you know, those friends that you had from elementary school, those old buddies that you used to hang out with, they can't come with you, right? You want to bring them along, but I've learned that you have to get there first. You have to accomplish it. You have to achieve your goals. You have to make the money so that you can reach back and help other people. So what do you need? Do you need to let some people go? Do you need to remove yourself out of a relationship? Do you need another pastor? Do you need 5 counselors or another coach? Because I have to tell you, when I started my process, I started out with 1 coach. I literally have 5 coaches. I can consult with any of my coaches on where I'm at. My publicist not only is my publicist, but she's a damn good coach. But I had to understand what my needs are. Because as I said it before, and I will always say it again, when you grow, you begin to glow. So that means that the more that I began to grow, now I'm glowing into who God has called me to be. And my needs have changed. And I had to reevaluate and reassess what those needs are, meaning that I needed the team, the systems, everything around me to change to meet me where I'm at. Then when I go to the next level, then I'm going to have other things that's going to meet me where I'm at. But always reassess and reevaluate what you need. The last of the 7 techniques of healing is grow. Wow, what does grow mean? Like we talked about so many other things in these 7 techniques. What does grow mean? Grow simply means this. All the things that you have learned along the way, all the people who has poured into you, who have been there, who have taught you, who have loved on you. What are you going to do with all that knowledge? Well, it's simple. My mentor had said to me, and I'm going to say it to you, each one must teach one. So now, what I'm saying is this. There's going to be that one person that you're going to look at and go, dang, I remember when I was in your shoes. I remember when I didn't know, had a clue about my life. I didn't know what direction I was going to go in. And somebody stepped out and reached their hand out to me and said, Erica, I'm going to guide you along the way. I'll be lying to you if I tell you that it's going to be easy. I'll be lying to you if I tell you that you didn't have to fight. But if you listen to me and you trust me and you trust in yourself and you trust in the abilities that God has placed inside of you, I'll be there to guide you. I'll be there to walk with you. So what I'm saying to you is, it is your responsibility to reach out, reach your hand out and guide someone and teach them all the things that someone else have taught you and then some. Because it is so important to help the next generation or help someone that you definitely have seen was in your shoes, who is in your shoes that you were in. You see, the world can't rotate if we don't help it rotate. So you part of the rotation. You are part of helping someone else rotate their life so that they can give back to someone else. It's just a simple dial. It's an effect. it's just the effect that, and you're going to play your part in life. So what I've said to you is, we're going to not only talk about the 7 techniques of healing, which we did, and I'm going to show you how that's going to solve your equation. So the 7 techniques of healing is simply this. You had to go through the techniques in order to go through your healing process. When you've went through your healing process, you've come out of this a much better person than you went into this. Like, it's just as simple as that. And I don't want people to think that when I talk about healing, that everybody that needs healing is just totally broken down and distraught, because that's not true. Someone that needs healing could be just a mom or a dad that's just like you and I, and you guys are tired of doing the rat race of cooking and cleaning and running to the PTO meetings, and you just feel broken on the inside. But when you go through that 7 techniques of healing process and apply the things that you need applied to you to change your life, then you become healed, right? You become whole. You become a better person. You feel better than you've ever felt before. So when you heal and you add it with playing big, what am I saying? When you heal the core essence of who you are, when you heal the person that has always been inside of you, that has been dying to get out, when you heal that person and you start to plan big, you're saying, I no longer want to work an entry-level job anymore. I no longer want to make your coffee and be there for you when you come into the office in the morning. I no longer want to work for your company. I no longer want to be alone and be single. I no longer want my marriage to just be where it's at. I want it to grow. I no longer just want to accept life as it is. I want more. I no longer want to just run a couple of blocks and not finish the 5K. I no longer want to keep having all this weight on me where I could barely walk around and can't breathe and can't think. And I no longer want to do that. I'm ready to play big. So I've healed the things that stopped me, the things that were in my mind that was preventing me from growing. And I've added that with playing big, saying, I'm ready for that promotion. I'm ready to start my own company. I'm ready to complete that 5K. I'm ready to help my family be the best that they can be. And when you add those things together, it equals to you playing bigger than you have ever played before in your life. So when you walk in a room and people see you, they have to take a second look. Like, dang, he or she is unstoppable. He or she is bold. he or she is courageous. Playing bigger than you have ever played before. Starting that new company, going after that promotion, directly telling your boss, I'm coming for your job. Watch your back, baby. That's bold. Developing children that's traveling all over the world and becoming the best them because you've instilled the best parts of you in them. Living in your household with your family, being happy, not running around your family, but living in your family. Understanding that your voice matters. And you're not just there to be the mom. You're not just there to be the dad, but you're a valuable player in that game called your life. So when you are ready to play big, when you are ready to be bolder than you have ever been before, when you are ready to accomplish all the things that life has for you, when you are ready to not allow life to stop you, all you have to do is go to ericalynnspeaks.com and get your free download today. I've given you some steps that's going to help you play bigger than you've ever played before in your life. I want to help you get started. All you have to do is get your free download. And that's what you need to do to get started. And when you're finished, and when you have gone to that next level, then you realize that what you did was you've healed the core essence of you. You've added it with playing big. And baby, you're playing bigger than you have ever played before in your life. And nothing and no one can stop you. Because life is always going to come at you. But when you are prepared and equipped with the proper tools and techniques that you're going to need, you're going to be unstoppable. I am Erica Lynn from ericalynnspeaks.com. It's time for you to be unstoppable. It's time for you to accomplish all the goals and dreams that you have set out to do. We can do that together. I am Erica Lynn. And just remember, it only takes just one step beyond you. God bless you.
When Erica Lynn speaks, you take one step.
Well, hello, everyone. It's your girl, Carlika Katrina Bassnight Menendez. Yes, all of that. And I am super excited to be here with you all. So look, let's get ready to hop on into this good old content right here. How do you develop an epic attitude, right? How do you develop an epic attitude? And so you're probably thinking, oh my God, what is epic? Well, we're going to get into that right in a few moments. But I have a question for you. Have you ever had one conversation or one phone call or even attended one conference that changed your life? That was me. I had one phone call on a Friday night while I was sitting in the living room, watching a movie with my family, eating my snacks, something that we typically do on a Friday night, when my phone rang. But I was in the middle of watching a movie and eating my snack, so I ignored the call. I didn't even bother to look at it, pick the phone up. I just let it go right on to voicemail. But then the phone rang again. And once again, I let it go to voicemail because I was watching a movie and eating my snacks. All right, the phone rang for the third time and I said, oh my goodness, let me just go ahead and answer it right now. So I did. Hello? Hello? And there was no answer. All I could hear on the other end of the phone was profuse crying. Crying so bad I couldn't understand anything that was coming out of his mouth. I immediately sat up. My heart started racing. My palms got sweaty. in the midst of all the crying, I heard 2 words. She's gone. What? Who? Signaling everyone in my living room, telling my family, be quiet, turn the TV down, put the snacks to the side. Who? Who are you talking about? Who's gone? Who's gone? They were crying so bad. I thought it was my mom or my sister, and it wasn't. It was my aunt who I had just seen a couple of months prior. But in this moment, after I hung up that call, I remember laying back on the couch. I couldn't cry or anything because it wasn't registering with me that she's gone. All I could hear in my head was those 2 words, she's gone. But that wasn't just it for me. What really made me develop an effort attitude and vow to myself that night that I would never play small again. I'm going after my dreams. I'm going to walk in my purpose, and I'm going to just go for it. That day, after she had worked for someone else for 20 plus years, this day she should have been celebrating. No, it wasn't her birthday. She should have been celebrating retirement. So never missing a day, never late. And this day, this one day, she didn't show up. Not because she was sick, not because she didn't just want to, but in the midst of getting ready, she had a heart attack. So it was in that moment that I said, you know what? You have to get up. You have to get moving. And so that's what I want to tell you on today. Just F it. Develop an effort attitude. And we're going to go through 3 steps. Because when you develop an effort attitude, that's an attitude of, you know what? I'm not letting anything or anyone stand in my way, not even me, get in my way from going after everything that I want, every one of my heart's desires. And so in that moment, I said effort. So number 1 of the effort method. And I want you to think about this. I want you to think about, what am I allowing to hold me back? What am I allowing, not anyone else, but what am I allowing from holding me back to go to that next place, to go to that next level in my life? Number 1, we have to faith it. How many of us are believing for something? Right? We're believing that our business is going to be prosperous. We're believing that we're going to be healthy. We're believing that, our kids are going to be protected. Whatever you're believing for, now it's time for you to take it to another level. So if you're believing for one thing, it's time for you to make that thing massive. Think about when you were a child. We used to dream so big. There was nothing, no limits, no fear. It was nothing. If you said, I want to be the president of the United States, guess what? It was nothing that you feared to say you couldn't do it. But then as we got older and people start labeling us and saying different things, or situations and life in general start knocking us on our back or knocking us on our butt, those big dreams, we start shrinking down. So whatever you were believing for, get that faith of a little kid. Get that little kid faith that says, you know what? I'm unstoppable. I am unstoppable to go after my goals. Number 2, face it. We all have challenges, you all. I'm not exempt from challenges. I've had my own challenges from childhood and in adulthood. And until I expire, I'm going to continuously have challenges. You're going to continuously have obstacles and situations. But it's not so much about the situation. It's not so much about the failure, right? Failure is just a lesson. It's another way. Hey, it didn't work that time, so let me figure out another way. Not just throwing in the towel because things got hard. Things weren't easy for me. My family struggled financially. We even lived in Motel 6. Yes, we lived in Motel 6. Y'all, we even lived in the church. All right, I'm a PK kid, but we literally lived in the church. And I remember being so embarrassed because when the pastor would be up preaching, our dog would be in the back of the church barking. Talk about struggle, right? But we didn't stay there. Your resiliency, your perseverance, right? In the midst of even the challenges or the obstacles, how are you going to deal with them? And everyone deal with things differently, but sometimes we don't deal. Sometimes when we don't deal, we don't heal. And then we carry on those childhood problems and they become adult issues. So now you're wondering, hey, why am I moving and shaking the way that I do? It's time for you to heal. Now is your time to be free. Now is your time to heal from some things and just say F it. Yes, what it was done to you, it was not right. No, you did not deserve it. But are you going to keep blaming someone else? Now is your time to take responsibility. To say, you know what, that happened to me. But I refuse to hold myself hostage. I refuse to sabotage my blessings and everything else because of what someone else did. How many of us are holding on? I mean, we hold it on tight, y'all. We hold it on tight to things that happen to us. Little secret, let it go. Let it go. Go ahead and heal from those things so that you can go to the next place in your life. So number 1 was faith it. Number 2 is face it. Number 3. Well, before I go to number 3, one of my biggest challenges that I endured in my life was a fear of being fat. Yeah, I had a fear of being fat. And you're probably thinking, what? Yes. At 80 pounds, I still thought I was fat. When I looked in the mirror, I saw a fat girl. I don't care if it was ribs showing or whatever. I saw a fat girl. So what is your perception of you? It didn't matter what my parents were saying. It didn't matter what anyone else was saying to me. What I saw, what I believed was that I was fat. And it was killing me slowly. So what are you allowing? What are the whispers? What are those internal frustrations that you are allowing in your life to kill you slowly? That's getting ready to take some people out if you don't pivot right now. If you don't take time to say, I am going to change. Not talk about it, but be about it. Because I can tell you now, if I didn't make a decision one day standing in my mom's formal living room, in her floor mirror with tears streaming down my face, making a decision. Should I live or should I die? Many of us have been at that crossroad of should I live? Is my life worth living? Or is the obstacle and the situation too heavy? I'm so glad I chose to live. I'm so glad that I developed an attitude to say, I'm going to get through this. I will not settle because I know there's more to me than this. Now, was it always easy? No. Is the road always going to be easy? No. Are you going to get some no's? Yes. Are you going to have some disappointments? Yes. Are you going to have some people that say, hey, I don't want to support you? Yes. So this leads into our third point. Are you going to be committed? So number 3 is fulfill it. Are you going to be committed to fulfilling your purpose? Are you going to be committed even when people turn away from you? Are you going to be committed when things get hard? Are you still going to be committed to do your thing, whatever that looks like? Are you going to be committed to run your race, stay in your lane, and mind your business? Are you going to be committed? Let me tell you, motivation is not enough. And there are some phenomenal motivational speakers out here. Look, I love motivation, but let me tell you, motivation comes and goes. One minute you feel motivated, the next minute you're like, oh, I don't want to do anything. It's like going to a great Sunday service. I told you all, I'm a PK kid. The choir was good, the preaching was good. All of it was amazing and you felt good, right? You felt good, like you could conquer the world. It was nothing that was going to stop you. Nothing could get in your way and you was ready for the week. You was ready to take on everything, and then boom, something hit you. And your motivation said, boom, right? Or your motivation flatlined. And you're like, wow. But life does that to us sometimes. Life would literally give you a boom moment. But are you still going to be committed so that someone else can run their race? Are you going to still show up? Are you still going to stand up and speak up? Even in the midst of a storm or a trial or whatever that looks like. But are you still going to say, hey, I'm here and I'm ready? Why? Because I'm elevating my faith. I'm facing my challenges head on. I'm facing them with grace. And I am going to remain committed no matter who's with me, no matter who's against me, no matter who's supporting me. And guess what? I'm not even going to stand in my own way, because this is the thing. Most of us are our biggest hindrance. It's not even other people, because other people don't stop anything. They might try, but other people don't stop anything. Those whispers in your head, those thoughts that no one can hear or see, those are the things holding you back. Fear, rejection, perfectionism, procrastination, self-doubt. All of those things are holding you back from going to that next place, because now you're talking yourself out of fulfilling your purpose. Little secret, no one can do what you do better than you. No one can do your purpose but you. So when are you going to say, F it, I'm going after it. I'm getting in the driver's seat right now, and I am going after it. I am going to drive until I obtain everything that my heart desires. Or are you going to be that person who keep pulling back and going in reverse? Picking up the same things, hanging around the same people, doing the same thing, and then you're upset because you got the exact same results. Now is your time to change. Today is your day to do something different. Or are you going to be that person sitting in neutral, waiting for someone else to come and push you? What if that person never comes? What if someone never shows up to push you? Now, I'm all about support, so don't get me wrong. But what if that person at that time, at that moment that you need them, they don't show up? What are you going to do? Are you just going to be looking around? And definitely, whatever you do, don't be the person sitting in park. Where are you going? Sitting in park is going to get you nowhere. Some of us are just sitting and we're waiting on the perfect moment. We're waiting on the perfect timing. Little secret, lean on in. There's no perfect time, no perfect moment. But right now is your day. Right now is your time to say, you know what? I'm not going to play small. I'm going to get up. I'm going to tighten up my bootstraps, whatever you need to do. I'm going to surround myself with like-minded individuals. I'm going to invest in myself. Yes, I'm going to invest in myself, and I'm going to say F it. So I don't care where you are right now, right? Stop what you're doing. You know the game that we used to play growing up, freeze? So freeze wherever you are and just say F it. And you got to say it with some grit. You got to say it with some attitude that, you know what, no matter what comes, no matter what goes, I am going to say F it. Meaning I'm going to face it. I'm going to face my challenges, and I am going to fulfill it. I am fulfilling my purpose because someone else is watching. Someone else is waiting. How much longer are you going to make them wait? How much longer are you going to make your brother or your sister wait till you decide to say, hey, let me pave the way for someone else. Let me invite someone else to the table. Let me create the opportunities for someone else. So now is your time. Today is your day to say F it. So the next time that you get out the bed or even walk past the mirror, I want you to look at yourself flat. I want you to get in that mirror, okay, and say F it. When self-doubt come in your head, F it. When procrastination come in your head, F it. When whatever comes in your head, when those things say, you know what, you can't do it, F it. And let me tell you, when you say that, you're going to go out there and you are going to do the doggone thing. So, number one, faith it. Number two, face it. Number two, fulfill it. Fulfill it. Be committed to fulfilling the purpose. All right, you all. I'm Carlika Katrina Bass Knight Menendez. Yes, all of that of Carlika.com. Remember, when you, yes, you, when you change your perspective, you will change your life. All right, you all, go out there and epic. Go out there and epic.
Faithpreneurs, are you struggling with thriving right now? Are you tired of trying to make it happen and jumping from Zoom call to Zoom call? Then I want to tell you, stop. Stop right now, because I got a few words I want to share with you. See, I want to let you know that we are comeback champions. Yes, we are comeback champions, but more than that, we all have comeback power. We cannot let anything stand in our way. We will succeed if we commit our ways, and I'll talk a little bit about that in a few minutes. See, we cannot do anything in our own strength. We were never meant to run this business totally alone. Stay with me, I'll explain that in a few minutes. See, did you know most successful wealth builders, millionaires, and entrepreneurs know the top secrets of their success is not just systems, it's not just the tools, branding, TV appearances, books, and a great idea. Nope. Most will tell you they are led and guided by their faith. See, you've heard John Maxwell, Steve Harvey, Les Brown, and many others talk about their faith and how it has been the guiding and the main principle for everything else. So you may be wondering, I'm not strong on my faith. I'm not a believer. Maybe that's what you're saying. Well, I still have nuggets just for you that if you follow these nuggets and these 3 key tips that I'm going to share with you, then you will continue to move forward and you will continue to succeed. Now, I'm going to tell you, I'm strong in my faith, but I still have a lot to learn. The other part I want to share with you is when I really started focusing on what I know God was telling me to do, my business went to a whole nother level. And John Maxwell often shared that when he's talking. And I even had a conversation with Shay Brown, and we talked about faith. So I want to share with you, even in this time, there are 3 key ways for faithpreneurs to thrive in business and life during difficult times, not just during this pandemic. There are 3 things I want you to focus on. I want you to focus on your belief, mentality, and relationships. Let's break that down. See, we are champions. We will manifest everything God has for us if we stay committed to what God has for us. How do we stay committed? I'm glad you asked. The first thing I mentioned was belief. Are you anchored in your belief? You may not be a believer, but there are things that you think about that you are committed to doing. And if you stay committed, you will win. Whatever comes up against you and your business, will you stand strong or will you collapse? Will you throw in the towel? What will you do? Basically, you have to say to yourself, come hell or high water, is how my family would say it, or pandemic, loss, health issues as I dealt with when I first started my business, the need to pivot, No matter what comes your way as a business owner, you will stand on your belief. See, I celebrated 21 years this January. Yes, I celebrated 21 years in business. And I'm telling you, I had good days and I had bad days. But what I learned throughout it all was I had to stand on my belief and that I trust God for everything that I do and that He has guiding principles for me. So faithpreneurs, how are you standing? I want to share a little bit more about the belief and how you're standing. Are you keeping God first and at the forefront of your business? Are you keeping God first and at the forefront of your business? Are you handing your business back to God? It's not yours anyway. It belongs to God. You belong to God. So hand it back. I can tell you when the pandemic started in March, and I am an award-winning interior designer, speaker, many different things. I have a very diverse background. And as an interior designer, I was like, Lord, I can't go into houses now. I can't go into commercial establishments. And the commercial establishments is the biggest part of my business. What am I supposed to do? So I'm asking God the question, and He said, hand your business back to me. When you started the business, you handed it back to me. So hand it back to me once again and watch what I do. So faithpreneurs, you got to hand your business back to God and let God blow your mind and show you what to do. I'm going to keep going with that. Hand it back and watch Him work. All right. I told you the second thing was mentality. Mentality makes a difference. So when I speak of mentality, are you open to what God tells you to do? So you may have been following the path that He told you, and then all of a sudden He tells you to shift or to pivot, perhaps close. Are you willing to do it? Or are you still trying to do it on your own? You can't do it on your own. You were not meant to do it on your own. So if God tells you to shift, you got to shift. If you don't shift, faithpreneurs, I'm sure you can share a lesson or two of what happened when you didn't shift. Maybe you was forced to sit still and be quiet because you were going down a path that would have forced you to close, and you knew God wasn't telling you to close your business. Sometimes He does say that. Sometimes He'll say, close this and open up with something different. You never know what it may be. And I'm pausing because I want you to think about what I'm saying. Or maybe you've been trying so hard to make it happen yourself that you're burnt out and that you're tired. What's your mentality? Are you listening to God? I want to share with you, rest and wait for the answer. Rest and wait for the answer. And God will tell you in your resting period exactly what to do. I know firsthand because December is usually the busiest time of my business. And this time God said, I want you to rest because you've been running so much trying to make your business happen that I want you to rest in me. And I'm going to take you to a different level that you've never been before. But only through rest will I give you the answer. And I'm excited. It took me a while to get to that place of rest, but He's given me new ideas, creativity, new opportunities, new doors are opening because I sat down and I rested with God for Him to speak to me. In that resting, you will also know to write things down. You remember in Habakkuk 2:2, it says, write the vision and make it plain. In my resting, I rewrote some things and God shifted me in some things in the business and say, look, I want you to go down this path because see, it's going to be different. And then I may end up putting you back on the same path, but you'll have a different mindset. Also, when you change your mentality and your mindset, you may be trying to do it yourself and looking for funding. And maybe God says your funding is not going to come in the natural way. I can attest to that. I was looking for funding to come in the natural way. And he totally blew my mind with how funding came. See, maybe you're one of those ones that couldn't get the PPP. Maybe you only got a portion of the PPP. Maybe your business is new, and so you couldn't get the full amount. Maybe you're not supposed to get the PPP because God knows long term, you're going to have to pay back that loan. So he's working it out in a different way. Stop chasing the money and start chasing God. Stop chasing the money, start chasing God. Watch how he works. Maybe he doesn't want you to depend on the money as your resource, because guess what? God is your source and he provides the resources that you need. He's already given you the tools and the plans. You just got to walk in it. And you can't be fearful. You just got to walk in it. Next thing is, are you tithing on your business? Mentality again. Tithe on your gross income. And if you're struggling with tithing on your gross, ask God how to tithe on your gross. And he'll show you. And maybe he'll have you to start tithing on your net first, as he showed you how to tithe on your growth. It's all about mentality. It's all about asking God those questions and letting him lead and guide you. And then be a servant leader and have a philanthropic spirit. Serve others. In this season, you may think you're supposed to be going, and God is teaching you, I just want you to sit and serve others. I can tell you firsthand about that because in 2015, I went to the White House to decorate. But God had me to serve before I went. See, I ended up serving at my church. I usually do work at my church, but we were doing some new things and they came and asked me, and God said, yeah, I want you to serve there first. And I was serving doing Christmas trees. And little did I know, I would be thrown in at the White House to do a lot of Christmas trees. Actually, I was given a team to work on, and that team ended up saying, no, you tell us what to do. And then doors open. And I want to tell you, when you tithe, the Bible talks about tithing in the storehouse, okay? That's in Malachi 3 and 10. And then God will open up the windows of heaven. He will open you the windows of heaven and pour you out a blessing that there shall not be room enough to receive it. So that means God is going to open up doorways for you. And it's going to be easy. You won't even have to worry about it if you tithe, if you are a servant leader and a philanthropic type person, meaning you're willing to give and be a blessing to somebody else. Maybe it's pouring into another business. You never know what God wants you to do, but God will open up the windows of heaven. He will open you up to receive much more. It's all about the mentality. Don't forget about that. And now the third one, I told you it was 3 things I wanted to share with you as a faith renewal, is relationships. Are you fostering good relationships? Are you following up, returning phone calls? Maybe you're burnt out and maybe you just need to take a breath. I talked about stepping back and just being quiet and resting in God. But sometimes we really need to take that rest and take that balance. Spend time with family. And maybe you need to tell somebody, hey, I want to do it right now, but I need to rest, because you need to be restored. But don't forget to make those phone calls afterwards and to follow up. And then suppose you followed up on something and you got to know, just believe that a yes is coming. A yes is coming, but you got to keep the relationships open. Keep the relationships, keep the doors open, okay? Faithpreneurs do not stay stuck and or settle for no. We got to do our part, and our part may involve following up. The other part today, God will place your name on the heart of someone in a meeting, in a room, on a project, and bless you just like that. I know firsthand, because I've had people to call me and say, hey, I need you to check out this project. All you have to do is give them a call. They already know all about you. We've told them about you. All you have to do is show up. God works just like that. But we got to do our part. We got to continue all the other stuff. Not only will he throw your name in the room, but he'll give your name to people that do not even know you. So they may not know I decorated at the White House, but they may have heard my story, or they may know somebody that knows me. Or no telling how God will do it. God is God, and he does what he does. But he wants the faithpreneurs to stand up. He wants us to stand up. And then part of that whole relationship thing is he wants you to get godly wisdom. He wants us to rise up and get godly wisdom. So what is that godly wisdom? If you don't know what you need to ask for it. So in James 1:5, ask for what you need. Ask for godly wisdom. And then use the book of Proverbs. Use Proverbs for godly wisdom, even in your business, because it's full of wisdom, and it's that godly wisdom, and God will also put the right people around you. It is important to have the right people around you, and that has helped me a lot. I've been around some people that were not godly people, but when God said, cut the people off, and I'm going to put you in the right place with some godly wisdom, things shifted from me. Because see, everybody is not meant to go with you. You've heard this 100 times. Everybody's not meant to go with you. And everybody is not on the same page. Surround yourself with positive people that can bless you, and you can be a blessing as well. So those are my 3 tips for you. I hope you were writing. I hope you take these nuggets. I hope you look me up. My name is Carnella Renee Hill, and I'm telling you, I have learned to walk afraid and trust God's process. And I want you to do the same. I want you to trust God's process. Do not just sit and survive during this pandemic, or anytime something is going on. You want to thrive. It is important to thrive now. That is what we need to do. We need to thrive and keep going. And when you get knocked down, you get back up. What I tell you, we're comeback champions, and you're at the Comeback Champions Summit. Get back up, rise back up. I am Carnella Renee Hill, and I want to tell you, stay resilient. Check who and what you believe. Check your mentality and your attitude, because you got to be in the right attitude. And God will check your attitude if it's not right. Check your circle, relationships, and surround yourself with the right people. Surround yourself with people of influence, because you are a person of influence as well. I told you once again, we're comeback champions. Visit me on all the major social media sites. You can also go to my website, CarnellaReneeHill.com, www.CarnellaReneeHill.com. And I want you to reach out to me. Learn more about my story and how my faith kept me thriving. But you can't live on my faith. You got to live on your faith. And that's what I'm here to tell you. Stand on your faith. Trust God. Trust the process. And I know you will come back strong. and I can see you in the lights, and I can see you moving in a different direction. And I'm believing the faithpreneurs will rise up because you chose to stand on your faith and to trust God in the process. Thank you.
Hi, Comeback Champion family. It is a stupendously great day. And I want to share something with you really quickly. I was recently watching a show on television, and in that show, there was a woman who was having these pains in her stomach and in her side. And they've been going on for a couple of days. And so she first didn't, think anything about it. It was a little twinge. And then she said they increased in intensity. They exacerbated to a point where she just couldn't handle it. And so she thought, maybe I should go to the ER with this, right? And so she went to the ER, and an hour later, she was giving birth to a baby. Yeah, a whole baby. The pains she was having, you see, were birthing pains, and she had no clue that she was pregnant. Some of you mothers, I know what you're saying. You're probably saying, how did she not know she was pregnant? There are signs. Why didn't she see the signs? The problem that she's now facing, now she has this baby, is that she never got the right prenatal care. And so the doctors told her that her baby will have to stay in the hospital a little bit longer because she didn't get that care, and because that there are certain things that did not fully develop appropriately because she didn't have the right nutrition and things that help to support full development of that baby. I mean, she was 9 months pregnant, so she gave full term, but even though it was full term, the baby still has some deficiencies. Her growth hormones were not supported by the prenatal care to ensure that the baby developed appropriately at each stage. So the mother also didn't get the benefit of prenatal care. So some of the key growth factors that are essential for pregnancy were not able to have the right influence they normally have. You see, our human body has different growth factors, not just one, but different ones. And these factors are naturally occurring substances capable of stimulating cell proliferation, wound healing, and occasionally cellular differentiation. And they're important for regulating a variety of cellular processes that are essential to our development. And they are present throughout our whole entire life. Now, don't get nervous. This is not going to be a test. This is not going to be a scientific discussion. I just want to share that with you because it's a key theme in what I want to share with you regarding the growth factor that I like to call the growth factor. So likewise, there is something that's called the growth factor that is essential and key to our growth in our life and business, right? I know you want to hear about it, but wait, where are my manners? I have not even introduced myself. Who is this lady talking about growth and pregnancy and this lady not knowing? I'm glad you asked. I am B. Jacqueline Jeter, founder of Grow, Lead, and Prosper, a company that is focused on transformational growth in individuals, personally, professionally, and spiritually. I'm an international author, speaker, and trainer, a John Maxwell certified coach, speaker, and trainer. And in addition to that, my day job, my career, I'm a pharmaceutical development clinical scientist. So I got a lot of things going on. But one thing that I'm really, really passionate about is growth, because I've seen it permeate my whole entire life. And I've seen where not having the proper growth can be an issue, and having and how it impacts how we move in the earth. I'm passionate about growth. And today I want to share with you one of the 4 pillars of what I call the growth factor. And these are tried and true by me and those who I've coached and those who I've led in small groups to help us grow in any aspect of our life and our business. One of my personal quotes is, growth happens within way before it's evidenced without. And that is supported by the story we just talked about around the lady and experience with pregnancy. See, one of the pillars of the growth factor is awareness. And until you are aware, you cannot get the proper application of growth. You can't get the proper nutrients of growth, right? So remember the lady I mentioned before? She was not aware that she needed to nurture the baby that was growing inside of her because she did not know she was pregnant. Like that baby growing inside the lady from the TV show, we all have those dreams, those aspirations, those plans, those hopes, those skills, those talents, and so much more grow within us. And just like that woman, however, if we're not aware that they're there, then we're not going to give them the appropriate attention and nutrients to become the full essence of what they're supposed to be, right? My father used to tell me when I used to say something about wanting to know how to play the piano, he's like, I don't think you do, because you're not even trying to grow that skill set. You have never asked me to take lessons. You never even asked the pianist at church if she'd teach you. You haven't pursued any of that. So even though I said I wanted to do it, I was not aware that there was a growth pattern to get me to that classical pianist space that I was looking at, right? So remember the lady. Think about this. You have your business and you've already birthed it. And maybe just the lady, you did not have the right pre-business care, right? So your business was born. However, it was not as strong as it could be, because some areas where it may be lacking, because you weren't aware of the need to grow, you weren't aware you need to grow out your structure, infrastructure, and it's not as stable as it should be. Like my quote says, growth happens within way before it's evidence without. Another quote I want to share with you, which is also mine, is that if you're not growing, then pretty much nothing that you touch is either. Now that baby was growing, but not to its fullest capacity. And you might be saying, lady, I have a multi-million-dollar business. I've traveled the world. I've done this, I've done that. But what if you had all the essential growth elements or the right growth factor for your business, and it really should be a multi-billion-dollar business? You see, growth does not just happen. One of my mentors, who is the famous John Maxwell, he speaks about in his book, The 15 Laws of Invaluable Growth, is something called the assumption gap. Assuming we're going to grow. Growth doesn't just happen. If that was the case, prenatal care would not be important. Human growth factors wouldn't be important. We wouldn't need any of that. We just be born and just grow the way we're supposed to grow, right? However, we know that's not true. We know that's not to be true. Growth is intentional, and it's essential to our fully developing our lives into what it's supposed to be. So what is this growth factor? I'm going to talk to you a little bit more about awareness as much as I can, but the other pillars are consistency, intentionality, and strategy. And that's what I call the growth factor. These are the 4 pillars that are part of having stable foundation in order for you to launch whatever you're trying to birth. Now let's go back to that lady. She was full term, 9 months pregnant. She was a little bit larger woman, and she stated she didn't feel her stomach, like her stomach was growing any bigger. And she said that she had no indication she was pregnant. And when she went back and talked to the physician, and they went in deeper and asked about her questions, she like, did you feel this? Did this ever happen to you? Did this seem out of place? And she's like, yeah, but I was not aware that that was what it was related to. There are a lot of indicators that let us know we are missing a growth factor, definitely physically, but also in our personal, professional, and our business lives, as well as spiritually. So what is the growth factor that you're missing? You may be aware of something, but you don't have the consistency or the intentionality or the strategy, or you may have 2 of the others, but they all come together in a perfect storm for your success in personal life and in business, right? So you have to have all four pillars in place so that you can reach the level of what you're capable of. Remember, I noted there are a lot of indicators, and a lot of our issues with the growth factor have to do with one key thing, our mind. When we don't get the right growth factors physically, what happens is some of our brain ability is not fully developed or can be slowed. And the brain is the key thing. It is the key hub of all our actions. Our mind is our brain. So guess what? You are where your actions and where your mind has taken you today. You are today where your mind has taken you. So in order to be strong, successful in business and in life, you need that growth factor in order for our bodies to be fully developed. That prenatal care is just as critical for the mother as it is for the baby. Why? Because what the mother does, what she ingests affects the baby. And likewise for you, what you ingest, how you grow affects your business, affects your personal life, affects everything that you do. So if you're not ingesting the right things, if you don't have the right growth factor, then what you're birthing will not have its full potential. The baby wasn't fully healthy because it had not gotten the right prenatal care. So what kind of business or pre-business care does your business need? It's a question to ask yourself. And we can go in that further later, not in this talk, but when you reach out to me later, right? Because even though the baby is alive, it may not be as viable as it should be. Maybe that baby was destined to be 6 feet tall, but because it didn't get the right nutrients, its growth was stunted. Is your business growth stunted? Are you stunting your business growth because you aren't growing? It's important to have the right growth factors because then they have impact on your growth and on your longevity and how far you'll go. I love to talk more about this, about awareness. It's just the one pillar of the 4, but all of these, as I said before, are necessary. And I can't wait to go into these deeper with each of these deeper with you. However, I don't really have the time right now, but because I know that you're the champion that you are, I know that you'll want to continue this conversation. And how can you do that? You can do so by following me on my Facebook business page. And that page is called Grow, Lead, and Prosper. And when you get to that page, you'll be able to download a free lead magnet called 5 Key Mindset Shifts to Growth. So I want you to walk away with this one thing, and that is the big idea, what this whole ACES, ACIS, awareness, consistency, intentionality, and strategy is all about. The one big idea I want you to walk away is that you can miss some necessary nutrients of growth, but make a comeback and still thrive. You may need a few bolus injections along the way, but you can get your strength back and get back to the percentile of growth which you're supposed to be in. Now you have a choice. You can embrace what I'm saying, or you can do absolutely nothing. You can stunt your own growth by not taking action and not executing. All you have to do is to go over to the Facebook page, Grow, Lead, and Prosper, and follow me there, and we can continue this conversation. Because that's what champions do, right? They want to continue to grow. And because you are that comeback champion, I know that you want to make sure that your growth factor is in place. So you won't wake up one day and say, what is this pain? Oh my gosh, what's happening to me? I didn't see that. I wasn't aware. I know that you're aware. I know that you're going to be consistent. I know you're going to be intentional. And I know that you want that strategy. So I can't wait to see you there. But one thing I want to leave you with is this. No matter what's happened to you, no matter what you're going through, know that you are a comeback champion. You're coming back from starting a business where it failed or whatever, or flailing, or whether you're in corporate America or wherever you were, just know that as long as you get up, remember, fall down 7 times, get up 8. As long as you get up, you will always be that comeback champion. And as you come back, you get stronger and you grow. So thanks again. I'm B. Jacqueline Dieter, transformational growth strategist, and I can't wait to connect with you later.
Good evening, and my name is Jeffrey Price, and what we'll be reviewing today is the philosophy of the 7 Ps. The philosophy of the 7 Ps are proper preparation and pre-planning prevents pathetically poor performance. These 7 Ps in this philosophy I've used personally in my professional career to change my ideology into how I handle business and how I socially interact with others. I'm going to explain this gift and explain this philosophy so that everyone is able to enjoy and promote themselves in their work environment. So we're going to talk about proper preparation. What does it mean to be properly prepared? Or proper preparation is to do things the right way, the right time, each and every time. It's building a muscle memory for success. Basketball season just started, and one of the Hall of Fame basketball players that was my personal favorite was Shaquille O'Neal. Shaquille O'Neal led the league in numerous stats throughout his career, but one stat he did not lead on was his free throw percentage. And why? It wasn't because he didn't shoot a lot of free throws. He was fouled all the time. He was always at the free throw line. But the problem was he didn't have proper free throw shooting mechanics. So if you're not properly doing things in a repeated fashion, you're going to have pathetically poor performance, and it was evident there. So how do you do that? How do you countermeasure that? You properly prepare and you practice the right way, because practice makes perfect only if it's the right practice. So our next step is pre-planning. What is pre-planning? That's the before the plan. These are the steps you do before you start planning. It starts with self-awareness, writing down your ideas, taking it from the intangible in your mind, writing it down on paper, and now it's a tangible thought. Now, once it's tangible, you can take it and then you can provide it to promote yourself and move further. So following proper preparation and pre-planning will prevent pathetically poor performance in your workplace, whoever you engage with, and take you to another level. So what we're going to do is move on to the next slide. It'll show a brief movie based off the holiday season, Home Alone. And in Home Alone, we'll see different perspectives on success and failures of using the 7 Ps.
Where are you going? We're gonna miss the plane!
When the McAllister family left on their Christmas vacation,
Did we miss the plane? No, you just made it. Yeah!
they forgot one small thing.
Have yourself
I've a terrible feeling.
Christmas.
Did you lock up?
Let yourself be light.
Do we set the timers on the lights?
Mm-hmm. What else could we be forgetting?
Our troubles will be ours.
Kevin!
Home Alone.
Police in the northern suburbs are on the lookout for a pair of burglars who are calling themselves the Wet Bandits.
We know that you're in there.
It's Santa Claus and it's Elf.
Get off my property.
This is my house. I have to defend it.
Where's your mother?
My mom's in the car.
Where's your father?
He's at work.
What about your brothers and sisters?
I'm an only child.
Where do you live?
Can't tell you that.
Why not?
Because you're a stranger.
He's a kid. I mean, what can a kid do to us? Kids are stupid. I know I was. You still are, Marv.
This is it.
I don't care if I have to get out on your runway and hitchhike. I am going to get home to my son. Yes! Where are you, you little creep? I'm gonna kill that kid! Why'd you take your shoes off?
Why are you dressed like a chicken?
Gus Polinski, polka king of the Midwest. If you have to get to Chicago, we'll gladly drive you.
Hey, guys.
Yesterday, he was just a kid. But tonight, he's a home security system.
You guys give up or you're thirsty for more?
From John Hughes.
You know, I got a feeling this is going to be your best Christmas ever.
A family comedy without the family. Home Alone.
Are you here all alone?
I'm 8 years old. You think I'd be here alone? I don't think so.
Directed by Chris Columbus.
So from looking at the 7 Ps, let's look at it from all the different perspectives and answer a couple questions. So what did they do right using the 7 Ps from the parents' perspective? Now the parents, they had proper preparation in. They had it organized. They had planned the night before. They knew that their whole family was going on vacation. So they rounded up everybody the night before. They were organized. They had food delivered. And they had plane tickets. They were ready to go. So they had proper preparation and pre-planning there. They get that step right. But what did they do wrong? Okay, they left Kevin behind. They left the child behind. As a parent, I'm a parent. I have 2 daughters. And if I left my kids behind, problems. So that's another P, a problem. So what they did wrong was an incident happened, right? As we saw there, Kevin, he spilt it. He spilt all the food, knocked everything over. And once that happened, he got sent to a room. He wasn't around his parents. So now he got left behind. They did their checks. They didn't have a buddy system. So that's where they went wrong. They didn't do their checks. They didn't have a part of their pre-plan of a buddy system to check out, to look out for one another. Little things like that is how we're successful, when we're looking out for each other. We're looking out for our friends. We're looking out for our coworkers. We're holding people accountable because they were responsible that they got everything in line as parents, but where they failed was in accountability because they weren't accountable for Kevin. They didn't have any of his friends or his cousins that were with him looking out for him. They all hopped in the van to leave and didn't even check to see where he was until it was too late. So that's where we have proper preparation and pre-planning prevented pathetically poor performance. What could they have done different? As we just said, they could have had a buddy system in mind. They could have partnered together. Another P, they could have had a partnership. And then with the partnership between each of his siblings and cousins, they could have held each other accountable. Let's look at it from the burglar's perspective. What were they doing right using the 7 Ps? Well, as we can see from the little snippet, they were going to everyone's houses ahead of time. They were staking the neighborhood. They were making sure that nobody was home ahead of time. So that's how they were properly prepared. They even had on police outfits. So they were already prepared and equipped to do what they needed to do. They had the right tools. They had everything lined up because, as we saw in the snippet, they had been doing this for years. They were already equipped to do these things because they were properly preparing and practicing. So because they were practicing is why they had a reputation of being so successful as the bandits that they were. Okay, but where did they go wrong? Another P, pride. Their pride kicked in, and once they found out it was little Kevin that was causing all their mischief to where they couldn't pull off the job, they couldn't let it go. They could have easily walked away numerous times, but they just had to keep going. And pride is the downfall of man. Once you get so much pride, you can't pivot. You're just so stuck on what you have to do. What you have to do is right. You can't go back to the other P we mentioned in partnership to move forward because you're so locked in and dialed in that your way is the right way, and you can't lean and trust on your successful counsel that you built around you. Because remember, nobody makes it to the top by themselves. There's always a partnership. There's always a helping hand to help promote or elevate everyone in life. If anybody says they did it by themselves, that's not a lie. That's pride right there, and that can be a downfall for you. So what could they have done differently? They could have walked away. They could have said, you know what? We did this, this, and this. We got all these different houses. Let's leave this one alone. Let's let this kid go, and we'll just chalk this one as, instead of a loss, as a lesson. They didn't have to take the loss. They could have just taken it as a lesson learned, but because they had too much pride to walk away, we know how the story ended for them. So let's look at it from Kevin's perspective. How did he show proper preparation and pre-planning to prevent his pathetically poor performance? You know, we could easily say Kevin did everything right. He was left home alone. You know, he's a child. He went to the grocery store. He fed himself. He eventually reached out for help. But he failed in the fact that he didn't look out for himself in the beginning. He let the alarm go off. He slept through it. He didn't take the necessary steps to hold himself responsible. Yes, he's a child, but guess what? When I was a child, I better make sure my room was clean. I better make sure I did my chores. So no matter what age you are, we all have certain responsibilities that we need to do to hold ourselves accountable. Because guess what? Nobody's going to do it for you. You got to take accountability and do things yourself. So that's what Kevin did in his situation, where he did some things right, but he also did some things wrong. And going back to how it all began, his anger is what took him to that place in the first place. You know, he didn't have to react the way that he did. He didn't have to stomp upstairs with an attitude or say hurtful words. If he would have had some compassion and some sympathy and turned the other cheek, then he wouldn't even have been in the situation in the first place. So that's just how we can show how proper preparation and pre-planning can be used in 3 different perspectives. What we have here is just showing proper preparation and pre-planning, preventing pathetically poor performance. Just looking at it from a different perspective and showing different ways that it was shown. Let's look at some synonymous words to each one. Proper, tools, training, equipment. Those are the things that you need to have to be properly prepared. You got to have the right tools. You got to be trained on it. And you got to have the equipment to do what you're called to do or what you've been chosen to do. Preparation. What are synonymous terms for preparation? Your practice, your habits, your work ethic. You know, like we said, nobody's going to do it for you. So with your work ethic, you're pushing yourself. You're self-motivated. You're looking at yourself in the mirror and saying, I can do it. I can do these things. I love myself. I believe in myself. And once you have that work ethic built up in you, only thing that's going to stop you is you. Pre-planning. What's synonymous to that? Thinking, self-awareness, rehearsal, getting in the right flow, practicing what you're preaching or what you're talking about, maintaining discipline. All these things will help you be pre-planned. So when that time is right, nothing will pass you by. You'll be ready to go. You know, there's no such thing as luck. It's just being properly prepared when the opportunity presents itself. What does it mean to be prevent? Synonymous to that is to avert, to intercept, to halt. Now, we don't want any of our plans prevented, because if we're not doing the right things with the first 3 P's, we led into the 4th P, and now we're preventing ourselves from being successful. Our next P is pathetically. Whew. The term in itself just sends chills down my spine. Distressing, sorry, inadequate. Ugh. I never want to have a pathetically poor performance, because to feel pathetic and feel that way, that's just something I refuse to partner with. So making sure we do those first 3 steps in proper preparation and pre-planning, we don't have to worry about being pathetic, because we'll know when to pivot, when the time is right, and having discernment on making our decisions. Our next term is poor. What's synonymous with that? Faulty, substantial, substandard, inferior. All feelings that we don't want to have of condemnation, that we can prevent all these things by doing our first P's possible. Because look, having a poor performance, that's not going to help you hit your production, achievement, or completion. That'll prevent you from where you need to go. I tell myself all the time, I'm going to shoot for the stars, and if I land on the moon, then so be it. All I know is that's the keys to success. Proper preparation and pre-planning prevents pathetically poor performance. So let's just close this out in a summary. Proper preparation are repeated habits of correct practice. Muscle memory, doing the right things the right way at the right time. A combination of repeated successful actions leads to successful completion each and every time. Pre-planning, that's merely just an organization of ideas and strategy. You have to be strategic with your ideas in order to see it to completion. Because if you don't have your ideas organized, your thoughts are all over the place, you're scrambling, and that's where it goes back to writing down your thoughts, decreeing what you say, legislating it, writing it out, and building those partnerships with the people who actually love you, people that will correct you, people that will be not just yes man or yes women, but people that will say, hey, you might need to pivot. You might need to calm down a little bit. Things of that, and you might need to slow down. Productive criticism like that is where you need to be to promote yourself to the next level and be that helping hand to take others with you. So prevent pathetically poor performance. That's just an analysis of being effective and efficient. Because to be effective and efficient, they sound the same, but those are 2 different meanings. Efficiency is I could yell or speak too fast and I got my message across, but was it efficient? Were you able to digest it? Were you able to meditate on the words that I spoke? So yes, it was effective because I said the right things, but it wasn't efficient because I didn't say it the right way. So that goes back to when we're doing the 7 P's, that we're effective and efficient to lead to a successful results. And having that wisdom on when to pivot, that's just surrounding yourself with the right people. Like we said, nobody makes it by themselves. And having the right people in the right environment will equal the right results for everyone's life. These are all things that I've taken to heart and applied to my life, where I've promoted myself to success. Thank you for tuning in and listening to me, and you all have a blessed day.
Hello, everyone. My name is Janice McNair, and I am the owner of Free Her Truths LLC, and I am super excited to be a part of the Comeback Champion Summit. It's such an amazing feeling to be a champion, but it's even more special when you can call yourself a comeback champion. When I think about my life and I think about where I've been and I think about where I've become, I can't help but to be so thankful and grateful for the process, because it was the process that shaped and molded me into the person that I am today. I believe that when we fight for our full potential, that's when we make the impossible possible. And I believe that we all have PTW. I want you to say, I got PTW. I know you're like, well, wait, before I say that, what's PTW? So PTW is potential to win. We all have potential to win in every aspect of our lives, but we have to be willing to fight for it. We have to be willing to do whatever's necessary for us to win. I wish I could stand in front of you and tell you that I don't know what hard times look like, that I don't know what the struggle looks like, that I don't know what it's like to hit rock bottom, because I'll be lying to you, and I don't want to lie to you. I don't want to paint a picture that isn't real. I'm able to stand in front of you today and say, I'm a mom of 3 amazing and beautiful children. I'm a 7-time marathoner, a 2-time best-selling author, as well as an international best-selling author, and a world traveler. But I haven't always been those things. And I had to fight to become each and every one of those things. So we're in a pandemic right now, and the unknown is scary. You know, life right now is a blur. We're all trying to figure out what's the next move because we're just so unsure. People are experiencing financial hardships. You know, they feel stuck and stagnant. They don't like that they're not able to move and shake like they normally do. They have to get used to this new norm while still trying to figure out what their future looks like. That's very hard. It's not easy. And although I've never experienced a pandemic before, I've experienced the side effects that comes along with being in a pandemic. I lost my mom at the age of 23. I know what it's like to have to depend on public assistance because you don't have a job. I didn't have any money to be able to feed my children. I was just so low in life where I didn't know if I was coming and going. I didn't know what direction to go in. Life really seemed like a blur. When I lost my mother, I lost my everlasting mind. Do you hear me? When I lost my mother, I lost my mind. At the age of 19, I got pregnant while I was in college. And luckily, I got my cosmetology license first, and then I went to college so that I could get my business degree. But I ended up getting pregnant and I had to come home. But I believe that my son was meant to be here. He has a purpose to fulfill in life, as well as he had a purpose to fulfill on the behalf of my mother. The year I had my son was the same year that my mother got diagnosed with a terminal illness. And my son brought her happiness and joy. And it made her fight another day through her sickness and her illness, because it's something about them grandbabies. Those grandbabies just wrapped around them grandparents. I'm telling you, they wrapped around their finger. But every day, I saw that my son brought her joy. And I feel like she fought a good fight because she wanted to be here, not only for her children, but she wanted to be here for her grandson. So when I actually lost my mother, it was a beautiful thing to know that at least she experienced what being a grandmother and that experience felt like. That gave me peace. But when I lost her, I completely lost my mind. I didn't know if I was coming or going. I felt defeated. I hated that I had no control over my feelings and my emotions. I hated that I could not bring her back. I didn't know how I was going to move forward without her. And even though I was a mother of someone else, and although I was responsible for someone else, it was just so hard for me. It was hard for me to try to figure out life without her. I didn't know how to figure it out without her. So I did what we always do when we're not ready to deal with the harsh realities of our truth. I put a Band-Aid on top. I painted a picture that wasn't real. I did whatever I could do to fill the void of that emptiness and that unbearable pain that I was feeling. Because that's what we do. Raise your hand if you've ever painted an unrealistic picture that you knew wasn't real. But you did it because you wasn't ready to deal with the harsh realities of whatever was taking place in your life. We always fill the voids when we aren't ready to deal with the whole. We don't want to do what's necessary to heal completely and to heal correctly. I wasn't there. I stopped paying my credit card bills, the creditors, everybody asking for money, $35 for this. I'm like, you asking me for $35 and I'm dealing with the loss of my mother. Y'all better go on somewhere. I was making decisions that made sense to me then, but it ain't make no sense later on. It didn't. But I told you, I was doing things that made sense to me, even though it didn't make any sense. But that's what we do. We do whatever we can to fill the void, to make us feel good for the moment. So I ended up getting into a very toxic relationship with someone that I knew I had no business on being with, because they was around prior to when my mom was here and I knew better. But you know, when life happens, I'm telling you, and we're not ready to deal with the harsh realities, you start filling the void with things and people that you just should not. And that's what I did. I wanted to do anything that made me feel good at the moment. Although I knew that was not a good situation prior to, with how I was feeling, I was like, hey, how you doing? How your day been? You know, I was just looking for anything. And it cost me a whole lot. I was in this abusive and toxic relationship for 5 years. I was fighting for his potential, and I knew that he had this greatness on the inside of him. And I knew that he could be the man that I deserved. And I was fighting for his potential, and I was fighting for something that I had no control over. Did you hear what I said? I was fighting for his potential. I told you I was doing stuff that made sense to me at the moment, but it didn't make no sense later on. But that's what I did. I ended up having 2 more children. So now I got 3 children. So it's making me fight even more. And then I ended up going to the doctors, and she told me, have you been having shortness of breath? Have you been feeling a little dizzy? Have you been arguing and fussing and fighting? And I'm like, yeah. And I have been feeling like that for a while now. And she told me that I had a heart condition, where anytime I yell and scream and fuss and fight, the right valve to my heart closes up, that causes me to have a shortness of breath, because I'm not able to breathe because my right valve closes. And I'm like, well, can I die from this, doctor? And she's like, absolutely. And I need to ask you, is his life worth you losing yours? And here I am. I had a harsh reality that I had to deal with. Did I want to put my life on the line to fight for somebody else's potential that I had no control over? Did I want to do that to my children? Did I want my children to have to experience what I was experiencing if I didn't have to have them go through that? So here I am, 3 small children, and I'm dealing with the second father. And I'm like, man, I'm not trying to start over. I'm not trying to go out here with 3 kids and 2 baby daddies already. I mean, I should fight since I'm here. But I'm like, if you keep fighting, it might cost you your life. So he ended up proposing to me, and I said, okay, maybe this will work. And then I said, Janice, you know this isn't going to work. You can't force something that's not meant for you. Because what's for you is going to be for you, but don't force something that's not meant for you. And although I could only worry about walking away with 3 kids and having 2 fathers, I could only think about what the world viewed me as. I could only think about what they would say about me. And I was thinking, well, maybe I should let him make me an honest woman and marry him, just so that I could perceive to be whatever I need to be for the world. But I said, why do I want to do that? You know, Les Brown, one of the greatest motivational speakers, he said, somebody else's opinion of you doesn't have to be your reality. And that's when I realized, no, you need to make a decision that's going to be best for you. Don't worry about trying to allow him to make you an honest woman. You better be focused on being honestly happy. That's what you need to focus on. Doing what's best, and being the best woman that you can be for you and your children. That's what you should focus on. So I left. 3 small kids, a 1-year-old, a newborn, and a 6-year-old. I left. Here I am, 3 children. What am I going to do now? I can't afford daycare. It's $1,700. I can't go. I can't work. I'm literally hitting rock bottom. At this point, because I don't have a job, because I don't have any money, I have to rely on public assistance to take care of me. Here I am at the lowest place of my life. I had to humble myself to go apply for public assistance. I mean, I ended up somewhere that my parents fought so hard for me not to be, and I ended up there anyway. I felt like a complete failure. Have you ever been a place in your life where something was taking place and you was just like, I feel like a failure? I feel like I failed my mother, I failed my father, I failed my children, I failed myself. I feel like I failed everyone. So I said to myself, well, Janice, all of that dedication and commitment and effort that you put into trying to fight for somebody else's potential, how about you do it for yourself and see what that gets you? And I said, okay, all right, I got to change my mindset. Although my circumstances look like this, and although I may be here, I don't have to stay there. I can fight for a better future. I just got to be willing to do what's necessary for me to win. So I said, okay, I'm going to change my mindset. It's time for me to have a limitless mindset. You know, instead of me worrying about what I can't do and how hard it might be, I need to just trust the process. You know, our minds, it's a powerful tool that we often misuse. You know, your mind allows you to see and for you to create whatever future or whatever it is that you want for yourself in your mind first, down to the very detail. And it's up to you to bring it into reality based off of the effort and the action that you put behind your potential. So I said, all right, I'm going to focus on what I can change right now. I'm not going to focus on all those other things that I can't change. I'm going to focus on what I can change right now, which is myself. What can I do that's going to make me better than who I was yesterday? Janice, what you can do is start challenge yourself and setting goals. You know, Will Smith said, set a goal so big that you can't achieve it until you grow into the person that can. Did you hear me? Will Smith said, set a goal so big that you can't achieve it until you grow into the person that can. So I said, I want to run a 5K next year. I hate running, but I want to mentally challenge myself and I want to do something that I always thought was impossible. I'm going to run. So instead of me running a 5K, I said, never mind. I'm going to run a half marathon. I'm going to really challenge myself mentally and physically. So I ended up running a half marathon and it was an amazing feeling. 13.1 miles. And I used to feel like I couldn't even do a mile without huffing and puffing and about to fall out somewhere. You know how I feel when you on that treadmill, you running and you like, it's only been 30 seconds. Yeah, I felt like that too at one point. But it was the process that shaped and molded me and developed me and allowed me to become that person that will make me capable and able to run a half marathon. So when I got there, I said, I want to keep going. Oh my gosh, I didn't even know I was able. I didn't even know I was capable. What else can I do? I'm gonna go for the whole thing. I'm gonna run a full marathon. I'm gonna run 26.2 miles. And that's what I did. I trained for a full marathon. And when I ran across that finish line, my hands up high, my head held high, tears coming down my face. At that moment, I realized that I can do the impossible. I can do what I once thought was too hard because I changed my thinking and it changed my life. I trusted the process. I told myself what I could do instead of telling myself what I can't do. I started to believe in me. I started to, tell myself words of affirmation. You are great. You are capable. You are bigger than your circumstances. You are bigger than where you are. And I became everything that I thought and everything I believed I was. So today, I stand here. And although, at a time where I couldn't feed my kids while I was on public assistance, I said, well, let me go back to school. I got my barber license. So then I was a dual license. I was able to cut daddy and son and do mommy and daughter. I mean, it opened so many financial doors where I was able to take myself off of public assistance. So I stand here in front of you and I say, listen, everybody may have seen me as a teen mom. and someone who couldn't feed their kids and, on public assistance and, just pathetic, right? That was me at one point. But I realized I didn't have to stay there. I didn't have to stay there. So I stand in front of you today as a 7-time marathoner, as a 2-time best-selling author, as an international best-selling author, as a world traveler. Those same kids that I couldn't feed are the same kids I take on international vacations every summer. Every summer. Those are the same kids that I'm able to expose them to different cultures and showing them just really what you can have for yourself. I'm creating this for you now, but you're going to get older and you're going to have to be able to create this life for you when you're an adult. But you got to be willing to work for it. Roger Crawford said, challenges in life are inevitable. But feeling defeated and being defeated is optional. We choose to be stuck. We choose to be stagnant. We choose to be complacent. We choose to be comfortable. But we have to choose to fight for our full potential. We have to choose to be better than who we were yesterday. We have to choose to no longer make excuses. See, the highs and lows of life, in those low times of your life, it's just an opportunity for you to learn. It's an opportunity for you to grow. It's an opportunity for you to become better than who you were yesterday. And as you continue to climb that mountain, you might fall, but you start climbing again and you learn something new that causes you to get further. And you might fall again and then you're climbing some more until you make it to the top. And when you make it to the top, you're able to look down and say, oh yeah, I know what it takes to get up here. I've been through it. I went through the process and I trusted. And when you're at the top of that mountain, you have now mastered that phase of your life. You have now mastered this particular area where you're able to say, I know what it takes right here. I'm good. I'm ready for the next process. Because there's going to be another time period in your life where obstacles comes and challenges come. But instead of you feeling defeated and instead of you feeling uneasy, you're going to say, okay, this is just another opportunity for me to learn, another opportunity for me to grow, another opportunity for me to get better. I don't know what it is that you may be going through, but you're bigger than your circumstances. You're a fighter, you're a warrior, you're a survivor, and you are a comeback champion. There's nothing that you cannot do. There's nothing that you cannot overcome, because a comeback champion can come back from anything. And that's what you are. And I need you to believe that. And I need you to understand that only you defined you. I want you to do something for me. I want you to grab a piece of paper and I want you to write down 3 goals that you would like to achieve. 3. And out of those 3 goals, I want you to choose 2 of them that you're going to complete in the next 6 months. And then that 3rd goal, you're going to complete towards the end of the year. And I want you to have a right now sense of urgency. I want you to have a right now sense of urgency when it comes to your future, when it comes to your goals and your dreams. I want you to feel like, oh no, I got to work on this right now. Because even within this pandemic, when life happens, that's when you have to show up for yourself even more. That's when you have to say, okay, I'm ready to go. Let's square up and let's fight. Because I'm worth the fight. You are worth the fight. So whatever goals that you want to achieve, it doesn't have to be anything big. We have to learn how to celebrate our small victories, because our small victories turn into big victories. It could be losing weight. It could be starting your book. It could be starting that nonprofit that you want. It could be, I don't want to smoke no more. I don't want to drink anymore. It could be the smallest thing. I just want you to start. I just want you to start. And I want you to fight. I have a gift for you. I want you to go to www.janice.mcnair.com. And I want you to sign up with your email. And in return, you're going to get the first chapter of my book, Fighting for Your Full Potential. unleash the greatness inside of you, and experience a life full of wins. This book will guide you and help you in the process of really fighting for your full potential. I believe this chapter will be the start of something great for you, a guideline for you to follow, so that if you get off track, you know exactly where to come back to. Because when life happens, we all fall down, but I need you to always be able to get back up. So today, if you don't leave with anything else, I need you to understand that when you fight for your full potential, that's when you make the impossible possible. And when you are a comeback champion, there's nothing that you can't come back from, because you are a comeback champion and you can make the impossible possible. So that's what I want you to do. And that's what I want you to believe. Believe in yourself, believe in your dreams, and know that your circumstances, they can't hold you down. You're bigger than them. You hold the power. You control your destiny. So whatever it is that you want, you fight for it and you go get it. I've enjoyed my time with you, and I hope that you have been able to get something out of what I shared with you today. Continue to win, continue to fight, and continue to be a comeback champion.
Top of the day to you. John L. Mack here. Hey, I'm so excited and delighted to be back once again sharing information for your transformation. And today on the Comeback Champion Summit, it's my obligation, my duty, my responsibility to just share just a little insight that will help you with your comeback. All of us face setbacks in life in one way, shape, or form or another. What's a setback for you may be a setup for me to be able to go up and to scale up, and vice versa. But the important thing is that we have to realize that there are situations and circumstances, things in life that we're confronted with and we want to overcome. We want to win, and we want to be able to make it work for us. So permit me to take a few moments and share with you something that I think that can help you with your bounce back, can help you bounce back better, to help you build back better, and to help you be able to create a foundation so that you can have the information that you can get to your destination. A little bit of poetry this morning, but seriously. I want to take that word believe, because everything is predicated on what you believe. If you understand the value of what you believe, then everything that you want to receive and everything that you're hoping to achieve will be predicated on what you believe and how you believe and why you believe. You see, that is a foundation. You're able to build up everything around it so that you can achieve everything that you're seeking to achieve. And I'm not trying to make it this simplistic or just trying to denigrate or to diminish the value of all the other attributes that are necessary for you to achieve the things that you want to achieve. It begins with that core foundation of what you believe. So we're going to take that word and break it down. But before I do, I'd like to just to share with you a little bit of an insight. You know, because of what I was able to believe over the course of the last 10 years, I've been able to achieve some pretty remarkable successes. I've written and published 22 books, all of them bestsellers. I've been able to help another 250 individuals to be able to do the same thing, aspiring authors to achieve that goal of being a published author. And that's a remarkable goal, because only about 1 or 2% of the American people actually achieve that goal, whereas almost 95% have that in their wheelhouse, their wish list. I want to write a book. So not just in writing a book, but in building a business and stepping out and establishing a relationship and becoming a speaker, whatever your goal, your dream, your aspiration is, you have to have a foundation on which to build. You know, the foundation, you know, they talked about the foundation of sand and the foundation that was just not strong and not solid. And so whatever you build upon it can be knocked down and trashed out. Well, when you build on a solid foundation, and that foundation is what you believe, then you'll be able to achieve all the things that you want out of life. So, comeback champions, just buckle up and just stay with me for the next several moments. And I'm going to share with you the foundation of what it means to believe in order to achieve. Now, at the end of this broadcast, I want to have you go to my website at www.getpublishedsuccessfully.com, and there you'll be able to get a free PDF of my latest book, The 7 Things You Must Believe If You Want to Achieve. So this is predicated on that on the principles from that book, and so we're going to break it down from those 7 principles from the word believe. And the first one is the word boundaries. You see, if you're looking to achieve greater, if you're looking to achieve more, if you're looking to receive more out of life, you have to set boundaries. Boundaries are so very vital and so very important. So when you have a boundary, that means that you have positioned yourself to win. That means you have positioned yourself to be able to move forward toward a specific goal or ideal. So with that being said, the boundaries are twofold. Number one, the boundaries are designed to keep people out, to keep things out, and also to keep things in and to keep people in. So some people are in your sphere of influence. Some people don't deserve or to be there. Some people should not be in your circle of influence. They should be in an outer circle. But for whatever reason, we've allowed them to come inside into the inner sanctum, and they need to be removed. The boundaries allow you to remove them successfully. Without causing panic or without causing any type of difficulty or negativity in the experience. So boundaries have to be set. And the boundaries, like I said earlier, are designed to keep things and stuff out, and also to be able to allow things and stuff to come in. So you got a boundary that says this is where we're allowed to go to. Once that boundary is set, then the important thing is that you operate from a position of excellence. The first E in the word believe means excellence, that you operate from excellence. Now, most people find themselves operating from the pursuit of perfection. Listen, perfection is an impossibility. Perfection will never be realized. You can continue searching for it, seeking for it, trying relentlessly positioning yourself to be able to achieve it, but the end result will never come about. Perfection is an impossibility, but excellence is a reality. Excellence is something that we can do every day, and excellence is a choice that you make when you wake up. You say, I'm going to do my very best. I'm going to operate from every aspect of what I know in order to achieve what I want to achieve. And so when you pursue and when you engage in excellence, the end result becomes an excellent result, becomes the best and the greatest result possible based on your skill set, based on everything possible. And when you operate in excellence, the universe conspires to work with you to achieve and bring about that which you are seeking to bring about. But the thing about perfection is the closer you get to it, the more elusive it becomes, the further it shrinks away from you. And when you see excellence in others, perfection in others, you find yourself, comparing yourself and thinking that you're not good enough, that you don't qualify, that you're not as capable, or you don't have the abilities that they do, and so you denigrate yourself trying to compare yourself to others. Stop it. You don't have to compare yourself to others. When you operate in excellence, they're comparing themselves to you. Take that bit of advice, and I promise you it'll change your life. Now, that brings us to the next point, which is the L for leverage. You have to leverage all of your gifts, all of your talents, all of your abilities, all of your skills, so that you're able to achieve the dreams and goals that you've set for yourself. The aspiration that you have comes about because you've leveraged all of everything that you have to make that become reality. So leveraging is a skill set that can't be diminished. It can't be downplayed. It is important as anything. When you leverage, that means Archimedes said that if he had a lever long enough and strong enough, he could lift the world. But we want you to be able to lift your own world. So the leverage that comes about is that you do everything that you possibly can and use all your abilities, all your skills, everything that you have to bring about the change that you're looking to see come about in your life. And then that brings us to that next point, which is integrity. You see, when you operate in integrity, that means the leverage that you're applying to your life is something that benefits those around us. They say that the value is greater than when it's applied to everything around it. Synergy means that the sum total is greater than the parts thereof. So we want to be able to operate in integrity so that we can bring to us that sum total and have it synergistically raise ourselves to another level. And that's where that leverage comes in, because with integrity, leverage now brings even greater benefit to us. With integrity, excellence now expands itself exponentially. And even the boundaries that we set are able to be expanded. And just like Jabez, that we'll be able to enlarge our territory. So that's very, very important. Which brings us to the E, to that next E, which is experience. Listen, all of us experience certain things in life. You know, as young people, as children and youth, we're experiencing certain things, and things are poured into us from family, from friends, from parents, from teachers, from preachers, from all around us. We're having experiences poured into us, and beliefs poured into us, and lifestyles poured into us, and then we now have shaped and formed our reality based on all the things that have been poured into us. Well, it's important that you make sure that your experiences, even the past ones, line up and are congruent with the values that you've adopted and accepted in life. Sometimes those values can be redirected. Sometimes those values can be misdirected. So the experiences that we have in life will determine the habits that we have. Our habits will determine our character. Our character will determine our destination. See, where your destiny and where you're going is going to be determined by the things that you do and the things that you've done and the things that and how you allow the experiences that you have to influence you and to impact you. So every day we get to make new experiences, and those new experiences, champions, are things that make all the difference in your life. I know that in the process of me moving forward and writing 20 plus books and helping 200 plus authors to get their books published, all of that, those experiences have now been implanted into me, deep into me. They've been embedded in me so that now they are part of my DNA. They are part of my mindset. They are part of my reality. And now I can speak from those experiences. I can share from those experiences and help to leverage you from those experiences, because I operate in integrity and because I operate in excellence. And I have boundaries that say, hey, you can't do this because it will influence that, and it makes a difference in that integrity piece that you've already set up. So all of that kind of comes together and creates the next step, which is validation. Now, all of us are seeking validation from some source. A lot of it from the outside. We're seeking validation from parents, from teachers, from coworkers, from bosses, from partners, from associates, from relationship. We're seeking validation from all the things that we allow in our inner circle, in our spectrum. And that validation oftentimes doesn't come because we want it to come in a specific manner, and we're sitting up seeking for it and looking for it, and when it doesn't come, it causes us to sit back and feel less than, that we're not qualified, that we're not good enough, that our esteem kind of plummets because we are looking at the validation that we're either not receiving or not receiving in the manner and the scope that we have envisioned or that we desire. Listen, jump that. Listen, if you're a champion, your validation has to come from within. You know, in the Bible, David was in a serious situation in the Old Testament. He was being chased by Saul. Saul wanted to kill him, and his men had left him, and he was kind of on his own in that cave in Zebulun. And he looked up and he had to encourage himself, because he wasn't getting any encouragement from any other place. You've got to encourage yourself. You must validate yourself. Self-validation comes before any other validation has any significance or any impact. When you engage in self-validation, you validate yourself. You say that you realize, recognize, and emphasize that you are good enough, that you are qualified, that you are enough, and that there's nothing else needed to complement you or to complete you, that you already are good enough. That validation allows you to be able to take us to that next step, which is elevation. You see, elevation is the end result of all of that. When you set the correct boundaries, when you operate from excellence, when you leverage all of your gifts and talents and abilities to the very best, and you can operate and be the greatest you possible. When you operate from integrity, and your experiences, old and new and soon to be, those experiences are generating toward your greater good. And you validated yourself and allowed others to validate you because you esteem yourself high enough. Elevation is the end result. So that word believe, everything that you want to achieve is predicated on that very simple foundational principle. Believe. You must believe. You have to wake up in the morning and believe that you will achieve. You have to believe that what you want to achieve is not only capable and possible, but it is purposeful, it is passionate, and it is now your time to operate in the receipt of that, in the accomplishment of that, in the achievement of that. Hey, I'm not trying to get all preachy and tough on you. Listen. I've gone through many situations in life. There were times when I've had little and times when I've had a lot. You know, the Bible tells us that we need to be able to be a base at the very bottom, and we need to be able to operate well when we abound. Oftentimes when we are doing well, we lose sight of the fact that we need other people around us and that we ain't all that. But when we're at the bottom and it seems like there's nothing, we can't even look up and see the curve. When we're there, we have to also realize that we are valuable, that we are important, and we validate ourselves. So with that being said, champions, I want you to stay on and listen to the rest of my super friends because we're bringing you information just like I brought you for your transformation. And remember, go to www.getpublishedsuccessfully.com and get my free PDF, The 7 Things You Must Believe If You Want to Achieve. This will bless you real good. It will open some doors in your mind and your spirit that will resonate with where you want to go and where you want to be. Hey, with that being said, let me just share this with you. Everybody has a book in them that somebody needs and wants to read. Anybody can write a book with today's technology, but nobody, and I mean nobody, can read a book that's never been written or one that's never been published. Get with me, John L. Mack. I'm the CEO of GetPublickedSuccessfully.com. And today can be your January the 1st. Today, you can make a decision to be a part of your own vision and be the comeback champion that's within all of us. Hey, everybody can come back from setbacks. Setbacks, like Dr. Willie Jolly says, are just a setup for a comeback. And we want you to be able to come back from whatever adversity, situation, or difficulty that you're facing. But today should be and can be your January the 1st. Have an awesome day and tell somebody that they can win.
I have a confession to make. For weeks, I have agonized over the perfect things I can share with you and the perfect way to say it. I mean, I even hired a coach to help me with all this perfection. You know, the perfect words, the perfect story arc, you know, one that would give you a window into the depths of my soul and somehow magically transform you. Well, the truth is, this won't be perfect. I'm not perfect. You're not perfect. Life is not perfect. And now that we have that out of the way, as Jay-Z says, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Kelly Charles Collins, attorney, speaker, author, coach, wife, mom, sister, daughter, aunt, and sister friend. And I'm 100% that chick companies hire to keep them on the right side of the next hashtag movement. I'm also the chief visionaire who empowers women to reverse engineer their vision into reality. And the founder of Ladies Who Leverage, which empowers women to build their business, brand, and badassery. But unlike Beyonce, I didn't wake up like this. Flawless takes work. So let me take you on a little journey. On October 22nd, 2019, I went to work in the downtown law firm where I was a partner. Now, to me, it was just another Tuesday. So when I got to work, I sat at my desk and I just began typing away. When suddenly I heard a voice. Now, it wasn't a loud voice. It was a whisper, but a very clear whisper. It was like deep in my soul. And the voice said, "Turn around." So I swiveled around in my chair and there was nobody in the office but me. And as I sat there, I just looked out in front of me and all I could see was the back wall of my office. And it was covered left to right, top to bottom with all of my degrees and accomplishments. So I just sat there in silence, taking it all in. And then I just felt this sense of peacefulness come over me. And out of nowhere, I just uttered these 3 words: my freedom papers. And then I just swiveled my chair back around and got back to typing like nothing had ever happened. Then a couple of hours passed and I heard beep beep on my phone. And it was one of the partners asking me to come to his office. And I felt it though. It was like, today is the day. So I walked to his office, opened the door, and there he was sitting at his desk. And the firm's managing partner was sitting on the couch. So I just sat down at the desk and smiled. So the partner who called me began to speak, and he says, "Kelly, we need to talk to you. We want you to know that we enjoy working with you, and outside of the named partners, you are the best attorney in the firm." Now, you know there's really only 2 options after that. You're getting a promotion or you're getting fired. So he continued talking. "Kelly, as of the end of the year, you will no longer be employed." Yep, I was being fired. So I said, okay, I get it. You know, I wasn't surprised. Like, I knew this day was coming. It was either on their time or mine. They just happened to do it first. So I kept smiling and he kept talking. "Kelly, we can no longer afford to pay you." They had no idea how true that statement was. But it wasn't because they didn't have the money to pay me, but because me being priceless had been 33 years in the making. You see, at the age of 16, I graduated from high school and moved from Miami, Florida to attend college in Providence, Rhode Island. By the age of 18, I had passed all the tests to earn my associate's degree. By 20, my bachelor's degree. I guess you could say I was on my way to living what we've all been led to believe is the American dream. You know, graduate from high school, go to college, get a good job, and then have a family. But you know what other test I passed at age 20? A pregnancy test. So was this the end of the dream? Well, that depends on how you see life. I don't see life as linear. I believe to the depths of my soul that everything happens for a reason. And until age 20, I had lived a good life, a carefree life. I'd never really even been challenged. But you know what they say? There's no better time than the present. And for me, the present was the summer of 1990. Here I am, 20 years old, single, pregnant, and a couple months from beginning my MBA program. I had some decisions to make. Do I quit school? Do I end my pregnancy? Or do I let others speak shame and disappointment over my life? Well, I did none of those things. Instead, as was so eloquently stated in this excerpt from Maya Angelou, just like moons and like suns, with the certainty of tides, just like hopes springing high, still I'll rise. Did you want to see me broken, bowed head and lowered eyes? Shoulders falling down like teardrops, weakened by my soulful cries? Does my haughtiness offend you? Don't you take it awful hard? Because I laugh like I've got gold mines digging in my own backyard. You may shoot me with your words. You may cut me with your eyes. You may kill me with your hatefulness, but still, like air, I'll rise. I chose in that moment to ignore any outside noise and instead step powerfully into who I was raised to be. The little girl from Kingston, Jamaica, who was told she could be and do anything she put her mind to. In the summer of 1990, I put my mind to having my baby and earning my MBA. I decided I was going to live life on my terms. I decided to create my own American dream. I decided that I could have it all and not let anybody tell me differently. I decided that I had to show up for me because I knew that one day I might have to show up for you. Now, don't get me wrong. It was not easy. I was 21 with a baby, 2 college degrees, about to start my MBA program. And even though I was working full time, I was still the working poor. I was only making $340 a week. I couldn't pay rent, bills, and also care for a baby. So you know what I did? I applied for food stamps. They denied me. I applied for childcare assistance. They denied me. And why? Because they said I made too much money. $340 a week was too much money. Now listen, that burned me to my soul. I mean, these people have put a value on my worth, and I vowed that I would never let that happen again. You ever have that feeling? You know that feeling that someone else is in control of your destiny and there's no way around it and you just feel like quitting? Well, I want you to know there's always a way, and quitting is not an option. And yes, that way may include some loss and sacrifice, but there's always a way. Because loss and sacrifice are just measures of life. So when shit happens, don't let it happen to you. Let it happen for you. At age 21, I was broke but not broken, highly educated and motivated. At 21, I chose to bring my son into this world. I had no choice but to keep going. But there were days when I woke up and I was so overwhelmed with the realization that I had somewhere to go. But because I couldn't afford a babysitter, my son didn't. And I have to say, the first time that it happened, it really, really threw me. I had to go to work, but I had no friends or family to babysit, and I couldn't afford to pay a babysitter. So I just sat there in my apartment thinking, what am I going to do? I needed to go to work, and my son needed to be taken care of. So I decided that meant that he had to go to work too. I mean, I had no idea what my boss would think, but I got him dressed, I packed his diaper bag, and we drove to work. And when I got to my office, I put down my bags and I gently placed him in his carrier under my desk. I just acted like it was normal. Now, it took a while for my boss to realize that he was even there, but when she did, she just acted like it was normal too. I was lucky. Then after I worked all day, I would pack him up, drive to school, and gently place him in his carrier on top of my desk. Now, my professor wasn't as understandable as my boss, but I didn't care. You know, it's like that old song. Yes, I'm going to date myself. You know that old song, my buddy, wherever I go, he goes. And yes, I can't sing. Well, anyway, that routine continued over time, but things didn't get any easier. I was still only making $340 a week. And finally, it got to the point that I just couldn't even afford to pay for my car. So I just stopped paying for it. Child, I even tried hiding it. But eventually they found it and it got repossessed. Now, in hindsight, this all seems a little crazy and surreal. But at the time, that was my life. And I had to figure out a way to make a way. It was really the beginning of me understanding my power. At that time, I had no intention of anyone or anything getting in my way. I was not going to let external forces stop me. And you shouldn't either. I was a woman on a mission. I mean, truthfully, at the time, I was just trying to survive. But now I fully understand that these bumps were a necessary part of my journey. You know, my mother says that when you're born, your book is written. And I like to add, feel free to edit accordingly. And through the power of clarity, intention, and purposeful action, edit I have. So let me tell you a little bit about my book. My edited book led me on a journey to earning my MBA at 22 on $340 a week with a baby in tow. It led me to power through law school in California, earning my law degree in 2.5 years instead of the regular 3, all while making the sacrifice of leaving my son in Florida to be raised by my mom and sister. It led me to starting a wedding and event planning business after losing a 6-figure attorney job because I needed a job. It led me to walking 60 miles in 3 days and starting a 501c3 nonprofit and raising money for breast cancer in honor of my mother. It led me to being my son's momager and singing the hook on one of his songs because that's just what moms do. It led me to accept a 5-figure salary as an HR investigator after practicing law for 13 years and really not giving a damn about what anybody thought. It led me to being a badass trial attorney who showed up and showed out every day because that's what I was supposed to do. It led me on the path of becoming an author and delivering my TEDx, both in the same 11-month period because I thought I could. And it led me to earning multiple 6 figures, pursuing my purpose during a pandemic. But was it all good? No. Because as you can see, it also led me to being unemployed, underemployed, and on government assistance. And that's despite all of my accomplishments. Now, I'm not sharing these parts of my journey to brag or boast. I share them because I want you to fully embrace that life is a journey, that your life is your journey. And I want you to know that I've been there and experienced that. And I want you to know that even if you have been there and experienced that, whatever that is for you, that you can still be and do anything that you put your mind to. See, sometimes we allow pride, embarrassment, and what they might think to get in our way. But who cares what they think? They only have the power you give them. See, my partners thought they had the power on October 22nd, when at age 49, making multiple 6 figures, they brought me full circle to again being told, you make too much money. But this time it didn't burn my soul. It awakened the burning in my soul. You know, that burning desire to unapologetically own my power, the grace to accept my freedom papers, the freedom I had prayed for, the freedom to stand unapologetically in my greatness, the freedom to express what really moves me, the freedom to not be questioned about my thoughts or to whom I allow access, the freedom to not have to look the other way, the freedom to be 100% me. So you may ask, what made the difference? Time. 28 years to embrace what lies beneath. Me. I'm a realist. And what I know is that you can't be anything to anyone unless you're everything to yourself. I mean, it took years of twists and turns, stops and starts, lessons and accomplishments to unapologetically sit in my power, knowing that what lies beneath my success is me. And what lies beneath your success is you. Now, this doesn't mean that you travel the success journey alone. Heck, I currently have 4 coaches, 2 mentors, and countless informal advisors. But no amount of coaching, mentoring, or advising matters if you don't first own your power. For 2 years before I lost my last job, I was planning my exit. Some days I was all in on the exit plan, and some days I just retreated to the comfort of my biweekly paycheck. You know, 1 foot in and 1 foot out. Now I know I'm talking to some of you. But I had already spoken into the universe my desire to leave my profession and pursue my purpose. And it's funny, the universe has a way of holding you to account. So losing my job was just a push I needed. And it was also a stark reminder that my words and thoughts have power. And when that voice whispered to me to turn around so I could see all that I had accomplished, and my soul spoke into existence those 3 words, my freedom papers, I knew 100% all would be well with my world. That's because I know that I belong everywhere I am, but I don't belong everywhere. See, there are moments in life when your time has come, when through clarity and confidence, you know that some people or places no longer deserve your presence. When you understand that no matter the situation, You hold your power. On January 1st, 2020, I was unemployed and had to decide. Was I going to continue to play footsie with my profession, or was I going to step all into my purpose? Now here I was knocking on the door of 50, and I thought about my favorite poem, The Dash. The last line says, "So when your eulogy is being read, with your life's actions to rehash, would you be proud of the things they say about how you lived your dash?" So I really started thinking about my legacy. And the choice was clear. Just like I did at 20, there would be no or, it would be and. I retired from the practice of law and chose to go all in to leverage my profession to pursue my purpose. We all have choices to make in life. And like me, you have the power to choose whether shit happens to you or for you. You have the power to choose to not let others define your worth. You have the power to choose to pursue your dreams or let them die a slow death because you let others speak negativity and their own insecurities over your life. When I began today, I told you I agonized for weeks over what to share with you. And it wasn't because I didn't know what to say, but because I was choosing not to say it my way. I was choosing to follow someone else's path. I was choosing to go against what I know to be true, that what lies beneath my success is me. Me. Not being my authentic self wasn't serving me. Actually, it was confusing me. So what are you choosing to do in your life that is not serving you? Now, I understand we all lose focus every now and then. We're not perfect, but our goal shouldn't be perfection. It should be purpose. And I truly believe that my purpose is to be the light for others to step into their greatness. So I'm going to ask you to do me a favor. For the next few minutes, put down your phone, stop scrolling or checking email, and just focus directly on me. I want you to look directly at me as if you're looking at yourself in a mirror. Now I want you to take a deep breath in and slowly breathe out. One more time, deep breath in and slowly breathe out. Now I'm going to ask you to repeat after me. I own my power. I am the consistent thread on my life's journey of twists and turns. I am the bridge between my vision and my reality. I decide my worth. I am my success. I am what lies beneath. Whew. Now, how did that feel? Now, if that was scary for you, or if you're not sure that you even truly believe it all, don't worry. I'm here to help you. You have the power to be and do anything you put your mind to. But that putting your mind to, that doesn't mean just set it and forget it. I know many of you have probably created vision boards or some other visual representation of your dreams and goals. And some of you may even have been told that to achieve those goals, you just need to visualize them, say some affirmations, and believe in the law of attraction. Well, all of those things are good, but they're not enough. To truly reach the place of knowing so you can unapologetically own your power, you have to take intentional action. But the great thing is, you don't have to do this alone. So this is what I want you to do for me. I want you to go to my website, Coach Kells, CoachKelz.com. Yes, spelling I need to spell. And do two things. So go to CoachKelz.com and do two things. One, I want you to take my Power Persona quiz. And then two, I want you to schedule a 15-minute Own My Power breakthrough session. Now, I only have a few spots on my calendar for these sessions, so I don't want you to wait, because you know what they say, fortune favors the bold. So now it's all in your hands. You can unapologetically own your power, or you can sit back and just let shit happen. You decide.
My name is Crystal Lee Lucier, also known as your Home Sweet Home 519 Realtor Crystal Lee Moore with Royal LePage Triland Realty in London, Ontario, Canada. A decade ago, I was an employee, just like many of you might be today. And I took the leap into the world of being an entrepreneur. They say the road to success is messy and crazy, and they're not wrong. Here's my story and some of the key lessons that I learned along the way, and some tips that will hopefully help you on your own journey. For all of the employees out there, are you struggling to get to work or in COVID times, log in by 8 a.m. or 9 a.m. every weekday? Trying to get as much caffeine into your poor brain before plunging into conversations, projects, and actual thought? I remember it like it was yesterday, punching in and punching out every day in the lunchroom in my downtown law office. Have you ever found yourself just wanting more, looking around and thinking, is this all there is? For me, I wanted to feel passionate about my career, and I tried my hand as a law clerk until a decision was going to have to be made: go to law school and become a lawyer, or just focus on law clerking. I chose secret answer C, and I began the process of getting my real estate license at the suggestion of a most unlikely character in my story, my first real estate agent. I stayed working at the law firm. Like many entrepreneurs, I was simply dipping my toe in the waters of self-employment at this point. I wanted to try it, but I felt my safety net, aka my salary, was good to hang on to. But it was time to cut through that safety net, and I decided to go with the extra acceleration package. I moved to a brand new city and decided to start from scratch with absolutely no plan and no savings. I would not recommend this. Almost every entrepreneur knows that they need something very important to start their journey: a network of people to support you and to support. I mentioned the brand new city, right? I entered this city with the hubris of the young. I was going to show this new city of Guelph, Ontario, Canada, what was what. I had come there from the capital of Canada, Ottawa, while working at the law firm full-time, and I was able to close 7 transactions. That's pretty impressive, right? Wrong. What was impressive was my amazing network of people and the support that I had in place, where people knew me, liked me, and trusted me. It took me 8 whole months to sell my first house in this new city. And in that time, I learned a lot. In the 9 years since then, I learned even more about building a successful business. Feel free to learn from my missteps, as I had the good fortune to learn from others. And let's make 2021 ours for the taking. For those of you who might be struggling as an employee, my book suggestion is All In by Arlene Dickinson. I love this woman, but after reading this book and the aha moments I had, I love her even more. Big recommend. When you decide to become an entrepreneur, there are wonderful things that you hear. It's really heartwarming. Be your own boss, make your own hours, freedom will be yours. There is literally no ceiling to what you can make. And these are all true, but these are also true. You might find out that you're not a very good boss. Those hours might not be the ones that you really like. Loneliness is a thing, watch for it. And there might not be a ceiling, but there also might not be a floor. I would like to tell you that selling my first home 8 months after moving into a new city happened just because I didn't quit. And it sort of did, but it also happened because of some very important decisions I took. I'm a huge fan of Tony Robbins' program, Personal Power 2. And in it, he shares the definition of decision. To decide literally means to cut off from, to cut off all other possibilities and go for it. My big decision moment happened in April 2013. I realized that I was going to have to go all in if I wanted this whole real estate thing to work. At the time, I still had an Ottawa phone number, and I thought of myself as an Ottawa law clerk who was just trying out Guelph real estate as an option. It was not working. Most cities like to support local, especially these days. So I decided then and there to make a choice. For an entire year, I would go all in as a real estate agent. I would change my number to a local number, and I would embrace this new career. And if after a whole year of doing my best, I still didn't see any improvements or any success, I'd go back to doing something else, maybe being a law clerk. But folks, this was a game changer. Dabbling feels safe, but it stunts our growth and it confuses people. Are you all in or are you just trying it out? I changed my title to Your Guelph Realtor, Crystal Moore. I wanted people to think of me when they thought of Guelph real estate, and I started to take my passion for giving back and connecting to the next level. I began to sponsor things in the city, from events to groups, and my purpose was clear. I wanted people in Guelph to know about me. I wanted to become part of the fabric of this small but amazing city. I ran a networking group and it started to grow. I did not get business immediately from these efforts, but that wasn't my goal. The goal was simply to get exposure, and it was a wild success. From getting to know more people and connect with more people, my business started to grow. I also decided to go all in with a database management system to track my clients and my contacts and my sales. I had been tracking everyone on an Excel spreadsheet, and it was getting overwhelming. I chose California-based Buffinian company CRM, or the Client Referral Maker. This CRM was also a game changer for me. I was able to connect with clients and contacts on a deeper level and track the source of relationships and sales. I have tracked my business sources from the start, and I can confidently say that my business comes from 3 sources: referrals from my network, open houses where I have a knack for connecting with people, and lastly, from sign calls, which just means prospective buyers or sellers who see advertisements and give me a call or send me a message. It would appear from those 3 things that my sponsoring wasn't really working, wouldn't it? Not true. I was connecting with some amazing people. I was meeting people who also connected and supported the city and who were also very supportive of my business. I met wonderful people, including networking colleagues, clients, and we began to support each other. It was a really great time. Things were moving quickly, but then you have to add real life into the mix. The relationship I had moved to the city for fell apart. And while that wasn't a big surprise, it still added more to my plate, and I had to make another decision. Do I stay or do I go? I had spent a year and a half of my life growing this business, fighting for my first glimmer of hope and success in such a competitive industry. I had actually gained some traction, and going back to Ottawa seemed like a step backwards. I found an apartment, and in February of the next year, I made a decision that I would own my own home by November 1st. And guys, on September 1st, I got the keys to my very own home in Guelph, Ontario. The end. Just kidding. There's so much more to this story. As a real estate agent, I've been blessed with many opportunities for learning. Buffini & Company that I mentioned earlier holds several seminars every year. And one of the lessons that they teach us is that in order to have achievement in business or life, there's 3 stages that you need to go through. They actually use a fountain as an example. So the first tier is stability. You're consistently able to pay your bills, you make sales, you have a somewhat steady income, you have even some savings. But it has to be the first step, and skipping it brings consequences. Then comes success. You're really rocking it. You have extra money to save for your future, you're doing things, you're traveling, exploring, maybe you're investing in your business more. Get a new car, pay off your house, all that fun. Finally comes significance. You've done very well. It's time to give back, to make your mark on the world. Maybe it's giving to charity, maybe it's sponsoring something, establishing a scholarship. Whatever it is, you've earned it, and you're happy to pay it forward. As a real estate agent, we can make very little, or we can make a lot in a short time. And we do earn it, but it's harder to wrap your mind around it. There's a time when we grow, even if we grow at a normal pace, between where we start and where we're going. And it's not a fun time for anyone. I call it the fog between, and it's safe to say that all entrepreneurs, everyone goes through this. It's unfamiliar, it can be lonely, and it can be terrifying. And the kicker is that you can't go backwards. You cannot go back and expect to fit in your old space anymore because growth changes you. Your old friends, your old shows, your old hobbies, sometimes they still fit, but other times they don't. You might find that new friends, new shows, new hobbies, but not in the fog. While you're still in the fog, you're trying to find your footing and trust in the unknown. I wish someone had told me about the fog in advance, but I had to just tough it out. There were some dark days in there. I've almost quit this profession and being an entrepreneur several times, at least once a year since I started. It's a tough go. But when you understand the fog and you follow your passion, it's a little easier to hang on. They say it takes 5 years to realize success in a new business. 5 years. Who has patience for that? Success is messy. And you have to remember that every time you feel like you failed, you're also receiving an education. Still, being self-employed can be emotionally draining, and self-care is a must. Change takes a toll on all of us, even when we think it doesn't, and even when that change is a good thing. Also, beware of the scarcity trap. I'm sure you've all heard about scarcity and abundance, but in case you haven't, the key is to always live in abundance. Believe that there is enough to go around, and your job is to go and get your share. To believe that your success is independent of somebody else's success. And try to avoid people who live in scarcity. How do we spot them? The first key is that they're very suspicious of everyone, very concerned that people will try to steal their ideas. They will not accept a lunch date or a coffee date to pick their brain, and they flat out refuse to help their colleagues. They see you and they see me and any other competitor as a direct threat to their very being and their success. The people who live in abundance, however, are amazing. They seem to shine brighter than everyone else, and they're more than happy to help and guide and share. They are successful because of who they are and not because of the gimmicks that they use. They're equally confident that even if someone were to use all of the tricks and gimmicks that they use, they still wouldn't fail because it's who they are that people choose to deal with. There's always enough to go around. Still, the biggest key to growing a business as an entrepreneur is your network. You might have heard the term sphere of influence before, and if not, it's basically a list of everyone you know and everyone who knows you. The first thing you should do is write out at least 50 people that you can think of. And when you're done that, write down 50 more people. Unless you're brand new to a place like I was, there are at least 100 people for that list. Your hairdresser, the person at the gas station, your old or current colleagues, friends from school, your mechanic, the really nice person at the coffee shop, your neighbors. Now, if you're like I was when I first started out and you know one person or less, the key is to get out there. In my first 8 months, while I wasn't selling houses, I was trying to meet people at every opportunity. I went to every, and I do mean every, networking event I could find. I took cards, wrote down emails, connected with organizers. And I don't know if you've heard of the Welcome Wagon, but I even reached out to them. The woman who ran the program told me I was the very first business who had reached out to them to become a sponsor. Not only is she now a good friend of mine all these years later, but I even helped her and her husband buy and sell their home. I also hosted open houses for my colleagues. I hosted booths at local trade shows. I held draws for gift baskets. I networked with the other vendors. There's always a way. And I kept in touch with everyone. I sent personal notes. I emailed. I used my phone for its actual intended purpose, and I dialed numbers and had conversations. And for every event I participated in, I documented the experience on social media. It didn't really matter that I didn't get any real estate clients from my first trade show. I got more than 30 names, emails, and phone numbers, and some great photos of me doing my thing at the trade show. And when I hosted an open house and I only had 3 visitors, I connected with them. I got their contact info, and then I shared that experience on my social media. Showing your network that you're committed to what you do is important. You need to remind people that you do what you do, because people generally aren't thinking about you, and they're not thinking about me. They're thinking about themselves and their own lives, as they should be. The average person can only remember a handful of brands by memory, and it takes 5 to 7 brand exposures to even get into their minds. This is why developing relationships with people is key. It's authentic, it's real, and it gets you into the hearts and minds of the people around you. Now back to that list. Once you get into this exercise, you can maybe get fancy with it. Depending on your career path or what kind of an entrepreneur you are, there are certain names that might be worth a highlight or an underline. As a realtor, for example, I wanted to connect with complementary industries, mortgage brokers, lawyers, insurance people, painters, stagers, photographers, home inspectors, plumbers, electricians, handy people. But for all of us, we also want to connect with people who perform services you'll use, like a hairdresser or a dental hygienist, personal trainer, graphic designer, printers, and so on. A great book to read as you embark upon this journey is How to Win Friends and Influence People by Dale Carnegie. This book was another game changer for me. Before I read it, I was attending networking event after networking event, and I would return home exhausted and deflated. A few hours trying to convince people that I was good at my job and that they should refer people to me, and I was done. But it doesn't have to be this way. In fact, it can be fun and so much easier. I won't give away the whole book, but the key takeaways for me was that we must learn and remember people's names. This was a tough one for me at first. I used to dislike hearing my own name, so I didn't use other people's names. But people love to hear their own name. It's a favorite word for most of them. And surprise twist, when you use people's names often in a conversation, you'll find a deeper connection with them. It's amazing. And another takeaway is that it's better to be thought of as interested than interesting. What's that now? Asking questions of people and listening to their answers is actually a better way to get to know them and show them that you care. In fact, I rarely share with people in a group setting what I do. Even at a first meeting, I'm genuinely interested in hearing about the other person. They'll ask about me eventually. I want to know what they do and why, what their goals are, who inspires them. I do share about me at the end, as I said, but I know the conversation is simply a starting off point for building a relationship. People work with people they know, they like, and they trust. And people refer people that they work with and that they deeply know and like and trust. And it also helps infinitely if you're actively trying to support their businesses too. Think about how many people on that list you made actually run their own businesses, and maybe they could use a supportive cheerleader and connector like you. The more we sow, the more we reap. We never give with the intention of getting, but sometimes you receive from the most unlikely of places. And the old adage does hold true, givers get. When you give from your heart and you truly serve as many people as you can, it will naturally come to pass that you will be a success. It may not look the way you thought it would, but it will always happen the way it's meant to. And when it comes to investing in your business, the best advice I received was from Joe Nigo of Chicago, Illinois. You should invest 10% of what you make back into your business. But if you're just starting out, like I was when I first heard this, you should invest 10% of what you hope to earn in your business. Things to invest in are books, seminars, courses, equipment like a good laptop, computer, phone, printing, and good coaching is also important. But things that I would personally avoid investing in at the beginning, buying leads, expensive programs with gigantic claims, and anything that does not have a proven track record. The thing is, there's no substitute for putting the work in. And as hard as we try, that's the truth. Building a network, creating a strong database, and consistently being in touch, making sure your database is up to date and always trying to grow it with authentic connections are key. We were taught to always ask for referrals with my coaching company. With one of my 2 real estate coaches, Buffini & Company, we're always being reminded to ask for those referrals. Oh, by the way, I'm never too busy for your referrals is the tagline. But it also helps to ask what kind of referrals people need. Do your friends or clients need a plumber, a lawyer, a printer? Maybe you can be that connector. Instead of passing a name or a card, what I do is an e-introduction, and I recommend it above all else. I send an email to both people and include a little blurb to each person. Hi, Bob. Hi, Mary. A little bit about each other. Mary's an awesome printer who I have the privilege of knowing, and I think she'd be a great person to help you with your recent printing needs. She can be reached at the email address above or at this phone number. And then I do the same for Mary about Bob. I invite them to let them know if they have any questions, and I tell them that I'll follow up the next week. Why is this helpful? Why not just give Mary's card to Bob? Well, there are 4 separate miracles that have to happen for the card to work. Firstly, Bob has to keep the card, which in and of itself is difficult. Then when he wants to call Mary, he has to remember that he has Mary's card. And since he hasn't met Mary, it might be tough. Also, even if he keeps it and he remembers it, he has to feel comfortable enough to dial the number and tell her that I recommended her. Most people fear that this call will not be well received, and that's understandable. If Bob gets past all this and he actually calls Mary, what if he gets her voicemail? Hopefully he leaves a clear message and Mary's able to get back to him in a timely fashion. And if I do hand Mary's card, she has no way to track the referral or thank me unless Bob specifically remembers to say that I gave him the card, which only happens sometimes. So I stick with my handy e-introduction. It's a lot better. Everyone has the information they need, and Mary can call Bob herself, introduce her business, and if they ever need a real estate agent, they both have my contact info in the signature of my email. It works well, and I've had a lot of great feedback. I started from scratch in my real estate business in 2012 as an entrepreneur in Guelph, Ontario, Canada. It was a steep learning curve, basically vertical, but I did it. And in creating that successful business, it was thriving. I was happy. It was amazing. I had an amazing network. I had great clients and friends. And I even had my first book published as one of 26 authors in a book called Dreaming Big and Being Bold in 2016. But then life stepped in again. I met a wonderful man from a city down the highway, an hour and a half down the highway to be precise. Not a big deal because I had already said that I was never moving again. And certainly not for a man. Not happening. Do you know that saying, if you want to hear God laugh, tell him about your plans? Well, in 2019, I got married to that wonderful man, and I moved down the highway to London, Ontario, Canada, and I started all over again as your home sweet home 519 realtor, Crystal Lee Moore. But this time, I was armed with a formula for success, as my other real estate coach reminded me, and a network of people that I had already been building relationships with for 3 years before my move. Would it have been easier to stay in that 9-to-5 job at the law firm? Absolutely, it would have. But I definitely would not be as happy as I am now. I wouldn't be able to grow the way I have. I definitely wouldn't have been able to thrive the way I have. I would have missed out on hours and hours of personal growth, leading groups, going on mission trips, giving back, and pulling myself up from having nothing and living on credit cards to being able to actually make a difference in the world. I would have missed out on being asked to be in a second book this year, SOAR, Transformational Stories of Strategy, Soul, and Sensational Results in Business in 2020. I would have missed out on having a podcast, Realtor Life, on Spotify, and I would have missed out on sharing with all of you today. I absolutely love my career. It has its ups and it has its downs, sharp left turns and its bumps, but it's mine. It's my journey. And I hope that you're all excited about your own journeys. And even though some days I want to quit, there's really nothing else that makes my heart sing the way helping people does, in the way that I'm meant to. Find your passion and then go all in. As my coach Ron says, work hard and then play harder. We all have one life to live. Live it like you mean it. Thank you.
Hello. How are you all doing today? I am so happy to be speaking with you. My name is Dr. Pamela Knight, and I am the founder of Hope Counseling and Consultation Services. I help men and women get out of their own way so that they can become the persons that they are destined to be in life. So first and foremost, I want to take the opportunity to thank Shay Brown and his team for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you today. And second, I want to thank you because even though I can't see your faces, I know that you are here. I know that you showed up and that you are ready to learn how to take back your power and your authority. So with that being said, let's go ahead and get started. Today, I want to talk to you about the concept Code Red, Ring the Alarm. So what goes through your mind when you hear the term Code Red? Go ahead and put it in the chat. What goes through your mind when you hear the term code red? See, what goes through my mind when I hear the term code red is that something is wrong, that there is an emergency, and that I need to be alerted to what's happening around me. So for the purposes of today, code red will indicate that you may be stuck or that you may be lost along this life's journey. But I am here to teach you today how to ring the alarm, how to take action to move from one point to another, and how to become the person that you are destined to be. So look, I know that we have each experienced the loss of loved ones because we're living in rough times. We have experienced the loss of jobs. We've experienced the loss of life as we know it. We are living in a state of pure chaos. So now what? What do we do when our lives have been turned upside down? What do we do when the rug has been ripped from up under us? See, today, right now, depression and anxiety are running rampant in our communities. Is this going to be our response? Are we going to continue to allow fear of the unknown to take over? See, even prior to COVID-19, we never had time to do anything. We never had time to sit down and just relax. We never had time to pursue that relationship. We never had time to start that business, right? But now we have all the time in the world. So what are we going to do with that time? Maybe it's time that we do some self-examination and try to figure out where to go from here. So let me ask you a question. How many of you have actually taken the time and the opportunity to reflect back over your lives? Now, some of you may have started this even before COVID-19, like me. See, I found myself back in 2013 taking time to reflect back over my life. And this is what I found. I found that I did what I was supposed to do, right? I went to school. I earned my degree. I came out of school. I got a job. I was paying my bills. Everything was great. But I also had this dream. I had a dream to one day own my own business. But how many of you know that when you share your dreams with other people, many times those dreams are not supported? And so these are some of the comments that I received as I began to share my dream with others. Pam, why do you want to start your own business? Don't you know that 50% of businesses fail within the first 5 years? Pam, you don't have the money to start your own business. And so seeds of doubt were placed in my mind about my ability and my capability to start my own business. So here I am. I'm working 60 to 70 hours per week, in addition to working my business on the side, because I couldn't quite give up my dream of wanting to own my own business. I'm tired. I'm frustrated. I have no time to spend with family. I have no time to go out with friends. We're not even going to talk about dating. But that was my life. How many of you can relate to that? See, what I was missing was my freedom. How many of you remember what it was like to be free? Free to make your own decisions without worrying what other people thought. Free to take care of yourself and to take time for yourself. Free to pursue that relationship. Free to go back to school. How many of you remember what it was like to be free before you were introduced to fear? And how many of you remember what it was like to be free before you were introduced to people who did not want to see you succeed? See, after I took time to do some self-reflection of my own, I realized that I was sleeping on my purpose. Code red, time to ring the alarm. See, I was hiding from the person that I was destined to be. Code red, time to ring the alarm. See, I was allowing other people to dictate my time and my freedom. Code red, time to ring the alarm. See, what I realized was that if I was going to set myself free, I had to recognize that I was experiencing my own personal code red and do what? Ring the alarm. That's right. See, I developed a strategy to help people with getting out of their own way so that they can activate their purpose. And so I want to share 3 points from that strategy with you today. So let's take a look at the word code red. Red is actually an acronym. R stands for recognize your issue. E stands for envision your dream. And D stands for dare to be your authentic self. So let's take a look at the letter R, recognize your issue. See, the first step in the change process is that you must first become aware of your issue. What is your issue or your condition that hinders you from moving forward and achieving your dreams? What are some of the things that are holding you back from pursuing your dreams? Maybe you're suffering from a physical disability. For example, I worked with a young man who had a physical disability, and his physical disability limited his ability to stand for long periods of time on his feet. And so as a man and the provider of his household, this was devastating news. But instead of him recognizing that he still had the ability to work, maybe not in the same capacity that he once did, he took this as a personal attack against his manhood, and he began to restrict his movement even more as a result of his physical condition. Therefore, he provided his physical disability with so much power and authority over him that eventually he convinced himself that he was incapable of working, period. Code red, time to ring the alarm. Or maybe you're suffering from a mental or an emotional condition, such as depression or low self-esteem. See, I worked with a woman who hated herself. She said her parents never loved her, and they never protected her from the people who hurt her in her life. And then she grew up and she got married, and her husband was physically and sexually abusive towards her. Right? So she began to develop this mindset that she was unworthy of love. Therefore, she felt hopeless and better off dead. Code red, time to ring the alarm. Or maybe you're experiencing a spiritual issue. See, I work with many people who are just angry with God. And they're so angry with God that they can no longer hear him or be directed by him. Therefore, they have stunted their personal growth and development, which then delays their ability to activate their purpose. Code red, time to ring the alarm. See, regardless of what your issue or condition is, you must be prepared to change your perspective on how you see your affliction. A lot of times we give our issue or our condition more power than it deserves, instead of seeing the issue and condition for what it truly is. It's something that's going to educate us. It's something that's going to stretch us. It's something that's going to help us with our personal and professional growth and development. But a lot of times, all we see is the hurt and the pain, the anger and the frustration, the fatigue and the uncertainty with what comes with facing your issue or your conditions. See, we are not conditioned to focus on the positive. We are conditioned to focus on the negative. So you can't move from point A to point Z without preparation. It takes certain knowledge and skills that must be acquired or enhanced in order for you to be of the right mindset for you to handle your purpose. Because if we were handed everything we wanted on a silver platter, would we be appreciative of it? Better yet, would we be prepared to receive it? Maybe, maybe not. But if we had to work especially hard for it, if we had to put some effort into it, we would probably be more appreciative of it and probably better prepared to receive it. See, our issue and our condition are an essential part of our preparation process, right? A lot of times we stay so fixated on the issue or the condition that in our minds we make it bigger than it actually is, and therefore becomes more of an obstacle for us today. But someone here needs to hear this. Your issue or your condition did not become this big on its own. It had your help by your willingness to relinquish your power and your control over to it. And that's where fear enters into the picture. See, instead of us facing our issue or our condition, we enter into relationship with fear. Now, what does that mean? Well, I usually talk about fear in the context of being in a relationship. Well, why do I do that? Because a lot of times it's hard to manage or control something that you can't see, touch, hear, or feel, right? But a lot of us are able to relate to the fact that we've been in some form of relationship at some point in time in our lives. So it's easier to understand fear from that perspective. See, fear is the person in a relationship that seems to have your best interest at heart. Fear is the person that pretends to be your friend and then whispers words of doubt into your spirit. You've heard it before, that inner voice that says, you can't do that. You can't get that promotion. You're just not good enough. And as a result of entering into relationship with fear, we begin to build these walls in an effort to protect ourselves, to avoid being hurt and to avoid being rejected by others. But how many of you know that at some point in time in our life, those walls will no longer apply? So I want you to take a look at this picture. Bear with me because I'm going somewhere with it. Now, don't mind my art because I'm not an artist. That is not my gift, okay? But as you can see, this section right here represents you. And then this section right here represents your fear. This is the wall that you have built, right? And then you have your vision over here. Now, say, for example, you are suffering with low self-esteem, right? Because you have been bullied, you've been teased all throughout your life. And so you put up this wall right here, right? And this wall may represent a fear of trust. It may represent a fear of vulnerability. It may represent a fear of failure. But whatever it is that this wall represents, it represents a fear within you. And so in the beginning, the wall serves its purpose, right? It keeps people at a distance so that you are not hurt and so that you don't feel rejected. But at some point in time in your life, you're going to desire a deeper connection with others. Maybe you're ready to get married. Maybe you're ready to start that family. Whatever that is, you desire a deeper connection with someone else. Now, my question to you is, how can you build a deeper connection with someone else when there is a fear of trust here, when there is a fear of being vulnerable here, right? So in the beginning, the wall was that shield of protection for you. But now it is a barrier for you because it's hindering you from accessing what you want most, which is a deeper connection with others. Does that make sense? If it makes sense, type it in the chat if you're still with me. Okay, so now that you see this picture, we need to now reevaluate our relationship with fear, right? We have to determine whether or not we have a healthy or an unhealthy relationship with fear. Now, how do we do that? Well, first you create a list about how fear hinders you, and you write that down. And then you create another list about how your fear actually benefits you. Yes, that's what I said. How does fear benefit you? Now, let me explain what I mean by that. Whether we're in a healthy or an unhealthy relationship, we're in that relationship for a reason. If we remain in an unhealthy relationship, we remain in that relationship for a reason, because it fulfills some sort of need within us, such as, you know what, I don't want to be by myself. Or this person is such a great provider, I may not find that again if I leave. So you choose to stay in that unhealthy relationship. Whatever that need is for you, you have to discover what it is so you can begin to fulfill that need within yourself rather than staying in an unhealthy relationship. Does that make sense? Go ahead and put it in the chat if you're still with me, right? So now I want you to make that list of how fear benefits you. And then what you're going to do is you're going to compare the two lists. If you find that fear, the benefits of fear are better than the hindrances of your fear, then you have probably figured out how to manage your fear pretty well. But if the hindrances of your fear outweigh the benefits, then you are in an unhealthy relationship with fear. And we need to examine that just a little bit more. So when you're in an unhealthy relationship with fear, does the person who holds all of the power and the authority want to end that relationship? No, because it's working for them, right? So when they want you to stay in an unhealthy relationship, what then happens? They begin to say and do things in an effort to manipulate you to stay in that relationship, to stay stuck in that current situation. So what I want you to do is think about the negative statements that your wall, your fear tells you every single day. Now, when we're talking about manipulation, we're not talking about, feeling good and, it makes you feel all flowery. It's going to tell you things that you don't want to hear. It's going to tell you things that don't make you feel good. For example, you're not smart enough. You're not pretty enough. You don't have what it takes to make it on your own. Those are just examples of some of the negative statements that your fear may feed you on a regular basis in an effort to keep you in an unhealthy relationship, to keep you stuck, right? So I want you to put a pin in that because we're going to come back to it. I want to move down to point 2, which is E, envision your dream. Now, this is a crucial step, right? Because if you have no vision, then how can you achieve your goals? See, envisioning your dream requires you to be open. It requires you to be honest, and it requires you to be vulnerable with yourself. It requires you to acknowledge whether or not you are truly happy with where you are in life. So let me ask you a couple of questions. Are you happy with where you are in life? Are you happy with who you are? Now, you may not like the responses to those questions, but sometimes the truth hurts. But the truth will also set you free. Because if you are unwilling to be open and honest with yourself about your current situation, how are you going to change it? See, our decisions and our actions are influenced by so many other people, but this isn't about them. This is about you. And I want to challenge you to give yourself permission to dream again, right? Don't worry about how you're going to achieve that goal. Don't worry about when you're going to achieve the goal. Don't worry about whether or not you have the funds to achieve that goal. I just want you to focus on dreaming again. I want you to visualize what life could look like for yourself, right? Visualize that. And here are a couple of things that I want you to consider as you're visualizing what life could look like for you. What would you do if you had the freedom to do whatever it is that you wanted without worrying about what other people thought? How many of you would quit your job today? Go ahead and put it in the chat. How many of you would pick up and just leave Leave the city, leave the state, leave the country, just leave. How many of you would start that business? What would you do? Then I want you to consider what actually makes you happy. For some of you, traveling makes you happy. Then for some of you, what makes you happy is your ability to help other people. And then for some of you, what makes you the most happy is just being accepted by other people for who you are, right? And the next thing I want you to consider is, what do you feel as though you're missing in your life right now? What is it that you feel as though you are missing in your life right now? So as you answer those questions, as you begin to dream again and visualize what life could look like, I want you to put that in this section right here, up under vision, right? And so what do you see? You see that you are blocked from your vision right now, right? Because the wall is so big, it's so thick, you can't get above it, you can't get around it, you can't get up under it. You do not have access to your vision. How many of you are ready to change that? If you're ready to change it, put it in the chat. Ring the alarm. Put that in the chat. We're going to move to point 3, and that's the letter D. Dare to be your authentic self. See, with this, we're going to start creating a strategic action plan. Now, some of you might be asking why. Why are we creating a strategic action plan? It's because you're in a battle. So why are you in battle? Well, you're in battle because you're in battle to take back your power and your authority. You're in battle to become your authentic self. You're in battle to activate your purpose. See, when you're in battle, we don't enter into battle blind. Usually when we go into battle, there is a strategist that maps out a plan for how to defeat the enemy on the battlefield. So that's what we're doing, creating a strategic action plan. So as you can see, we've identified your fear. We've identified that you have an unhealthy relationship with fear. We've identified some of the negative statements that that fear tells you in an effort to keep you in an unhealthy relationship, right? We've identified all of those things. But can I share something with you? This is the key. You created the wall. So if you created the wall, then you have the power and the authority to tear down the wall, right? So some of you may be saying, hey, that's great. How do I tear down the wall? I'm so glad you asked me. This is how you tear down the wall. You remember those negative statements I was just telling you about? Those negative statements that fear feeds you on a regular basis. We have to begin to challenge those negative statements. Now, how do we challenge them, right? We have to actually take each negative statement and then put 3 to 5 positive statements that counter and justify why that negative statement is false. But you have to be consistent in doing this in order for it to work. Why is that? I'll explain to you why. Because for years, multiple times out of your day, the fear has been talking to you and feeding you negative statements until you actually begin to believe them. And so our goal with challenging these negative statements is that eventually those negative statements, as you challenge them, will disappear. And we will no longer believe them. And as we begin to challenge those negative statements, we begin to chip away at this wall. And as we begin to chip away at the wall, we continue to challenge those negative statements. And as we continue to chip away at the wall, then it becomes holes in the wall, right? And as we continue to challenge those negative statements, those holes become bigger and bigger and bigger until that wall begins to crumble, right? The wall then crumbles. So this is now your picture. The wall has crumbled. What do you see? You now have access to your vision, to your goals. You have now taken back your power and your authority. You have now freed yourself from the mental shackles that you have placed on yourself. You are now free to pursue your goals. Listen, it's been an honor for me to talk to you today. If you are interested in learning more about Code Red and how to ring the alarm, you are invited to follow me at drpamelanite.com, where you are able to access my audio book, Code Red, Activate Your Purpose, which is free to you as a participant of this summit. Make sure that you type in the coupon code CHAMPION in all caps, because that's what you are. Thank you so much and be blessed. I look forward to connecting.
Hello, everyone. I am Pastor P. I am the story expert coach to Christian women, speakers, and entrepreneurs who want to write a book. I'm coming on today to talk to you about elevate your story. My story, or my messy story, is my best story. How do you find the strength to recover after a 23-year marriage ends? Have you ever been so scarred and broken by life that you felt all hope appeared gone? I've been there. I know that space personally. I was about to embark on a journey that I was not prepared for, and it was not prepared for me. My life changed without my permission when I heard these words: I want a divorce. Time stood still for me. We had gotten married in our early 20s, and by 40, I was divorced. I had invested everything in him, our ministry, the children, our careers. I had nothing left. I was on empty, except these gamut of emotions that now were plaguing me. I was dealing with emotional trauma that I had never experienced before. Those emotions: loneliness, dread, fear, severe depression, shame, embarrassment, and even thoughts of suicide. According to the Center of Integrated Health Solutions in the United States, 61% of men and 51% of women have reported at least one lifetime experience with emotional trauma. I made up part of that 51%. And yes, I was a pastor and married to a pastor as well. I lived for many years in uncertainty, uncertain if I had the courage to do life alone, the courage to begin again, the courage to walk the next years by myself. I questioned if I had the willpower, the determination, the power to move forward. I pride myself in helping others, but at those moments, I found myself needing help, and I was alone. After being married for 23 years to a pastor and experiencing one of the darkest moments in my life, I refused to believe that God was allowing me to go through all of that in vain. There was a purpose for it all. I believe that every pain and disappointment that I was going through, that God was going to work things out for my good. That's what the word tells me, according to Romans 8:28. And it says, and we know with great confidence that God, who is deeply concerned about us, causes all things to work together as a plan for our good, to those who love God and to those who are called according to his purpose. I was called. You've been called according to the will of God, according to the purpose of God. But I had to trust the process because I was unfamiliar with this new territory that I was embarking on, that I was thrust into without my permission. Yes, the journey and the process was very painful, but it was very necessary for my spiritual, mental, and emotional growth. I had two options. allow what had happened to me to defeat me, or use it as a stepping stone to propel me. If I wanted the next chapters in my life to be better than the previous chapters, I had to allow it to propel me. And that's what my choice was. My story, your story, did not come to defeat us, but to propel us. Women ask me, how did I overcome these challenges? I told them I was committed to doing the work. Don't get me wrong. I didn't go from trauma to triumph in a second. No, the middle part is that process. The middle part is the discovery. The middle part is the pulling back of layers that you have to face and come to realization with. That's the challenge. It's in the middle that the work is going to get done. So I'm committed to doing the transformational work, and this is what I share with them. I was committed to doing the transformational work to go deep within myself. I had to ask myself the hard questions. How did I get to a place as a woman of God, as a child of God, that I thought all hope was gone? How did I get here? How did I get to this place that I wanted to end my life and stop the purpose and the plan of God to be fulfilled in my life? How did I get here? Those were the hard questions I had to ask myself. I had to get clear direction from God, because now I was walking alone. But yes, I was with God, but I had been married for 23 years. So I had developed a relationship with this man that I had known all of my life. Okay. So how did I do it? My messy story turned out to be my best story, because I changed the narrative. I had to change the narrative because it was either my pain or my purpose. It was either the trial that I was going through or the triumph that I wanted to receive. It was being a victor or being the victim the rest of my life. Maybe you haven't gone through a traumatic experience, or maybe you haven't gone through a divorce, but there was something that happened to you that stopped you. There was something that happened in your life that put you on pause. There was something that happened to you that took the wind out of your sail. There was something that happened to you in your life that caused you to forget and relinquish and give up some of the things that you purpose in your life to do. Here are 5 steps that I took to turn my messy story into my best story. I call these my 5 R's. The first one, revise. Revise means to re-examine. Re-examine what has happened. It means to make alterations, make peace with the past. When you change your opinion about something, and it is to make those necessary changes. When I think about alterations, I think about cutting. I think about clipping. I think about sewing up. So when we are revisiting and we're making these alterations, we have to clip, we have to cut, we have to prune. And this is the process that can be very, very painful, because we have to make a decision that in order to move forward, we have to cut off some things in our past that got us to this place. We have to clip, we have to cut, and we have to prune. And in this process, God does the pruning as well. So we revisit. Okay, we live in a cycle of what if. I'm guilty of it, because this is exactly what I did. What if I decided to do something different? What if I didn't go here, go there, say this, say that? What if we had went to counseling? What if we did all these things that we didn't do? So I lived in the land of what if. What if I hadn't said this? What if I didn't speak that? What if I didn't spend that money? You've been there, because I have been there. Isaiah 43:18 verse 19 says this in the Passion Bible. It says, stop dwelling on the past. No ifs, ands, or but about it. It is not a question. It is a declaration. It is a statement. He is saying, stop dwelling on the past. Don't even remember the former things. Don't even remember the former things. Yeah, I did it. Okay, I confess, I repent, and now I have to move on. So we revisit, we to make alterations, and we change. We are now at shift mode. We are now shifting in gear. Next, release. This is the act of setting free, letting go, releasing the blame, the shame, the guilt, the anxiety. It's forgiving yourself and it is forgiving others. This is the part of the transformation process that really is going to be intentional. It had to be intentional for me, and it has to be intentional for you. This is releasing that which does not serve you anymore. Doesn't serve you anymore. Releasing that which has come to strip you, releasing that which has come to cause you to be stagnant and stuck. It's releasing those who have hurt you. I had to do it. I had to release the man who had changed the trajectory of my life. I had to release the man who hurt me and changed the course of my own agenda. I had to release him, but then I had to forgive myself. I had to forgive myself for allowing limited belief systems and thinking and mindset to deter me, to stop me, to keep me stuck. I had to release myself, forgive myself of even allowing myself to get to this place. It's about releasing those who have hurt you, but releasing yourself. You need to look at yourself in the mirror and say, I forgive myself. I forgive me. I forgive me. Yeah, I forgive me. Forgiveness is so powerful. It is so powerful that Matthew points it out in 18:21 verses 22. It says, later Peter approached Jesus and says, how many times do I forgive my fellow brethren, my fellow believers who keeps offending me? Seven times? So Peter is asking Jesus, do I only forgive them 7 times? And Jesus says, no, Peter, not 7. You forgive 70 times 7. That's 490 times to be exact. So our mindset has to be that we keep forgiving. Yeah, we keep forgiving, we keep releasing, we keep letting go. And then we do it again. We keep forgiving, we keep releasing, and we keep letting go. It's rinse and repeat when it comes to forgiveness. I have to keep forgiving myself and forgiving others because people are always going to offend me and hurt me. And Jesus said this, that if we don't forgive each other, he won't forgive us. It's a matter of it's a mindset, a mind shift change that we have to release, and release that doesn't serve us anymore. I said that we have to look in the mirror and say to ourselves, I forgive me and I forgive others. Release those who have misunderstood you. Yeah. Release those who have abused you. I know they hurt you. But you have to let them go. You have to let them go. Let God deal with them. Release those who have misled you, caused you the greatest amount of pain, made you tear and cry and holler and shout. Still, you got to release them. Release those that have disappointed you and betrayed you. Release the agony, the pain, and the sorrow in this process. This is where the transformation really comes. This is that middle portion, that middle piece that is going to decide if you're going to make it or not. It is the release. Healing doesn't come until there is a release. And then after the release, it is the rediscovery. What is rediscovery? Rediscovery means to find something that was lost, to find something that was forgotten. Before, I was identified with my pain. I'm lonely. I'm depressed. I'm suicidal. I got lost in all the pain because I was focused in on the pain. I was focused in on the disappointment and the heartbreak. I was focused in on that. So I now was identified with my pain. Now I'm at the stage of rediscovery, because now I can rediscover who I really am. Now I can come and arise to the newness, really, which God had created me to be. I can arise from the depression and everything that tried to stop me from fulfilling my purpose in life. I can rediscover who I really am. things I love to do, places I want to go. If I want to travel and I love it, I can do that in this place. Ask yourself, what did you lose in the process of all of this heartbreak, all of this disappointment, all of the pain and the agony? Ask yourself, what did you lose? And I challenge you, whatever you lost, now go get it. Whatever you lost, now go get it. Maybe in the process of all this, you wanted to write a book, you wanted to start your business, you wanted to travel, you wanted to do all these things. Well, I'm telling you, in this rediscovery, you can do this right now. Next, it is rebuilding. Rebuilding means to build something again after it has been destroyed or damaged. I was dropped many times and cracked, just like you. We have that in common. We have been dropped many times, but God picks us back up, puts us back together again, because he is the potter and we're the clay. So we are now at this rebuilding stage. We are now at a place where I can set new goals and I can execute my plan. I can write a strategy on where I want to go and how I want to get there, and a deadline on when I'm going to make it happen. So I'm rebuilding in this process now. Psalm 66:12 says this: we went through the fire and through the water, but thou will bring us out to a wealthy place, a place of abundance. My story did not come to break me, but it did come to make me. Then number 5, rewrite. Sharing my authentic story, owning my truth, all the ugly about what I had experienced in life. It's my truth. I'm not going to let anybody write it. I get to rewrite my story because I'm the author of my story. And I decide how my book is going to end. Not my trauma, not my disappointment, not my divorce, not my failures in life, not my unsuccessful marriage. That's not going to deter me. That's not going to define who I am. I'm not going to rewrite that story, but I'm going to rewrite the story that is going to end the way that I want it to end. Why? Because I get to rewrite my own story. Now, as a best-selling, award-winning author and a story coach, I'm the founder of Elevate Your Story Mastery Program. I didn't allow what I had experienced in life to navigate me or defeat me or deter me. No, I decided that I was going to change the narrative of the direction in which I was going to be going. So I said that there were 5 things that I did to help me get to where I am right now. We're going to do a recap. I had to revise. That means that I had to make alterations. That means I had to clip, cut, and prune. Then number 2, release. Oh yeah, release those that hurt me. And then in the process, release myself so that I could be myself. I could be my authentic self. I can move and do what God has called and purposed for me to do. Release, forgive, and let it go. Then I had to, now I'm at a stage of rediscovery. I got lost in this whole shuffle, in this whole process. But I came to a place where I rediscovered who I was. I rediscovered who I loved, what I liked, what I liked about me, what I didn't like about me. But I found me. You have to find you, because somewhere in this process, you got lost. Find yourself. Then it's the stage of rebuilding. This is where I can make, I can set my goals and my strategies, and I can set my own deadlines, and I could achieve that which I had lost. I can now set a deadline on where I want to go, what I want to do, what I want to achieve in life. And I have no one to help me build but me and God. So I can rebuild my life again. Then I can rewrite my story. I can rewrite my story because I'm the author of my story. And I can rewrite my story because I determined the end of my story. It's not the trial and testing that I had gone through. It's not the disappointment, the shame, and the suicidal tendencies. It's not none of that. I rewrite my story because I decide how my book is going to end. Yeah, I rewrite my story because I decide how my book and how my story is going to end. I encourage you in this season, find your passion, find you, dream again, hope again, find your story, open up your business, get your degree, travel, see the world, and enjoy life because it is not over. It is not over. I am a testament to the power of God. I have created a methodology that works for me and works for my clients, and I want to share it with you. Join me in any of my no-cost webinars. You can find all the information on my website, pauletteharper.com, and allow me to help you change the narrative and turn those painful experiences into impactful, transformational stories. My messy story, your messy story, is really our best story.
Hello, hello, hello. How is everyone? I am so glad to see you. I am so glad to see you. I'm so glad to be here today. And I am so glad to be here to talk about quick ways to come back. So you're probably saying, who are you? Who are you? What's your name? Who are you? Well, I'm Regina Clay, and I am your resiliency coach. I specialize in helping professional women bounce back after experiencing a devastating setback. My mission is to educate, empower, and reframe the way women approach failure by showing them who they are beyond the title. And let me just say to you, successful people have to deal with a lot of setbacks in order to get to where they needed to go. So let me just tell you a little bit about my story, right? Because it's all about that. Because you're like, oh, you can't be, you haven't had any failures, you haven't gone through anything. So let me just tell you, I remember it like it was yesterday. My parents pulled up to my house, loaded up all of my worldly belongings, then they put me in a car and made me drive back to Maryland from New Jersey. As I pulled off, I was leaving behind my entire life, my home, my new husband, and my life doing drugs. At that time, I truly felt as if I had hit rock bottom. What I didn't realize then was life would entail a series of rock bottoms. And the ability to look at those setbacks and reframe them as setups is what distinguishes those that have a happy, healthy, and successful life from those who internally struggle. I was one of those. I was blessed to have parents who believed I was so much more than my biggest mistake. I was blessed to have people around me that also believed that, but I didn't believe it in myself. But they were willing to go to great lengths to help me and to see and to provide the accountability that I would need to succeed. That is precisely what I like to do for the people that I work with. The reality is all of us have or going to have those defining moments. Have you had a defining moment? The ones you don't want to share with the world for fear of being ashamed or embarrassed. I was one of those. Those moments like finding out that your life partner has someone else or walking into work only to discover the job you have no longer needs you. My life has been riddled with defining moments, and I fought and I clawed myself through them. I know what it takes to not just survive, but to thrive. And my mission is to empower as many women as I can to do the same thing. Yes, that's what I am here to talk to you about today. Because, as I said, successful people had to deal with a lot of setbacks in order to get to where they are. This is a key component of success. This is what success looks like. If you give up quickly when a setback occurs, you're unlikely to ever achieve real success. You are likely to never achieve real success. Given that setbacks are going to happen, having a plan to deal with them is imperative. A little preparation goes a long way. Consider these strategies to move forward quickly from your next setback. I'm just going to give you a few today, but I invite you to go to my website, www.reginaclay.com, and to learn more and to get some more information. First, become angry. You may be saying, Regina, angry? Yeah, anger isn't all bad. Anger can be useful emotion if you use it to drive you forward. A lot of things have been accomplished with anger and spite. Maybe this could be one of those times. Maybe, just maybe, you can take that anger and use it for good. So become angry. Feel the emotion. One of the things that I always talk about is feel the emotion that you're in. Don't try to put it in the box and put it away and stuff it away like I did. Put it, keep it, feel it. So become angry. Become determined. Yes, a setback can be used to solidify your determination. You are more than any setback that has happened to you. Maybe you haven't been 100% committed to whatever it is, to your health, to your relationship, to your career, to your next business move. And this is your wake-up call. Sometimes you have to get a wake-up call to really go in 100%. Are you ready to answer that call? Number 3, use the setback to become stronger. What can you learn from this setback? I will tell you, when my parents came and packed up and took me away from what I thought was my greatest life ever, I learned a lot of things. I used that situation to become better than I was before. I used that situation to take me from that place to this place. Yes, I had other setbacks. Some were self-induced, some were not. But I learned from each setback that I have. Get what you can from the setback and come back even stronger than you ever did before. So I talked about emotions and I talked about anger when we first started. So this next one is probably going to throw you off a little bit. You're going to say, but you said get angry. I did. But you also have to keep your emotions in check. You can't let that anger swallow you up and swallow you down. I just heard something the other day. If you don't deal with your pain will strangle you. If you don't deal with your pain will strangle you. So that's what I mean when I say you've got to keep your emotions in check. So avoid getting too emotional. If those are most emotions are likely to derail you from your future efforts, you've got to keep them in check. Anger can be useful. Hopelessness cannot. Let me say it again. Get your pens out. Anger can be useful. Hopelessness cannot. You cannot feel in despair that you will never get out, that you will never turn it around, that you will never lose those 50 pounds that you need to lose. You can never feel like you'll never be in another relationship again because you've been through multiple marriages or multiple relationships or failed relationships. You can never feel as though your bank account is going to be more than you ever imagined if you keep being stuck in the negative account that it may be in right now. So hopelessness cannot. Anger can be useful, but hopelessness cannot. Strong emotions can lead to poor decisions. Let me say that again. Strong emotions can lead to poor decisions. Don't let your strong emotions lead you to poor decisions that you'll regret later. Don't let that happen. The next thing I want to say is set a new goal. So you didn't lose the 20 pounds. You didn't lose the 10 pounds. So set a new goal. Start over again. And it's interesting. You're probably saying, why does she keep talking about weight loss? Well, that's my thing. That's what I've got to work on. That's what I'm continuing to work on. Because see, I'm still a work in progress. I don't know about you. You all may be perfect, but I know I'm not. So I know that there are various setbacks that have happened in my life. Weight gain is one of them. So yeah, I may talk about it a little bit more than you may want to hear it, but that's my thing. A significant setback might be a sign that it's time to set a new goal. Do you hear me? A significant setback. So if you gained those extra pounds in this time that we've been in this pandemic, in your life, if that setback, it might be a sign that it's time to set a new goal. Or it requires so much time and energy that they're not worth it to you. That goal, is it not worth it to you? Is it not worth it to you? The relationships that you're looking for, the love that you're looking for? Is it not worth it to you to start that business or begin that business or begin again? Okay, I don't know about you, but some of you out there, I know you're entrepreneurs and I know you've started businesses or you've been a part of this direct selling company or that direct selling company and none of it has worked out for you. That doesn't mean you can't begin again. The conventional wisdom is that you should never give up. See, I'm one of those. I don't ever give up. But there are actual things that may be out of your reach. But that doesn't mean you can't accomplish them. That doesn't mean that they are not attainable. They may not be attainable right then, right there, but they still are able to be attainable. The next thing that I want to say to you is get expert advice. Not just any advice, not just the advice from your parents maybe or from your girlfriends, but get some expert advice. Some people that have been through some things, some people that have gone through some things, experienced some things that you're talking about. A setback might be a sign that it's time to call in the experts. It's time to call in the experts and receive some assistance. Every woman at some point in her life, and men too, will experience a devastating loss, failure, or setback. They will find themselves on the floor in a fetal position. What I do is I help you get up. I help you get up again. I help you. This expert advice could be in the form of a mentor, a coach, a consultant, or even a therapist. Yes, I said it, a therapist. I will tell you, when I got into therapy, it changed my whole life. It changed everything because, for me, in the African American community, it is taboo for therapy because that means something's wrong with you. How about you go to therapy because there's something right about you. There's something that you want to do. There are things that you want to accomplish, and you want to get unstuck from that place. But you need someone to help you get out. That could be a mentor, a coach, a consultant, or a therapist. Get the help you deserve, because you cannot, let me say it again, you cannot do it by yourself. I know you think you can. I know I thought I could. I know I thought I could stay in the unhealthy relationship and I could make it all better. I thought that maybe if I did more exercise, I would lose the weight. But it's exercise and eating. So I had to get some help because you deserve the help that you need. However, ensure that you're receiving the assistance from someone that can actually help you. Let me say it again. Receive the assistance from someone that can actually help you. Because, see, there are people that will want to continue to let you wallow in your setback. There are people that would want to keep you down, dark, and distraught. But you need people that are going to drive you, that are going to keep you determined, that are going to keep you focused on the goal. Find someone that can actually help. And in finding someone that actually can help, you might need to get a new perspective. Yep, it might be time to temporarily disengage and try to see your situation from a different angle. You might have to do some things differently. You might have to think differently. You might have to talk differently. You might have to behave differently. You might have to temporarily disengage from those things that are not benefiting you. See, wallowing in that anger, wallowing in that disappointment is not going to help you get to the better place. Ask someone you trust for their viewpoint on your situation. And when I say someone you trust, sometimes those someones you trust are not family members, are not friends. Because not everybody wants you to succeed. I really hate to say that. I really hate to give you that language, but not everybody wants you. They want to keep you in the setback situation. They don't want to see you come back from your setback. Let me say that again. They don't want to see you come back from your setback. Ask someone you trust, what will you do? Who will you be? What will you do when that setback happens? What will you do? How will you manage it? What steps are you going to take? Are you going to go through the anger? Feel the anger. Feel whatever the emotion is. And let that emotion sit with you for a minute. But not let that emotion, not wallow in that emotion, not let that emotion overtake you. But what continue are you going to do? Are you going to reach out and find a coach, a mentor, someone that can help you, someone you can trust, a therapist? Because setbacks will happen. They can be related to your goals, to your health, to your finances. to your relationships, to your career, or any other aspect of your life, setbacks are going to happen. I hope you decide, and how you decide to handle those setbacks influences the type of life you'll live. It influences the type of life that you will live, how you decide to handle them. Are you going to just let those setbacks swallow you up, chew you up? Or are you going to spit them out and say, I'm ready for my comeback from the setback? Ask yourself, how would you deal with a major setback in your life? I don't know. Maybe you've had one already. And if you haven't, as they say, live long enough, you will. There will be a setback in your life. Whether it's a health challenge, whether it's the loss of a loved one, whatever the setback might be, maybe it's finances. How do you think you will handle it? Do you have a plan? Do you have a mentor? Do you have a coach that's going to set you up, to bring you back, come back from the setback? Do you have a plan? Or are you just wallowing out there by yourself? Maybe a setback has happened in your life. Maybe the setback is happening right now. That's why you registered for this conference. That's why you came here, because you were like, I'm not going to go another year without moving past my setback. Your setbacks are set up for a comeback. Oh, yes, they are. Become a master. You can become a master at dealing with setbacks. I have become a master at dealing with setbacks. And you'll live a successful and fulfilling life. No, you may not have all that you want, but I guarantee you that you will have a successful and fulfilling life, because you will be able to deal with the setbacks that have happened in your life. I promise you that if you do take these quick steps to get engaged, you will have the comeback of a lifetime. The comeback that you have not seen before. The comeback that I promise you will be everything that you ever imagined. My name is Regina Clay, and I'm your resiliency coach. See, I've been there. I've had the setbacks. I've gained the 80 pounds. And now I'm ready to move past that and move into it. See, I can be your coach. I can direct you to a consultant, because I am connected to a lot of people. I can connect you to your next level of comeback. But you have to do the work. You have to decide that no longer am I going to be in a setback situation, because it's a comeback. It's comeback time. So I'm giving you your quick ways to come back from this setup, from the setback, from the setup. It's set up. The setback was set up. It's set up. Sometimes it happens because it's got to refocus you. Do you want to get refocused today? I encourage you to connect with me. My name is Regina Clay. I am your resiliency coach. You can connect with me. You can visit my website at www.reginaclay.com. There you will find a free tool that you will be able to download. And I will want to connect with you. If you feel like you need to bounce back better, if you need to be resilient in what you want to do, if you believe that a setback has got you stuck. I'm your resiliency coach, and my name is Regina Clay, and I'm here to help you bounce back better. Thank you. Glad you could join the Comeback Summit.
Hello, my name is Sadhna Sabharwal, the single mom millionaire. I want to welcome you to the No Money Down Academy, your path to financial freedom. In the next 20 minutes or so, I am going to be sharing with you how I bought real estate with no money of my own. So how do you invest in real estate and grow your passive income without any of your own money? I know everybody wants to invest in real estate, but it's always like, oh, I don't have enough money, or I don't have enough credit, or I need a down payment. But I am here to tell you it's all possible, even without any of the above. So first of all, I want to tell you who I am. As I said, my name is Sadhna Sabharwal. I am a single mom of 3 boys. I was left with these boys when my ex-husband decided to leave me. They have gone on to become doctors and MBA. I still work full-time as a law clerk. So real estate became my part-time hustle. So real estate is my side hustle, like of, you know, how you say 5 to 9, not the 9 to 5, but the 5 to 9 job. And I really did treat it like a part-time job because I wanted to excel at what I was doing because I needed to bring in more money into the household. I guess it's funny, but it's also not funny because when my ex left, my kids were very little and they would be happy with $2 and $5 stuff. But as they got older, I realized that their needs were much bigger. Their needs were more like, you know what, Mom, we need $50 or we need $100. And a law clerk's salary is not a whole lot of money. So I was finding it hard to meet their needs. And therefore, I was always looking for extra income and extra money to bring in to the household. Now, as I said, my beginning, when I started to learn about real estate, it was only to help myself and my children because I wasn't thinking at that time that I would be teaching this stuff 10 years later down the line. But it was just like, you know, I'm sure everyone's heard that expression when you're traveling in a plane and the air hostess comes on and they say, if the pressure drops down of the plane, those masks are going to fall, but they will say, always put your mask on first before you help the other person beside you. And I was no different. So when I'm learning about real estate, my goal was to help myself and my children. And now the goal has changed to say, you know what, I want to help other people. Now, real estate has made me financially free. And here I am teaching this stuff now. Now, how did I find real estate investing? It's more like, you know what, this picture is back in 1997 when my ex-husband, and actually we were all going to my cousin's wedding. And while we were there, he asked me to come out for a smoke with him. Now, I don't smoke, but he did. I never thought going out for a smoke would change my life. So this is the day my life changed. When we were outside, he told me about this woman who has come into his life, and he did not want me to find out from somebody outside. He wanted me to tell me himself. How kind, how nice of him. So it took me 6 months to realize that I do not want to be part of that. And I just figured, okay, enough is enough. Tell me what you want to do. It can't go on like this. And I asked him point blank, it cannot go on like this. You have to make a decision. So either you leave me or you leave her. And he goes, I can't leave her. And I said, then you leave me. And he did. So here I am, 34 years old, left with 3 kids to fend for myself. Yes, he did leave roof over my head. And you know what's weird is that I could not even speak to my dad about it because my dad was going through cancer at the time. 9 months to the day my ex-husband left, my dad passed away. So here I am, like I said, 34 is not that old, and now I have to take care of 3 kids. I just felt like he walked away, shook his hands, and he's done. And here I am stuck with all the responsibility. Like I said, I had a mortgage, I had family debt that he had borrowed. He had borrowed money from my parents, which I ended up paying afterwards. And also we had some credit card debt as well. And then a couple of months later, he calls me to tell me she's pregnant. And I was like, what am I supposed to do with that information? So now when I heard that, it was more like, there's no chance of reconciliation now anymore. Before that, I used to think, okay, well, maybe. But once I found that, for me, that was it. And I still remember the day, it was Friday, and my coworker goes, oh, do you have any plans for the weekend? And I said, yeah, I'm actually going to kill myself and my kids. And so the only thing I knew how at that time was run a pipe to the exhaust and run a pipe to the house, basically, so we could, all sleep, like carbon monoxide poisoning, pretty much. And of course, I didn't kill myself. And of course, I didn't kill my kids. And then Monday morning, I go into work. At the time, I didn't have a cell phone. And I get a call from the Children's Aid Society. And I had to deal with them. And I'm like, oh, no, I did not kill my kids. They're at the school. Here's their number. I just dropped them off at school before I came into work. Blah, 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 blah. I mean, 20 years later, I can sit here and tell you, I'm glad I didn't kill my kids. I'm glad I didn't kill myself, because the person I have become today, I would not be the person that I was back then. And I wouldn't even trade myself for the person I was 20 years ago. And then, as I said, I was always looking for ways to buy more real estate or bring more money into the household. And then I was introduced to real estate investing. I work in a law office. So a client came in and she was renewing a mortgage on one of the properties. And I realized when I was looking at her documents that her mortgage payment was lower than my car payment. So I started asking her a lot of questions about her property. And surely enough, she explained a lot. And then she invited me to her real estate club that she was just starting out. And I started going there to learn about real estate. But in the last 10 years, I have done a lot of cool things. I have become a best-selling author. I am also a real estate investor. I've done a lot of deals. My highest number of properties that I owned at one time, which I bought with no money down, was 18 properties. And that was equated to about 46 tenants. I'm also a coach and a mentor. I have become a speaker, an international author and speaker, and I've been a guest on many radio and podcasts as well. Now, also during COVID, I have been able to develop what I've called the No Money Down Academy. This is where I teach people how I was able to buy and sell over 35 properties with no money down. So if me, as a single mom of 3 boys, working full-time on a law clerk salary, can buy this much real estate, so can you. There is no reason why you cannot buy the way I bought. So just imagine your life. If you are even able to add one more property to your portfolio, and let's say that property brings you, I don't know, $400 or $500 a month of cash flow. Now, all of a sudden, that eliminates the need of getting a part-time job. If I don't have to work 2 hours a night to make ends meet, and if I could maybe work for a month or 2 months or 3 months and find a property that will give me cash flow of $300-400 a month, it's totally doable, guys. So achieving financial freedom should be everyone's goal, and it was mine too. But before we think about financial freedom, I think we also have to think about what is your financial freedom number. So what I mean by that is what are your monthly expenses? So let's say your monthly expenses are $3,000 a month, and you bring in $3,000 plus one, so $3,001 passively into the household. You are financially free. Now, so if that one property can give you, let's say, $500 a month of cash flow, to reach 3,000, you need maybe 6 properties. But let's say you need, your financial freedom number is 5,000. So work backwards to see what it is that you need to have, what it is that, how many properties you need to buy in order for you to reach that financial freedom number. Now, before we talk about buying real estate, what I want to explain is what is no money down investing. No money down investing doesn't mean that no money is required for the transaction. All it means is that there is no money of mine that's going into the transaction. So if, for instance, I'm buying a property and I have a JV partner that's putting in the money, it's no money down for me. Fair? Okay. Now let's go over some of the no money down strategies that I have used in the past. And my goal of teaching you this, or my goal of going through this presentation, is for you to at least walk away with one way of buying property with no money. So one of the first strategies that I will talk about is called BRRRR, which is BRRRR. What that means is you buy a property that is undervalued. So meaning you can add value to it. So it needs some fixing. It maybe needs new windows or new flooring, maybe paint it up a little bit or something, right? So you buy it undervalued, you fix it up, you add value to it. Now you find a tenant, you rent it. So then you go back to the bank and you refinance the property. In other words, all the money you spent to buy it, all the money you spent to renovate it, and when you go to the bank, the value of the property has gone up now, and they will give you mortgage based on that higher value. And then you get all of your money out, and now you go and repeat that. So I love this strategy because, first of all, it's about recycling your money. So let's say you had a total of $50,000. You buy a property. In my scenario, I will give you an example as well. I bought a property, a very small property, and then I used Home Depot card to renovate it. No. Then I went to the bank after I put the tenant in, because now I knew I could get the value out of that property. The second strategy that I have used is called the vendor take back, or what happens in this case is that the seller becomes the bank. Now, what are the advantages of that? The advantages are, the first one being, you don't have to qualify for a mortgage, because now you don't have to explain to the bank, like, okay, this is how much I'm buying the property for, this is how much of a mortgage I need, because you really don't need to do any of that. Now, if the seller is willing to give you a mortgage, number one, it takes away from, it is advantageous to them too. There's some tax loops and stuff, but at the same time, they're not getting a lump sum, and they're getting a return on their money. So if, let's say, a seller was to sell the property, and let's say it's a $100,000 home, they're going to put that $100,000 in the bank, and maybe they'll get 1%, 2% return on a fixed deposit. Now, at the same time, if the seller can give you that mortgage or that financing to buy that house, maybe they can get 6% or 7%. Now, they already know the house that they're selling. So it's not like they have to go looking to see, oh my God, do I want to lend the money to this person or not? So I actually ended up buying a 6-plex like this. So what I did was I put 25% down, because that's what the seller wanted, which I borrowed from a family member. And I was able to get the 75% from the seller. Yes, the interest rate was about 7% at the time, but I wasn't worried about the 7%, because for me, it was more about what can this property give me in return? In other words, if this property is giving me positive cash flow of $800, that's what it was at the time, then I don't really care if I'm paying the seller 7%, because I am still making money and I did not have to put any money in. Does that make sense? Good. Then the third strategy that I've used is private money. Now, again, private money is mostly based on the asset. So if the asset value is there, private lenders will loan you the money. Yes, the interest rates are a little bit higher than the bank, but again, I personally do not focus so much on the interest rate because at the end of the day, everybody has to eat. If I am making money from that property and that property is giving me some cash flow, so what if I pay the lender 6% or 5% or 8%, whatever the interest rate is? So the main focus is for you to understand that, does this property make me money? If it does, then everything else doesn't matter. Does anyone know what a tax sale is? And I believe it's called tax liens for the people in the US. So what happens in this scenario is a homeowner does not pay the taxes for a number of years. So let's even say it's 2 years, 3 years. Every municipality has their own rules and regulations. So let's say they don't pay it for a number of years. So now the municipalities, when they collect that money is used for the services that are provided to us as citizens of that city. Now, whether it's to maintain the roads, whether it's to maintain the trees, whether it's to maintain the city pools or something, all of those facilities, all of those services cost the city money. That money is collected from taxes. So if somebody doesn't pay their taxes, the city still has to collect them. So after a certain number of years, they will put the house on what's called a tax sale or put a tax lien on it. Now, they don't care about what the fair market value of the house is. For them, it's all about just collecting their money, and that's it, nothing else. So if the house is worth $200,000 and the taxes outstanding are, let's say, $30,000, they are only concerned about collecting $30,000. If they sell the house for more, that money will go into court. If they sell the house for less, well, actually, they won't sell it for less because, like I said, they must have a minimum amount of money. Now, this is a house I bought for $5,000 on a tax sale. It didn't look like this. Yes, it looks much nicer now. It was a 2-bedroom bungalow that I bought, and I fixed it up as I bought it with a line of credit for $5,000, but then I used Home Depot card to renovate the place. So once it was all renovated, I put a tenant in there. I went to the bank, I refinanced the property. So now the money that I got, the appraisal that came in was for more than what I had paid for the property, plus what I had put the renovations in for. And now there was still 20% equity left in the house, and I still got money back. Remember I was telling you about the BRRRR strategy, the BRRRR? This was a perfect BRRRR strategy. I bought the place, I renovated it, I rented it, I refied it, and then I repeat the process. So now that money's out. I actually still own this house. And as of today, let's call it, this place is rented for $790. Like I said, it's a 2-bedroom bungalow. The mortgage is approximately $250 a month. The taxes are about $70 a month. Property management is $65 a month. And insurance is $75. And my monthly cash flow is $330. Now think about it. I did not put any money into this property. Right now, there is none of my money in this property. So for me to get a cash flow of $330 a month, that is infinite return. Plus, not to mention every month, my mortgage is going down because that $250 mortgage, some of it is going towards principal, some of it is going towards interest. So let's say the mortgage was, for example, just $60,000, just an example. And let's say in 10 years, the mortgage goes down to $30,000. I have paid $30,000 mortgage down. So in other words, if I sell the house, I only have to pay the bank $30,000 and not $60,000. plus all the cash flow that I collected from this property. So imagine how good this strategy is. And again, like I said, I have no money in there. So it is possible. You just have to think outside the box. You just have to think you can do it. It has nothing to do with, oh, should I do it? Can I do it? Oh, it doesn't work. If that's how you think, that's what's going to show up for you. If I thought like that as a single mom, or as I said, a mom of 3 boys, and I only have one income, if I started to think like that, I would not be where I am today. I would not have bought and sold 35 properties. I would not have had 18 properties to my name at the highest. I would not have umpteen amount of tenants. And I would not be able to sit here and say I have made over $1 million from real estate. All of that with no money down. So you just need to go out there and do the work. You'll have access to all the channels that I have access to. Now, also remember, I did not know any of this existed. I had to do it the hard way. But a mentor can show you how to cut down on that time and your mistakes, because if you have a mentor who's already done the stuff, they can show you the shortcuts and the best way to go about it. So my personal mission since then has become, I want to help and guide you in becoming successful. When I was doing real estate, it was hard for me because I didn't know. I didn't know what I was doing. And that's why I got that lady as a mentor. Now, she didn't teach me everything, but she got me a good start, so which I'm grateful for. So I can save you time, money, and energy. A mentor can help you save time, money, and energy. And I want to help at least 100 people reach financial freedom. I want to transform lives. That's what I want to do. Now my kids are grown up. As I said, 2 of them are in medicine, 1 is in management, and they're all doing well for themselves. So I don't need to worry about them. All I've done with this real estate is I have supplemented my retirement. I don't need to depend on my children to support me in my retirement. Now, I do have the next No Money Down free training coming up. I know this says December 17th, but just ignore that. Just go to www.thenommoneydownacademy.com/register, because then you will be given the next time we're doing the training. So don't worry about the December 17th. Just be like, go and register. In my free training, I do this for almost 2 hours. I will teach you a lot more stuff than what I've done in the last 20 minutes. I hope I have served you in the 20 minutes. For you spending your time with me, I'm also going to give you a free gift. It's a free guide you can download, which is 10 ways to buy real estate with no money down. You can go to www.thenommoneydownacademy.com/guide. And in the end, I just want to tell you guys, just start somewhere. Start wherever you are. This plant did not know it was surrounded by concrete. It found that little piece of mud in there and it grew from there. So I hope I've served you today, and just start learning. Start learning wherever you are. Every time you learn something, you have an opportunity to earn more. And I thank you for spending your time. This is Sadhana Sabharwal saying goodbye for now. See you at the training.
Hey everyone, my name is Tanisha. My friends call me T because T stands for tenacious. How many of you know that you're going to have to be tenacious and hold a tight grip on your goals and your dreams? Because like Dr. Miles Monroe says, life is coming to test the authenticity of your goals and dreams. A lot of people don't go after their goals and dreams because of fear. Fear can be described as false evidence appearing real. I love that definition of fear, because sometimes we're afraid of something that hasn't even happened yet. We're afraid that we won't get the job and we haven't been told no. We're afraid that our partner is going to cheat and they never cheated on you before. We're afraid to speak up because we're thinking about what other people may say. On the opposite side of fear is where you'll find your power. I know a lot about fear. It was a time when I didn't trust anyone. When I used something that happened early on in my life to give everyone a clear definition of who they were. Even if I didn't truly know them, I was suspicious of everyone. Sometimes when you're betrayed in life, or when you have a lot of disappointments, a lot of hurt, a lot of pain, you start to put shields over your heart. I know the first time the biggest shield went over my heart is when I walked into my mother's room and she was crying. And I asked my mom, "What's wrong? Why are you crying?" I never used to see my mother cry. She was the strongest woman that I've ever met in my life. And she told me that my dad had decided to leave. I couldn't really grasp what she was saying. And then she told me to call him. And when I called my dad, I could tell by the hesitancy in his voice that he wasn't coming home. Before I could hang up the phone, I turned around and my mother had a metal gun pointed to the side of her head. And I dropped down to my knees and I wrapped my arms around her waist and I looked up at her and I begged her, "Mom, please, please don't do this. If you leave me, I won't have anyone. Dad already left. Please don't do this, Mom." And I called out to God, and God answered my prayers. And my mother put that gun to the side, and she said, "Fine, I won't kill myself, but I'll never be faithful again." I was only 17, so I didn't care about her rationale. All I knew is that she was still going to be here with me. But that day changed the trajectory of my life. I decided in that moment that I would be the protector of my own heart, that I would never love anyone with my full heart, that if I did find someone, I would make sure that I cheated on them first, so that when they cheated, because I knew they would, that it wouldn't hurt as bad, that I never would be that woman with a gun to her head ready to take her life in front of her only child. I wish I could say I had empathy for my mother, but I didn't. I was angry. I was resented. I resented the fact that she didn't want to live for me. So I was afraid. I was afraid that she would leave me at any time. I was afraid that my dad left. I had a lot of abandonment issues. Fear ran my life in a lot of ways. I was afraid to give anyone my full heart. So all I attracted was people who weren't trustworthy because I didn't trust anyone. I attracted jealous men that were controlling, men that were abusive, men that were jealous, all the wrong kind of people, because I was afraid to be my authentic self. So I know what it is to feel fear. I remember when I went on my first job interview, the fear rose up in me again because I started to doubt myself. When you don't trust people, you don't trust yourself. And so I went into the interview thinking they probably really aren't even going to like me. And while I was sitting there, someone asked me a question and my answer made them laugh. And once they started laughing, I realized that they were just people too. I remember what my dad taught me about not being intimidated by anyone else, that we all go to the bathroom, wash our face the exact same way. So there was no need to be intimidated. So every interview after that, I got every single job because I went into that knowing that I was good enough, that I would bring value to any company that I served in. And I remember when I got promoted to my first director's position, and that fear tried to rise up in me again. When I walked in the room, the CEO of all the hospital systems, he thought I was in the wrong room because I was the only African American in the room, only one of two females. When I sat next to him, because I always sit in the front of the room, I'm very auditory, so I like to hear what the presenter is going to say without any distractions. So I sat down right next to him, and he said, "Excuse me, I think you're in the wrong room. What's your name?" Wow, here comes fear. Am I really in the wrong room? This is the thing that I'm saying to myself. I knew I shouldn't have took this promotion. I knew they weren't ready for me. I had some negative feelings, but quickly they dissipated. And I said to him, I am in the right room because my name is Tanisha and I'm the new director of regulatory compliance. And who are you? You see, I knew exactly who he was, but I didn't want to think that he was somebody and that I wasn't. I love how Dr. Martin Luther King says, you have to believe in your own somebodyness. I don't even know if somebodyness is a word, but I love the way it sounds. You have to believe in your own somebodyness. You can't let fear, judgment, any of those things stop you from reaching your goals and dreams. See, when he said that to me, I could have let fear continue to say negative things in my own mind. The own enemy of my thoughts could have kept playing. But instead, I stood up inside myself and I said, I'm going to show him why I belong at this boardroom table and why others like me belong at this boardroom table too. With names like mine, like Tanisha, and who look like me. And you know what? When I left that hospital, and I've been in nursing for the last 17 years, but when I left that hospital, they wish I was still sitting at that boardroom table. And today, I have my own boardroom table. Fear is the enemy of all your goals and dreams because it's the very thing that's going to paralyze you. It may come masked as procrastination. It may come masked as doubt. It may come masked as perfection. That's a big one. Sometimes we say we're trying to perfect a thing, but what you're really saying is, I'm afraid to show what I have at the level that I'm at. It's okay. Whatever level you're at, that just means it's room to grow, to go to the next level. But don't let fear paralyze you. Don't let perfection paralyze you. Don't let procrastination paralyze you. There's some things you're going to need to get to the next level. Along with being tenacious, you're going to have to watch your time. See, we all have 86,400 seconds in each day. And how you decide to use that time is going to dictate where you go in life. See, you're already a CEO. Whether you have a company or not, you are the CEO of you. You are the president of you. When you look in the mirror, you are standing there alone. You can place blame on other people. You can look to the right, look to the left. No one is there. It's just you. So in order to push past fear, you're going to have to take full responsibility of your life. You can't do anything about your history, about your past. The past is over. All you have is right now. And right now, you can either choose to live in fear or you can choose to step into your greatness. Step into the person who you were called to be. Step into the thing that gives you fulfillment, that brings you joy, that everyone around you says, wow, you really do that well. See, some of us are doing things that we think that we're supposed to do because other people told us that we're supposed to do it. For example, I always wanted to be a registered nurse, and I did that for 17 years. And I opened my own business, and my business was doing well. I was surprised myself that I could even open a home health agency with no experience in home health, but just a strong belief that I could do anything that I put my mind to. And we can. Anything we put our mind to, we can do. If we set goals, if we have a plan, if we stay focused. Focus is key. There's so many things that try to distract us from our time. Social media, the telephone, even work sometimes. If you're working on the wrong thing, your focus is on something that's not going to get you to accomplish your goals and dreams. If you're working on your goals and dreams, then that's phenomenal. But a lot of us aren't working in the area that we know we really want to work in. Because if we were, so many people wouldn't die on Monday when they're clocking in to do a job that they hate. I know what that feels like. But I had a fear of quitting my job and starting my own business. I remember I used to sit in the parking lot. My friends would have to, some of my coworkers who became close friends, they would have to come get me out the car so that I would actually come into the building. That's how much I had grown to hate the job that I was in, because I knew I was supposed to be doing more. I knew that I was supposed to be my own boss. I knew that the people I was reporting to didn't even know as much as I knew, but yet and still I had to report to them. I remember one time my mom told me, she said, Tanisha, you know, once you hit 40, some of us become unsupervisable. I was like, really? Is that what it is? I'm unsupervisable? She was right. I did become unsupervisable. But for way too long, 2 years, I dreaded going to work, but went there anyway. And it wasn't until I got the courage to believe in myself fully and say, I can do this. I can start my own business. I'm not going to let fear paralyze me. It's still time. It was time to turn my life around. That's another T I want you to remember. Turn around. See, God has good turnaround stories. He is the author and finisher of our lives. And He writes great stories. If only you would participate and stop being afraid. God doesn't give us the spirit of fear. So anytime you feel fear, you know it's not coming from Him. So I want to help you push past fear. I want you to remember to be tenacious. Never let go of your dreams and your goals. I want you to remember your time. How are you spending your time? Are you spending your time on strategy and plans to keep you in action to reach your goals and dreams? Set little milestones, 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, 6 months, 1 year, and evaluate your results. And if that's not working, do something different, but stay in action, because it's time to turn your life around and go in the direction that you're called to go in. See, COVID did a lot for different people. What it did for me is it slammed the door on my business and opened the door to what I'm doing now. Speaking, coaching, writing, amazing things. I want to hear from you, and I want to help you turn the life that you've been given around in a direction towards your goals and dreams. Reach out to me. Don't be afraid. Step on the head of fear and reach out to me. My email is contact@TanishaNow, and you spell my name TANEISHA now@gmail.com. You can go to my website, TanishaNow.com. You can be a part of my community, She Thrives Now, on Facebook. I also have a new TV show, She Thrives Now, Inc., coming on Believe in Your Dreams Network, where we talk about what it meant to us to survive, but more importantly, how we started thriving in life. If you want to thrive in life, follow me. If you want to stop being afraid, follow me. I'm going to give you the tips, the tools, the extra push, the courage you need to go after your dreams. God bless. No more fear. To God be the
glory. Welcome, champion. I am so glad you decided to join me today at the #1 virtual 5-day Comeback Champion Summit for the development of champions. I am Dr. Tashika L. Green, the president, CEO, and founder of To Everything There Is a Season, where we provide personal, professional, and leadership development to individuals and organizations to help them leverage their gift, passion, and purpose to maximize their greatest potential. Today, I am coming for the champion that is inside of you. And today, you're going to understand the players before giving the plays. In your life, career, business, and or organization, there is a greater need for transformational coaches rather than transactional leaders. The best leaders are coaches and produce champions within themselves and in others. Say this with me or type this in your notes somewhere. There is a champion in me. That's right. There is a champion in me. I am a champion. Often we use the word champion in the context of being a winner or defeating all rivals in competition. I challenge you today to shift your thinking and think of the word champion in the context of a change agent, champion of ideas, champion of people, and a champion of supporting a cause. The time is over for sitting on the sidelines and watching. Now is the time to get in the game and play a vital role in your victory. It is time for sweatless victories, but you have to know the players before giving the plays. And the first player you must know is yourself. Say it with me. There is a champion in me, and I am a champion. Champions coach champions, and champions beget more champions. Some champions are born, some champions are made, and some champions are coached. But regardless of how a champion assumes the title, there is a process you must undergo to move towards what I call progress. Champions first, they appreciate the process that got them the victory. Champions appreciate the process that got them the victory. Champions reflect on, how do I get better rather than how am I doing? Champions are focused and cannot be easily distracted. Champions help others along the way and are committed to the we and not me. Champions endure till the end. And champions pursue the journey with purpose to see how great they can be. And there's one more. Champions are given and entrusted with more than others. Say this with me again. There is a champion in me. I am a champion. But you know what? Even for the best of champions, life happens. That's right. Yes, life happens. It gives us things that we did not plan for. But in the midst of the process, do you still see yourself as a champion? Are you a champion in the process or a champion in progress? Are you stuck in your process or are you progressing in the process? Process is simply this. It's a series of events with a particular end. And when we think of the word progress, progress is forward or onward movement that gradually moves us towards better. In the process, you should be making progress. If you are stuck or you have stopped or you have become stagnant or complacent, then there's no movement towards progress or a place called better. You will have to continue to be the champion you are and get yourself out of that stuck place. You have to have progress in the process. But because there has been no movement or no action or no execution, it just prolongs the process and hinders the progress. The process is preparation. Say that with me. The process is preparation for you to get better, embrace opportunity, to be successful, and become the best you. Preparation develops your character. It builds your strength, and it stretches your confidence. Your intrinsic motivation to become better should be your daily drive to pursue your goals with purpose, never stopping when you get tired, but rather when you reach a place called completion. You have to push past the thoughts of self-defeat and doubt and negativity and worry and see yourself as a champion. There is a champion out inside of you, and I'm coming for it today. What you believe, then you will achieve, and what you cultivate prepares you to elevate. Cultivate the champion on the inside of you. Understand the player, understand you, and then you can give the plays. As the leader and coach, do you really know the players? Do you really know you? Do you operate each day giving plays, doing to-do lists, tasks, and assignments and action steps that are unattainable because you're focusing on the doing rather than the becoming? Shift your mindset and operate in becoming rather than doing. The things that you do and the questions that you ask will depict the mindset and the way that you operate. You know, when I first started the work with personal and professional development with organizations and individuals, I did some research and I discovered that there are over 152,000 personal development and self-help books on Amazon about purpose. However, research states that only 5 to 10% of Americans know their purpose and are fulfilling it every day. Additionally, 900 million people out of 142 countries are unfulfilled at their work. Many individuals are unfulfilled and operate in a job or a career mindset rather than a purpose mindset. I'm coming for you today, champion. Having a purpose mindset produces productivity because you have an outward-facing triangle that you passionately commit to a larger goal. You gravitate to greatness and you authentically serve and do what you were called to do in harmony with fulfillment and strength, but most of all, with compassion. Taking a purpose mindset will take you to places that you didn't even think or ask for. Opportunity will come looking for you because you have something that others need. You have an answer, and they're hungry for the champion that's inside of you to pull out the champion that's inside of them. You know, when I think about my path and where I am in my business and in living in a purpose mindset, it started out 6 years ago in 2014, but it actually started out 10 years ago in 2010 when I lost my mom of stage 4 stomach cancer. She was 53 years old, never had been sick a day in her life. At least I never saw her sick. She was diagnosed with an ulcer. And when she went to do further testing, we discovered that the ulcer had metastasized to her liver and became stage 4 stomach cancer. And within 30 days of her diagnosis, she had passed away. This was in 2010. And when she was on her last days, she called everybody into her room. And she said, I just want to let you know how much I love you. And if there's anything I've ever done, forgive me. So she preached a message of love and forgiveness. She was still fulfilling purpose, even on her last days. And then she said, I just want to speak to my daughter, Tashika. And I went into the room and she said, did I do good? And I said, what do you mean, did you do good? She said, did I do a good job in raising you? I said, you know what? You did better than a good job. You did a great job. You did an awesome job. And she said, I'm so glad I did, because I have prepared you to fulfill the work that you were called to do. I can no longer do this. So I pass this mantle on to you, the mantle of serving, the mantle of helping, the mantle of helping people to discover themselves and to walk into purpose and to be the best that they can be. And I said, thank you, because you planted the seeds and all I had to do was reap the benefits. And in 2010, when my mother passed away, I never knew that 10 years later, that all of this will evolve into books, 15 books and platforms for women and speaking engagements and businesses and organizations and contracts. I never imagined that. But I took on a mindset of purpose, and I had to pull out the champion inside of me and know that I am a champion. And that seed was planted in me. Even before I was conceived into my mother's womb, it was in the thought of God for me that I be a champion, that I be a success, that I win, and that everything that attaches to me win also. But I had to identify that in me. I had to identify and discover some things in me. I had to leverage some things in me. I had to understand the why. I had to understand the purpose. I had to understand the how, the actions, and I had to understand the what. What is it that defines me? And so when I started to leverage that, I realized that your gift is your what, and your passion is your how, and your purpose is your why. What do? I teach. How do I do it? I do it through inspiring and inspiration. Why do I do it? I do it because I want to serve. I want to help. I want to make situations better than I found it. Teaching is my gift. Inspiring is my passion. Serving is my purpose. So I ask you today, as you pull the champion out that's on the inside of you, what is your what? What do you do well? What is the one thing you were called to do? Who are the people you are gifted to and assigned to? What you do, does it inspire you daily? Is it something that you could do seamlessly and with easy as breathing? Do you feel gifted when you're doing it? Passion, what do you love? Does it make you smile? Does it give you joy? Does it excite you? Does time fly by when you're doing it? And purpose, why do you do what you do? What is the greater cause for you doing it? How are you helping others? How are you making things go right? And what legacy will you leave because of your why? Be very clear about your what, how, and why. And remain laser focused on being a champion at your craft. You can be a jack of all trades, but I want you to be a champion at one. Begin with identifying the champion in you, your gift, your passion, and your purpose. And then in return, leverage it to reach your greatest potential. And then go back and pull that champion out of somebody else. Be a helper and not an enabler. See, when you help, you produce, but when you enable, you reduce. Be a helper and not an enabler for yourself and for others. When I evaluated where I was in the process, I shifted the thoughts and embraced habits of mine that would allow me to be better in attaining every goal that I established. I call these the CDC habits of mind. What are your thoughts producing? What are the results of your actions today that will impact your promise tomorrow? Let your actions reflect your thoughts of change, growth, improvement, understanding, and knowledge. For all of these acts creates conditions of success. Therefore, train your mind to think in a place called champion. Train your mind to think in a place called better. Train your mind to think in a place called becoming. Eliminate all the doubt, negative thoughts, self-fulfilling prophecies, and reply to them with thoughts of confidence, positivity, and affirmations. You are what you think. Say that. I am what I think. And what did we say at the beginning? I am a champion. There is a champion inside of me. So the question stands, who are you? And how are your actions reflecting the champion that you are? It is time to develop the CDC habits of mind. It is time to develop the champion inside of you. Develop a mindset that is focused on the end result rather than the present situation. Once the end is envisioned, then determine specifically the needs that are necessary to develop you. And what are those? I'm going to tell you. C, stay committed. D, acquire discipline. And C, maintain consistency. I'll say it again. C, stay committed. D, acquire discipline. And C, maintain consistency. Stay committed to the action. There is a difference between interest and commitment. When you are interested in doing something, you do it only when it's convenient. But when you are committed to doing something, you accept no excuses, only results. Commit to the results. Commit to the champion inside of you. This means being a champion who's able to create and inspire vision and implementation. I want you to be vision rich and implementation rich. The key to being successful is not in the creation, but in the implementation. Say that with me. The key to being successful is not in the creation, but in the implementation. No chief executive officer or CEO or president or visionary was fired because of a lack of vision, but many were unable to put their vision into action. Vision doesn't work unless you do. So champion, you have to put in some work and stay committed to the action and see it all the way to the end, which is called the results. D, acquire discipline. Discipline is the bridge between goals and accomplishment. Accomplishment is not necessarily what you have finished, but what you have prepared others to do. See, when I told you that story about my mom, she had accomplished all that she had to accomplish. She had completed her work, but not only completed it, she had prepared me to carry on the mantle and walk in a greater purpose. In acquiring discipline, maintain a laser focus on the results. In order to stay focused on the results, you're going to have to learn how to give yourself the authority to tell yourself and others no. No is a complete sentence. And it's the best strategy when you want to establish boundaries and boundaries, balance and boundaries. Get in the habit. Start practicing. No. Say it with me. No. And say it with a smile. No. Be confident. No. Because what you're doing is you are acquiring discipline. And it is going to be a strategy that's needed to maintain balance and boundaries. And also to acquire the things that you have been called to acquire. What is the next C? Consistency. Practice and maintain consistency. Success doesn't come from what you do occasionally. It comes from what you do consistently. Say it with me. Practice and maintain consistency. Make intentional efforts to become better. Optimize the help and resources that are available to you and create the conditions that result in growth and success. You do not have to be perfect. Say that with me. I do not have to be perfect, but you must have the desire in becoming better. You do not have to be perfect, but you must have the desire in becoming better. Practice until you get better rather than until you get perfect. Just say that. I'm going to practice and maintain consistency until I get better. So remember those CDC habits of mine. Stay committed to the action, acquire discipline, and practice and maintain consistency. Do not compromise who you are to others' desires of what they want you to become. Your gift, your passion, and your purpose is too big to conform to someone else's limited mindset. Be who you were called to be. Be the champion you are. So champions, I ask you, are you ready? Set. Then let's go. Prioritize. Leverage your gift, passion, and purpose. Stop doing and start becoming. I am coming for the champion inside of you. It is time to come forth. Begin by prioritizing you. Don't just prioritize your schedule, schedule your priorities. You are a priority. Focus on the things which matters the most and will help you to live your fullest potential according to your purpose so that you can bear much fruit and live a life of abundance. Stop doing and start becoming. Just do it and get it done. Your to-do list is not going to get shorter. If you want to shorten the list of your tasks, then start becoming rather than doing. Retrain your brain and reprogram your thoughts and ask, who do I need to become for all that God has assigned for me to be? There is no time to waste, no time to embrace complacency, no time to convene and watch purpose pass you by. Now is the time for you and your confidence to unite with purpose and produce what you were chosen to do. Produce the champion that is on the inside of you. There is only one you. There is only one you. There are 7.5 billion people in this world, 7 continents, 195 countries, but there is only one you. What were you called to do? Stop looking for the answers in others. Stop trying to replicate someone else. You don't have to search any further. Look in the inside of you and pull that champion out. Don't let curiosity, don't let doubt, don't let defeat steer you in the wrong direction. You are a champion. There is a champion inside of you. It is time for you to pursue and go after the champion in you. You are a champion, and it's time to get in the game and win. I am Dr. Tashika L. Green, President, CEO, and founder of To Everything There Is a Season. You are still here. Go and live a purposeful life. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining me today. I am so glad that you dropped by because I have something special just for you. I want to stay connected with you. So go right over to www.tashikagreen.com and subscribe. And I'm going to send something special just for you to say thank you and to let you know that there is a champion on the inside of you and I'm rooting for you to win. Listen, thank you again. You are still here. Go live a purposeful life. There's a champion on the inside of you. Everything attached to you win. You win. Be blessed.
Hi guys, my name is Aisha Robinson. I am so excited to be here with you guys for the Comeback Champions Summit. I've been looking forward to this moment, just being able to share a little something with you guys about my new creation situation and yours. I'm going to start off with a simple prayer, just like this. Heavenly Father, please let my words be acceptable in your sight. Less of me and more of you. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. I pretty much start everything off with prayer. That's the way I live my life as a new creation. And I want to tell you guys a little bit more about that. But first, I want to tell you a little bit about myself. So my name is Aisha Robinson. I'm a mom of 4. I'm a wife. I'm employed as a law enforcement official, and I just recently got promoted at my position, and I'm working now with some domestic violence cases, and I found that a little ironic based on some of the things that I've been through in my past that I'm going to share with you guys. I was actually I am a domestic violence survivor. And I lived in a domestic violence shelter with my children many years ago. I can think back to some really, really hard times that occurred while we were in that shelter. And one of the times I could think of was a really, really hard time. I just had my newborn baby girl, my last daughter. She was an infant at the time. And I was waiting for the bus. It was raining, it was cold, and I was in Harlem, and I just felt really hopeless at that time. And the bus came, and I got on it, and, you know, I kind of like lifted my face up a little because I was crying and I wanted to dry up. And I saw at that time an advertisement for the job that I'm now employed at. So, you know, it was a glimpse of hope in my storm. You know, it was like God was there. He was always there, you know, and I recognize that now, and that's why it's so amazing to just share this with everyone. So, what is a new creation, right? A new creation is what happens when you are born again. And being born again is making Jesus your personal Savior, and, you know, just accepting what has happened, admitting to it, and just saying that, you know, moving forward, I'm here to please you and not myself. The best thing about a new creation is that there is no past. You know, a lot of people are held back because of their past and what people may say or think about them. But when you're a new creation, you have no past, and that is amazing. It doesn't hinder you from trying anything, being what you want, going for whatever you want, because as I said, I was at a very low point in my life, and God brought me all the way up, you know, and that was before I was even aware of Jesus and became a new creation, but He's always there, like I said. So I just really want to let you guys know that being a new creation, there's no more lack. You know, you have no concerns or worries about provision, because we know that God is going to provide for us, right? You also have deliverance, redemption, and prosperity. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about prosperity. Prosperity doesn't mean money. You know, people say that. They're not wrong, but they're incomplete in saying that, because it's so much more. So prosperity is wholeness. Think of a pie, right? So we have a pie, and the pie has slices. It's whole. You know, there's nothing missing, nothing broken. That's a pie you would like to buy and purchase and enjoy, right? So that's how God really wants us to live. He wants us to have nothing broken, nothing missing. And when you're a new creation, that's exactly what you have. That includes your finances, your emotions, your spirit, your soul, your mind. And while we're speaking of that, let me explain something very simple. It's a simple concept. And I learned this not too long ago, although I was going to church and this was a part of my life forever. You are a spirit with a soul, and you live in a physical body. You're not a physical body with a soul and a spirit. You're a spirit with a soul and a physical body. So in your soul, the soul portion is your mind, your will, and your emotions, and your body is the physical part. I want to share with you 7 key steps to a prosperous soul. And I think it's going to bless you. So, the first step is meditating on the Word of God every day. That doesn't mean spending long lengths of time on reading the whole entire Bible from beginning to end, or, just spending countless amounts of time with ritualistic type prayer. I mean, just 2 or 3 scriptures. You really just want to tell God about something that happened today. Acknowledge Him. Hey, God, I know you're there. Holy Spirit, I know you're there. I just want to acknowledge you so you can direct my path. That's what God is looking for. That's what He expects. He wants total dependency on Him. We were made to be dependent on Him. Okay, so meditating on the Word of God. 2, righteous consciousness. When I say righteous consciousness, I mean just being aware that you're righteous. And you're not righteous because of what you do. You're righteous because of what Jesus did on the cross in Calvary, shed His blood so that we can take on His righteousness. He kind of switched places with us. So He took on our sin, and He gave us our righteousness to put on just like a coat. And that's how we kind of walk around with it. So when someone says, you're not righteous, because you did that mistake, you say, look, who am I to refuse a gift God gave me? And that's what righteousness is. It comes from grace, from what Jesus done for us. So it's really super important that people believe that they are the righteousness of God because of what Jesus did, and not because of what they're doing. And that's no matter what, Number 3, confidence in the love of God for you. God loves you. He really does. That wrath that God had for mankind because of our sins were taken away because of that blood that was shed. So at that point, when God looks at us, He sees His Son. He sees Jesus. And He wants to bless us. He wants us to be whole, like I told you. So once you understand that confidence in the love of God for you, you'll be able to walk with that confidence. You'll be able to walk into a meeting and do a speech and understand that God loves you and He wants the best for you. He wants to bless you. Okay? So confidence in, knowing that He is our provider. There are people that say that God is not real and that Jesus doesn't exist and He wasn't the Son of God. But you know what? Even for those people, God still loves them. And it's important for them to know that because this can be a pivotal moment for them as well. Number 4, covenant relationship. So you have to know that you're in one of the strongest relationships known to humankind. The relationship that we have with God. Again, He loves us. He cannot lie. All of His promises He's made to us are sure, and we are definitely in the best relationship we could ever be with when we are in covenant with our Heavenly Father. So that's another benefit of your new creation situation. You're going to be in that relationship and benefiting greatly from each and every one of those promises. He'll never leave or forsake us. We know that. God will never leave or forsake us, and He's always going to be there. Number 5, stop taking things so personally. There's a lot I could say on that, but I'm going to leave that there. That's a personal thing. That's something that everyone is going to be able to relate to. So you stop taking things so personally, and that can really, really help you move forward in having a prosperous soul. Number 6, pray and worship God as a lifestyle. Not just on Sundays, guys. We're not just gonna turn the TV on, do virtual, because it's Sunday. We're gonna pray all the time. And a prayer is not just having to get on your knees. And a prayer will definitely be where you just close your eyes on the train, or you have that moment, sitting at your desk, or you're in the bathroom and you really have to excuse yourself because you need God. That is prayer. Thinking about Him. When we cry, You know, he hears all those things. So definitely prayer and worship, that's a lifestyle. That's going to be definitely a part of your new creation situation. And we're going to stop comparing, that's number 7, stop comparing yourself to other people. Don't compare yourself amongst yourself. So, you know, by doing those things, you're definitely going to see a change. You're definitely going to understand how prosperity is more than money and how it's wholeness, and you'll benefit. So, moving forward, I want to know, what are you waiting for to claim your new creation situation? What is it going to take for you to make that step to say, I've tried the rest, now it's time to try the best? You know, I could say for myself, it was the best decision I've ever made in my life. And I'm just so thankful and so blessed. I am whole. I am prosperous. I am complete, nothing broken. And, you know, it's a great place to be for anybody. So I just want to tell you guys that. And in closing, you know, I just have a few questions that I want you to think about for yourself, right? What happens when you trust God? That will be your Red Sea moment. Who is your source? That's your Garden of Eden moment. Where does your faith lie when you stand alone? Carry your cross moment. Who is your confidence in? Your David and Goliath moment. Can beauty serve others? Your Queen of Esther moment. Recognizing the voice of your Lord. Your Damascus moment. Who are you most loyal to? Your Daniel moment. And if God is for you, who can be against you? Your Garden of Gethsemane moment. I really want you guys not to miss this. And there's so much more to come. You can find me at www.newcreationsituation.com. You can also find me at Aisha Robinson on Facebook, Aisha Robinson on Instagram, and Aisha Robinson on LinkedIn. It was a pleasure spending this time with you all, and I really appreciate you taking the time to talk to me and to hear me out on what could be your new creation situation. Have a great day, guys.
Hi, I'm Amelia Moore, aka Amelia is Moore. Before we go into today's topic, I want to give you a little background on me. I'm a CEO and have been one for over 25 years. I'm the founder and CEO of my own consulting firm, Buzz Builder BMC, and I currently do trainings on diversity, which I feel right now is so important. My focus is for women to learn how to empower themselves within the workforce. Many who hear female empowerment think that I only speak to women, but however, that's actually quite the contrary. My trainings are for men and women. And, you know, my trainings derive from what I have learned from the School of Hard Knocks, as well as climbing the ranks of being, you know, and overcoming the conscious and unconscious behaviors and actions from peers and superiors within the workforce, both male and female. So, you know, my perspective on this topic differs from others who speak on the subject because most of the time my work ratio when I used to be in corporate America was me and then 50 to 100 other men. You know what I mean? And if there were women, it was maybe 1 or 2 others. That's it. But what made my positioning or my understanding of my positioning more difficult was because of the mere fact that, you know, I was also the one that was calling the shots, which made it just a little bit more intense, you know, because sometimes guys don't necessarily like taking orders from women, but it's all good. That was part of the diversity training. And I went through that School of Hard Knocks just because of that. But, you know, at best, there might be 1 or 2 other reasons why I think that, you know, that makes me the expert on this. But I hope after listening to this presentation, you understand why it's so important to me. So important that, I felt like there was a need to give back to the women and wrote CEO versus CEO just to understand the importance of diversity, because this is really a critical issue as it relates to the DNA of corporate America, and how understanding the differences really makes us better to find the similarities, which is the starting point of growing. And actually, succinctly, it's just, I guess I want you to know that I know a little something about something, okay? And, if you do agree and you feel that, this was worth your while and that you wanted to learn how to transition from she to CEO, and if you're a male, understanding what that transition means, please put that in the chat right now. I want to know how to transition from she to CEO, because this is my first virtual. Most of the time I catch the energy from the audience and I know where to go. So this is really interesting, and the newness of where we're at, and I commend both Shay Brown and everybody, the whole Comeback Champion team, for making success still an option. And it doesn't cost you anything, like you all know. It just costs us our time. So here we go. So I guess I want to start with understanding that as a woman, regardless of industry, as a female, once you walk into an office, you automatically take on the pronoun she. And if you agree with me, please say she in the chat, okay? Because I want to see where you're from. And while you're in that chat, also say where you're from, because I love knowing where everybody's from. That's so cool. But when you get that pronoun she, that's when the process of the transition from she to CEO actually begins. There are actually 3 stages. The first 2 don't involve you, yet the final stage is completely in your control. Stage 1 is questions and definitions. This is within the first few hours or even the first few days, depending on the company's DNA, the she questions will occur. The purpose of these questions is to determine the definitions that your peers or co-workers will give you to once they've answered those questions. And those questions are simply the she questions of, is she supportive? Is she nice? Is she controlling? Is she going to be helpful or selfish? But you know the rest of those questions. But the questioning usually occurs in 2 forms. And this is the interesting part. It's usually questions between the staff or direct questions from the staff. Now, the first is the most popular between the staff and the company cliques. That's what I like to call it, to find out how your presence will affect their positioning. Many times, unless you hear them, you will not hear those questions or those conversations, all of which is judged by your appearance or your actions or even your diction. But those are the employees or superiors that want to know where you really, what's your real goal here? Is it to take their job? Is it to be one of their friends and join the clique? Or is it just to do your job, right? That's issue number 1. For direct questions, those are the employees or superiors that come to you and ask the 1,000,001 questions. And you know who they are. And if right now you're laughing to yourself, that means one of 2 things. Either you're one of them, or you're actually hearing in your head those questions that you're saying, gee, that's kind of personal, or, that's kind of insensitive, like, how old are you? Or, why did you take the job? Or, what are your life goals? Really? On my first day of work or my first week of work? Is that truly necessary? The answer to that is yes, because they're really trying to figure you out. And as they're trying to figure you out, that's when you must decide how you're going to transition from that she to CEO. Now, stage 2 is the actual assessments and affirmations. So the questions actually transfer from, is she nice, to now actual statements of their assessment of you. Man, she is really nice. She's really private, or she doesn't talk that much, or she's nosy and asks too many questions, or she's a diva. Look how she dresses. It's too nice for the office, etc., etc., etc. But what's really happening about this is you're still in the she mode. Okay. And what's happening is now from them asking who you are, they've made the decision in who you are, all defined by them and not you. So it's really important to pay attention to this actual stage of the process so that you know where you stand. And that takes us to stage 3, which is my favorite. This usually happens about a week, 2 weeks in, and if you have an office that's not really that interactive, it might take a month. But after the questions and after the definitions and after the assessments, and you start to become aware of their assessments, of which is based on their interaction with you as well as their communications with you. So as you start doing your job, start paying attention on how people are treating you now versus the way they treated you at the very beginning, because that's an indicator of where the she affirmation is or the she assessment is. And, you know, this is when the transition begins from she to CEO. Now, before I go into the third stage, I think it's imperative to define a CEO. You know, the term CEO was created to, in like 1996, when a sister friend of mine, Saida, decided to write a book that would encompass the advice of like 96 women who were explaining how they navigated their success. As we began to review each story, we began to see a common thread. That common thread is each woman made a decision to take control of her career trajectory. And whether that was redefining her role within her company or finding and redefining her growth pattern to grow within the company, or better yet, even decided to start her own company based on her reflection and definition of her goals. The second common thread was each woman expressed how they had to get past the she syndrome and position yourself as an asset within the company instead of the female employee. This is when the team CEO, this is when the term CEO actually gave birth, because the women were taking control. They were, they all had leadership mentality for their own destiny, whether it was to lead their team or their own company. Being secondary and just a member of the team was not enough. Her desire to contribute and be acknowledged for her contribution and other assets that she brought to the team began her transformation from she to CEO. Succinctly, a CEO can be that woman who runs her own company, but she really is the woman that runs her own destiny, defined by her. So now I can identify stage 3. Stage 3 is the redefinition of she, to acknowledge her and you as a CEO. Now, in this stage, there's 2 important factors. First, you are in control. No longer like stage 1 and stage 2, others had that role. You now take control of that role. And it's establishing a redefinition of you so that you're not the she anymore, but you're actually the CEO. Now, to give you a perfect example of that, I want to talk about my experience. You know, when I was, you know, sometimes when you're a woman who is tough and assertive and holds your ground and doesn't really sway to the popular decisions or the popular opinion of the office, especially if you're superior, you get that nasty B word. You know, you all know it, and I'm going to say it for the sake of definition. A bitch, right? And basically what they're doing with that term is to try to take away your power or your self-positioning, you know, because you are in control. And maybe some people don't like the way you're managing or are so comfortable in their negative ways or negative behaviors that's not really positioning the company to grow. And you now have the dubious job to do that. They quickly give you that term because you're not going with the program. Well, you as a CEO had to put on that CEO mentality. And that's exactly what I did. Now, the conventional way when you get a negative term like that is to go to, HR and file a complaint. Well, that's all well and good, but that doesn't necessarily position you or affirm that you know what you're doing and that you can take control. Because when you do that, now someone else is solving your problem for you. So what I did when I was called that negative terminology was I put on my CEO hat and took control. I said, I know what I'm going to do. So the next time when everybody was convened, because when it happened to me, it was public. The whole team was together, and this one individual decided, you know what, you're nothing but a B. And I said, oh, really? Okay. And I didn't react. I just said that, nothing more. The next time we had the meeting in the public forum, I said, you know what? Before we start this meeting, I want to address a term that was addressed to me to let you understand the definition of that word is to me, so that if you ever so choose to say that to me again, you know what you're saying to me. And then I went on to give the definition. I redefined the word as beautiful, intelligent, talented, corporate hustler. When I did that, everybody in the room began to laugh because the room, as I mentioned before, was predominantly men. And he was trying to take control from me. So because his way was the way that he felt we all should do. And I was like, no, you're going to do it this way. Well, when I did that, and after everybody was like, whoa, woo, I went on and turned it into a game so that he didn't feel offensive, but actually poignantly said, if you don't like the game, baby, learn how to play it better. Because yes, that's me. But I want to bring to your attention, nowhere in that did I say that I was negative. I just told you what my assets are. So now, and what I bring to the table and what I bring to the team. So the next time you want to call me that, thank you for complimenting me on what I do. Do you see how that redefinition had that impact? Sometimes as women in business, we must really look at that. And we must, express our passion in a way that it really denotes passion and not necessarily emotion, which is what they always try to stick to you when you're a female that doesn't necessarily go with the program and knows how to take control of the room and the goals that the company has assigned for you wherever you lie within that hierarchy. So that's one good example of stage 3. But, I want to go on and say that it's not just about that redefinition. It's also about moving forward and taking that baton and passing it to the next person. So, it's when you do that, you're actually showing that you are a leader and that you are being that CEO, and no longer are you the she. And when they use that she, they're also going to change the way they use that she by saying, boy, she don't play. Or boy, she. And you also give them like, CEO, darling. So that they're now defining and you're redefining who you are and what your role is. Because see, the power of redefinition is learning how to redefine yourself and your positioning within the corporate structure. It's imperative, especially if you want to move up the corporate ladder or expand your company if it's your own company. Dealing with that adversity is key, but not with emotion, with definitely redefinition so that they can begin to understand who you are by terms you have assigned to yourself. Which leads me to an important critical analysis of questions. Anytime and every time they are presented to you, asking these 4 questions will help you any and every time you are in step 1 of the assessment stages of you and your productivity or positioning with the company or your company DNA. Always remembering that there is value being the CEO and not just the she in everything you do. Before I go into the critical analysis of questions, I feel like I should explain the reason why this is so important before I state the 4 questions to ask yourself before you answer any question. This rule is imperative regardless of gender, or something I teach all of my teams to ask themselves before they answer any question asked of them. Which leads to me to discuss the blessing and the curse at times of being a woman in the workplace. What is that one factor? Women are nurturers. Historically, women are nurturers. We are raised to have that mentality. And even though over the years it's changing and being redefined, the rule that girls and or women are the ones that support you, nurture the children, and protect the emotional status of their loved ones, that ideal gets transferred into the workplace as the helpful hand. Many times women in the workforce, and again, it's changing, but many are in supportive roles, such as, many start as the assistant or the secretary or the manager or the vice president, not the president. All of these roles that helps the next person in charge to continue to do their job and do their job well. And although there's nothing wrong with that, if you really want to become that CEO and run your own company or take control of the management and you need that vice president role, or that president role, it's critical to understand where questioning lies in that. I mean, it's our nature to help. There's nothing wrong with that ideal, right? Well, I believe that everyone is here to have use, which means that if you're not used for something, you are basically useless. However, the confusion comes in the definition of that word. Hear that word again, definition. It does not mean being abused. If and when your use begins to be defined as abuse, in that you are never being acknowledged for your contribution, you are doing someone else's job along with yours and not getting paid to handle the extra work, then that is abuse or not a helpful hand. Be clear. Or if you are the mark that is used to address the difficult issues in the office, that's abuse. And I'll go into that a little bit more. Yet most of the positioning is derived from your desire to quote unquote help. Again, it's imperative to use your CEO mentality and agree to be useful, but anytime it becomes abusive, it's time to stop helping, or better yet, time to negotiate a raise or stop doing the extra work that is not part of your job description. Do you see how helpful and nurturing coincide or translate when you go into the workplace? Ladies, this is critically important. And men that are listening to me at this point, please understand, I understand that it's not a conscious thing. It's the way we're nurtured. It's the misquoted understanding that I'm here to help, but I'm also here to lead, especially if I want to be an executive or CEO. Okay. So now that you know the dangers of being helpful instead of doing your job, so that within the company structure you are used and not abused, let's talk about the 4 questions to ask yourself any and every time you are asked the question. Ready? Here they are. The 4 questions to ask yourself are, why are they asking me this question? Who gains from the information given? And how can they use this information? And last, should I even answer this question? Let's review each question and the purpose or rationale behind each question. Question 1, why are they asking me this question is key. Sometimes someone wants to say something, but they don't want it to come from them, especially if it's correcting a superior. So they will ask you the question so that they can go to the superior and say, Amelia said. Now, what that does is they're not lying, but they fail to say that they asked the question. So when the boss comes to you and asks if you said it, they never ask, what was the conversation that your viewpoint came up on, or what you said came about? They will just, that's way too easy. So what they'll do instead is just ask you to answer the question. Why did you say that? And now that has positioned you on the defense. And what's really bad about that, when you were just volunteering information or just having a simple conversation, right, quote unquote, off the record, is that now maybe that relationship you had with your superior is now being challenged. And maybe when you never had a problem, now your boss or your superior is looking at you side-eyed because of what your coworker said, utilizing something that was supposedly off the record. So why are they asking me this question? It's a very critical question to ask when somebody asks you a question. Question number 2. Who gains from this information given? Many times, the she who wants to help is also the creative one in the team that looks at the whole map instead of just the destination. That perspective is very valuable. It makes you a valuable asset to the developing of the company. Yet, if you just think of yourself as the helping hand instead of contributor, you are giving someone the answers to questions that could catapult him or her instead of you. Let me say that again. You are giving information that could catapult him or her instead of you. It was your idea, right? So again, asking who gains from this information helps you understand how to position yourself when answering this question. It's basically asking who gains from this information truly makes you think and reflect on the positioning that answering the question gives the person who gives the answer. I hope I'm not confusing you, but see how your perspective of helping is once again potentially abusive to you and your growth potential within your company. If you don't ask that question, who gains from this answer? Which leads us into question number 3. How can they use this information is actually the extension of question number 2. Once you understand who gains, you also see the use of that answer you are giving to the question proposed to you. Again, the answer and the use of the answer can either help or harm you. It also gives you awareness of your positioning so that you can negotiate your growth. If you see the person is asking your opinion because they know or they have an idea, that is perfect time for you not to give the answer to the question. But it's also the perfect time for you to schedule a meeting to discuss the answer to the question. The whole purpose behind that, or the strategy behind that, is whenever that idea comes to the table, you then can say, yeah, I discussed it with such and such, and we came up with these ideas. Now you're part of the architect. You're part of the developing team, and you now may or may not have a project that can actually catapult or showcase your use or your asset as being a creative within the team. As long as you position yourself, and by asking that critical question, who can use this information? If it's me, meaning you, then you don't volunteer that information. You utilize it as an opportunity to include yourself in that next big project. The last question is the most important. I even answer the question. Sometimes no answer says more than any diplomatic answer possible. If someone is trying to involve you in something you know is not beneficial, your reply, diplomatic or not, is not beneficial to you. And not answering the question keeps you out of the conversation. So sometimes, people will want to include you because they'll know that you have value, or that maybe the superiors value your opinion, and say, yeah, I talked to Amelia about it. Now that involves you in something that you really shouldn't have been involved in, only by answering the question, do you think we should do this, that, and the third? When you know daggone well you shouldn't. So I hope by giving you these 3 stages of how to transform from she to CEO, and also the importance of the 4 questions to ask yourself so that when stage 1 happens, you know how to answer it, will help you navigate that transition from she to CEO. So I just simply want to say thank you, Shay Brown, and everyone from the Comeback Champion team for this wonderful opportunity. And I also want to give you a special offer. I'm willing to give 20% off of any of my services, including my consulting, if you just log on and say, hey, I was part of the Comeback Champion Summit. And you can contact me by using the group of the Comeback Champion Nation, because it really takes a village, you know, and I'm so happy to be part of this village. And if you want to contact me, follow me at Amelia is More or LinkedIn Amelia Moore. And with that, I want to say, please understand the importance of not just being a she. Take on that hat and look at that mentality of being a CEO in everything you do. Because when you do, the respect, the positioning, and the championship comes, and your comeback will be successful. Till next time, see you later.
So, how do you make the impossible things in your life possible? Let's talk about that. Right now, it's okay to say, I'm not okay. We're all not okay. But one of the favorite things I always tell people is that, look, the two most important days in your life are the day that you were born and the day you find out why. Do you know your why? Do you know why you were here? When I think about the different principles that I give people, I always give them the 5 P principles. The first one is passion. What is your passion? What are the things that you're passionate about? What are the things that you do even without people prodding you or asking you or begging you? What are the things you wake up saying, I would do this even if they didn't pay me for it? Think about this. When we think about the circles, think about the things that we love, the things that the world needs, the things that you're just good at, but we'll also have to think about the things that you get paid for, okay? So I call this my sweet spot, right? The spot where your passion, your profession, your mission, your vocation, all of that comes together. That is your sweet spot. That's your purpose. Do you know it? Do you know what your purpose is? So, how do you find it? How do you get some? When you know what your purpose is, then everything that you do falls into that purpose. One of the reasons why I call it the 5 Ps is because think about it. Everything that you do should be out of that core of your purpose. So your plans, your purpose, things that you do for fun, your business, your enterprise, your kids, your family, everything comes from your purpose. The other thing to think about, and think about this really carefully, anything that costs you your peace, it's too expensive. It's too expensive for you to think about those things in your life that cost you your peace. Think about it. What is your purpose? One of the things I always ask people is, what is your belief system? Because, you know, there's a thing called nature versus nurture. And the thing is, you have to understand where your thoughts are, where those things are that you just make you who you are, right? But understand that your thoughts become your words become your actions become your habits, and your habits become your values. But understand, really, at the end of the day, your values become your destiny. This all starts with your belief system. So I ask you, what is it that you believe? Because whatever you believe, that will help you find your purpose, and it will help you find your passion. The other thing to think about is, what's the plan? What types of plans do you have? Do you make plans? Do you live vicariously? Do you just do things however they happen? Understand that when you plan things out, you're able to see them manifest. I always tell people, when you fail to plan, you plan to fail. So what types of plans do you have right now? Do you plan to get a new job? Do you plan to do a new job venture? Do you plan to get married? Do you plan to buy a house? Understand, one of the things I always tell people is that the quickest way to eat an elephant is one bite at a time. So you have to do things in little bitty increments in order for you to be successful. So what I use, and what I always tell people the same thing, is think about Habakkuk, right? And the Lord answered me and said, write the vision, make it plain upon the tables, that he may runneth that read it. For the vision is yet for an appointed time, but at the end it shall speak and not lie. Though it tarry, wait for it, because it will surely come, it will not tarry. The thing is, are you waiting for it? Are you planning for it? Have you written down what the plan is? Or are you waiting for the plan to just appear out of nowhere? Because you understand that faith without works is dead, okay? And so you need to have a way to have your goals, to have them measurable, to have them where you're able to make some things happen. So we always talk about SMART goals. They need to be specific. You need to be able to measure them. They need to be achievable. They need to be relevant, and they need to be timely. When you make a goal, you can put the goal here, and then for each one of these, write down what is specifically that you want to do. I want to save $5,000 in 6 months. I want to get a new car. I want to get a new house. I want to be more loving. Whatever that is, be very specific about it. And how will you measure it? How will you know that you've reached your goal? Will it be in your bank account? Will it be in your driveway? Will you have a key to it? How do you measure it? And then are you putting goals down that you can achieve based on what you've been able to do before, or what things you've been spoken to before? Because we understand that we serve a good God, and some things happen supernaturally, right? But how achievable is that goal? And then how relevant is it? Understand that if you do not pick something that gets you up in the morning, that gives you that passion, you're probably not likely to reach it. And then the last thing is when do you want to have it met? Is it 6 months, 3 months, a year? Write the date down. Don't say this time next year. Say December 15th, 2021. Give it a date. When you give dates and you write things down, you give it the opportunity to manifest in your life. The other thing to think about is persistence. How persistent are you? Understand, most people who are very successful, they will tell you that it wasn't the successes in their life that made them successful. It was all the failures. It was all of the failures of the things that they wanted to do, that they tried to do, that they fitted to do, that didn't work out, that gave them the stamina, that gave them the endurance to catapult to the successes that they have today. One of the things I always tell people is, what's your race? Let us run with perseverance the race that was marked out for us. See, the problem for a lot of people is they compare their race to somebody else's race. And that is where the problem happens. So fixing our eyes on Jesus, the pioneer and perfecter of our faith, run your race and run it well, because that was what God gave you. This is how you make things, the impossible things, possible. You have to stay in your lane. Stay in your lane. Don't get in anybody else's lane. Run your race. The other thing is prayer. I will say that's the last but least, but that's really number one, because understand that when we start with prayer, we understand that prayer answers all things. And so my thing is, what type of prayer life do you have? What types of things are you asking for? What types of things are you standing in agreement for? I always tell people that what's in my cup is for me, and what overflows is for other people. But my thing is, prayer gives you that opportunity to have a cup, to have something to pour into it to begin with. One of my favorite sayings that I always use is the serenity prayer. Now, a lot of times people say they remember the first piece of it, but they don't remember the other piece of it, because understand that when we talk about the serenity prayer, it's like, what can you really control? We all have gone through a year almost of things that were just uncontrollable. We had no control over it. And the things that we thought we controlled, we didn't control anything. So one of the things that I pray on a daily basis is the serenity prayer, the long version. So listen to this. God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Living one day at a time, enjoying one moment at a time, accepting hardships as the pathway to peace, taking as he did this sinful world as it is, not as I would have it, trusting that he will make all things right if I surrender to his will, that I may be reasonably happy in this life and supremely happy with him forever in the next. I understand that I expect to see the goodness of the Lord in the land of the living, okay? What do you control? Are you praying about those things? Are you praying about God's perfect will, or are you looking for his permissible will? What are you doing in your prayer life? That is going to make a difference in what you're able to accomplish in this life. Understand, when we talk about wealth and abundance, abundance is simply plenty, or having a large quantity of something. It's that innate tendency of life and nature to manifest, grow, and become more. We want to produce. We want to create more of everything. One of the things I always talk about is Matthew 22, when we talk about the talents. I always ask people, how many talents do you have? Do you have 5? Do you have 2? Do you have 1? How many talents do you have? Because understand that whatever talent and gifts and abilities and skills that the Lord has given you, he's expecting for you to capitalize on all of them. All of them. So what are you doing to make things grow? Because understand that when you are a steward and you are helping others, you will always find possibilities in things that other people are just not able to do. The other thing to think about is just think about this. God is who he is all the time. All the time he is who he is. And the one thing that you have to think about is the fact that we only have a minute, 60 seconds in it, forced upon us, can't refuse it, didn't seek it, didn't choose it. But it's up to us to use it. I must suffer if I lose it, give an account if I abuse it. Just a tiny little minute, but eternity is in it. And my last thing is, we think about the P's. I told you about passion, purpose, having a plan, persistence, and prayer. Those are the 5 P's in life that make the impossible things possible. Reach out to me on social media. If you look at me, coach.me, I'm the hope dealer. We have to understand that happiness is a habit. I specialize in relationship coaching, recovery, divorce, death, and domestic violence. Look out for me. Thank you so much for this time. I look forward to meeting you, and I hoped that you will make the impossible things in your life possible. Bye for now.
My name is Daniel Ortiz, and I have ADHD, and I'm a youth speaker. And what I'm going to talk about today is how to be great, how to serve greatness with having ADHD. And you know what the best part is I beat the odds of having ADHD. See, society likes to push it to the side and give us this negative bubble of we lack discipline, we're not consistent, and we will not achieve our goals or never be successful. But once again, I beat the odds of that. And I had teachers telling me that I wouldn't admit to my goals, that I would never be nothing in life. And it was just negative after negative after negative. But let me tell you what, I never let that stop me from doing what I wanted to do. And that was to provide for my family and also be successful in a lot of areas of my life. And the way I did that was I was consistent, I was disciplined, and I was persistent. See, discipline is doing something that you don't want to do, but you have to order enough to get to that next level. See, the only discipline I knew was when if we did something bad as a kid, and obviously our parents disciplined us, right? But I finally figured out the other meaning of discipline, and that is so critical in your success. If you're an entrepreneur, if you're a business owner, or if you're just trying to apply that in your daily life, or if you have chores, discipline is very, very critical, and it's helped me along my life, my journey. Consistency is doing something over and over and over and over again and never changing the formula. See, I had a problem with that too, because having ADHD, our minds go a mile a minute. Now, I don't know if you ever driven a fast car before, but that's what it feels like. Going 150 miles per hour, imagine that in your brain. Crazy. So I mastered those two things because the number one goal I wanted to be successful. I didn't want people to dictate my life. The 97% of the people dictate my life and tell me that I wasn't going to be nothing, because I know that God put me on this earth for a reason. I know that he created me to do his work. And so having ADHD, they say it's a disorder. What I say, it's a superpower. And I just want to give you just a little bit of my life story. I struggled in school, and I didn't have the resources or the help that I needed to get to that next level of my education. But did I let that stop me? No, I didn't. I kept pushing because I knew that I had it in me to graduate. I knew that I wasn't dumb. I was smart. I just learned differently. And so what I want you to know is that if you do have ADHD, don't give up on your dreams. Don't give up on your goals, and don't give up on your ideas, because ADHD people are very creative. We're innovators. We're motivators, and we're critical in society. There's 70% of the CEOs in America have ADHD. So we have to be motivators. And so there was this one mentor that I had, and he gave me this quote by James Allen. He said, people are so anxious to change their circumstances, but not themselves. And what I got out of that is that we like to say, oh, I need to make more money, or I need to get this job because this is what's going to change me. This is what's going to change my habits. But for my success, I had to change myself personally in every area of my life before I could change my circumstance. Because when you change yourself, when you're disciplined, consistent, and persistent, that's changing yourself. When you apply those three things, your circumstances change. People see you different. You get different opportunities. You get in different rooms. And those things help you to solve the obstacles that you have in your life. Because you may hit an obstacle, or you may hit a wall and you don't know what to do. Well, discipline is going to help you apply that, because it's going to make you do things that you don't want to do instead of taking the shortcut. Because success is not a sprint. It's a marathon. It's a jog. So you have to enjoy that process, because if you don't enjoy that process, then you'll never understand your failures and where you messed up to go back and make sure that you don't make those mistakes again. And so I want to say that I started at Art Band in 2018. And I remember that people said, don't go. You won't make no money there. You won't succeed there. Just do a regular 9-to-5. Just get a regular job. And I decided to take the leap of faith. I decided to let God direct me into where he wanted to go instead of me directing myself. And so within that year, I made 6 figures selling furniture. And people said that I would never admit to my success, to my goals. I lacked discipline. I lacked consistency. I never was going to be anything. But I kept my mind to my goals. I kept what I wanted out of my life, and I kept going. I kept pushing. I was determined. And sometimes you have to be determined to get to that next level, because it might not happen overnight. It might not happen over a week. It might not happen over a month. But if you keep pushing, you will get there. So if you're starting a business, right, or you're starting an idea, don't get discouraged because listen, success doesn't happen overnight. Now, I'm not saying it's impossible, because it is possible sometimes, but just enjoy the ride, enjoy the journey, enjoy it, because ADHD is also a process. We have to understand where our strengths are, where our weaknesses are, but don't always focus on your weaknesses. Always focus on your strengths, and always be that next person willing to learn, willing to gain more knowledge. And I want to let you know that the big resource in my life was Christ. The biggest resource. He guided me. There was times where, I did want to give up. I'm not saying that I was perfect and all these things fell in my lap, but I was blessed enough to get what I wanted, even when I didn't even deserve it. So I want to let you know that anything is possible in life. Number one, if your resource, you put God in the center of your business or in your life, personal life, business, whatever you want to call it, that's the number one resource I used. And then I backtracked. I got consistency, discipline, and being persistent. And I applied all those in my routine. Now, was it easy? No, it wasn't easy. It was difficult sometimes, because trust me, there's a lot of things that I love to do in my professional, in my career, but there's also the little things that I don't like to do. And those are the little things that you have to be disciplined with to get to that next level, because when you do that, like I said, when you do that, that's how you overcome those obstacles. That's how you overcome those rough times and those times where you don't know where to go or you don't know where to direct yourself, because that's just going to build your character. You never want to act outside your character. And so I was the number one salesperson, in my company. And I couldn't thank my mom enough. I always give her gratitude, because she helped me along my journey. She helped me along my success. And I just can't thank her enough. And so I'm just very, very blessed and just very humble that with what people told me, what I wasn't going to be, I am today. And I was a part of the 3% of America's population of money earners. So the 97% of people that told me I wasn't going to be nothing, listen, I'm something, and I'm blessed. And that's something they can never take away from me or you. And so my thing is today is if you have ADHD, or if you don't have ADHD, don't listen to the 97% of people that tell you that nothing can't be done, to tell you that you're not good enough, to tell you that you will never achieve that certain amount of success in money earning or portfolios or the amount of businesses you open, because I never listened to them. And so I'm just so just so honored to not have listened to those 97% of people that told me that I couldn't do it. And those were the biggest push. Those people don't understand that they pushed me so hard that I wanted to prove them wrong. I wanted to achieve. I wanted to be somebody because I know God put me on this earth. So once again, listen, do not listen to the 97% of people that tell you that you can't do anything, because God put you on this earth to do something. And if you can't find your purpose right now, don't give up, because your purpose is going to come. Your purpose is going to come. Your gift is inside your purpose. So never let no one tell you, don't use your gift because it won't make you money. Always, always go to your purpose. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dawn Churchill, and I am blessed to be the National Coordinator for International Christian Dance Fellowship USA. I am the founder of Dawn Churchill Enterprises, and I am the author of From Depressed to Fit and Free, as well as my most recently published book, God's Fiery Passion for You. So my entire life mission is to empower quitters to embrace a lifestyle of faith and possibilities. Now, you can connect with me at dawnchurchill.org, or you can even go to dawnchurchill.com, where there are free resources available to anyone who joins my eList community. So I more than welcome you to do that. So why do I spend all of the majority of my time inspiring and empowering quitters? Well, because I once was one, yeah. So for one reason alone is that I believe that everyone, and I do mean everyone, including you, was created, fashioned, designed, equipped to thrive and not just merely survive in life. Of course, with the right coaching, the right training, the right education. But so not that long ago, every time I would muster the courage to try to get back up again, it seemed like life threw me like 10 more curveballs that would just like knock me down. And so it was about in my mid to late 30s, and no, I'm not going to tell you how old I am, but something surfaced within me, honestly, with a vengeance. And it moved me to become more determined to get up, and not just to get up, but to stay up. And so, you know, no matter how many times I might have to fight back to get back up, you know, if the circumstances of life put me down, I had just decided that I was enough was enough. So you see, one of my personal relationships, which will remain nameless, but one of them failed. And it basically, the aftermath left me in a really, really deep depression. And not to mention that I had become obese. So my highest weight was like 255, 260, and I'm about 75, 80 pounds lighter than that. And if you can do the math, and you can figure out how much I weigh, but anyway. But so anyway, that failed relationship, it was the impetus. Definitely, it was my relationship with God that was the key factor, but the failed relationship is kind of what made me say, okay, time out, we got to figure this out. So before I go any further, I do want you to know that every time I speak, every time I share, I do share biblical principles, and I am unashamed about my relationship with God. So if that bothers you, then I am probably not your girl. So if that bothers you, you should probably keep scrolling. But anyway, so basically, each of us have a story. Mine is likely not that much different than yours. We've all experienced trauma in our life in some way, shape, or form. So all of us have experienced rejection or ostracization, or maybe verbal abuse, maybe physical abuse, maybe sexual abuse, maybe abandonment. It just, we've all experienced something that has left a mark on us. And unfortunately, it shapes our view of ourselves. It shapes our view of the world around us. And it also shapes the possibilities of what our life on earth could be, and honestly, what it should be. So long story short, in my book, From Depressed to Fit and Free, I just narrate the journey that I traveled. I recovered from a debilitating 7-year depression. Now, when I say debilitating, I mean that not only was I on antidepressants, not only was I on anti-anxiety medication, but I seriously contemplated suicide a couple of times. Like, it got so bad that I couldn't even get out of bed or off the couch for like a couple of weeks at a time. And so not only was I suicidal, not only was I 100 pounds overweight, but it just seemed like every time I tried to crawl out of this mess that I was in, I just lacked the strength to do so. But one day I made a decision, and that's the first thing that I want to talk to you about. So as I crawled and scraped my way out of this season, something bigger than myself told me that I didn't have to keep wallowing in the mud the rest of my life. And although I know it was God's strength, it was honestly my choice. And that's the first point I want to make to you. So today my topic is you were created, you were fashioned, you are totally equipped to survive. To thrive and not merely survive. I want each of you to walk away from this knowing that there is something more than just survival mode for you. And unfortunately, many of us on the face of the planet, we're thriving in a few areas of our life, but we are merely surviving in several others. And I want you to know it's possible to have a thriving possibilities in all areas of your life. But anyway, so I know it was my strength. It was my relationship with God. It was his strength that enabled me to get up and keep getting up. But honestly, it was my decision. There was one day I will never forget. I was taking a walk around the neighborhood and I got so angry inside of me. And I literally yelled to the heavens. I didn't even care who heard me. And I said, I will never be depressed again. Now, mind you, I said it a lot louder than that. But it was that choice. It was that choice that I made that I would never be depressed again. Now you have to understand, my depression started when I was about 8 or 9 years old, and it had lasted for about 30 years. So when someone who has struggled with depression off and on for 30 years, it is ingrained in your psyche. It is ingrained in your mind, your will, and emotions. It's ingrained in your responses. It's ingrained in everything. But I made this choice that I was never going to be depressed again. I made a choice I was never going to walk in fear again. I made a choice I was never going to be broke again. And those choices enabled me to find a clear-lit path to health and wholeness and wellness. So no matter what your end goal is, no matter what your end achievement or success or happiness is that you would like to achieve, when you are convinced that it is possible for you, then I can help you make the next right choice and the next right choice that will definitely catapult you from merely surviving into thriving dimensions. So one of the things that I love is I'm old school. I like the Merriam-Webster dictionary, and I love to give definitions when I have an opportunity to speak. So the first thing I want to do is define a few words for you. Number one, thrive. It means to grow vigorously. It means to gain in wealth or possessions. It means to grow luxuriously, to achieve success, to reach a height of development or influence. Now, survival means to continue to function despite hardships, to remain alive or merely in existence. And to exist means to live at an inferior level. It means to live under adverse circumstances. Now, what I want you to understand is I survived. I merely existed for the first 38 to 39 years of my life. So I think it probably in the description of my message, I love doing the 3-2-1 method. So I'm going to tell you 3 things that keep you in survival mode, 2 things that will catapult you into thriving mode, and 1 non-negotiable that everything hinges on. Okay. All right. So 3 factors that keep you in survival mode. Now, the first thing I want you to know is that survival mode really is victim mode. It is victim mentality. So if you've experienced anything like I have, if you've experienced physical abuse, mental abuse, sexual abuse, verbal assault, just all kinds of things. If you've experienced any kind of trauma in your life, and if you've experienced it time after time after time after time, whether you realize it or not, you have entered into victim mode. You have entered into victim mentality. And there are 3 things that are characteristic of every person who is operating in that victim mentality, even if it's only in one area of their life. Again, they could be thriving in other areas of life, but in this one area, they've got victim written all over them. Okay, so victim mentality is based in 3 things, which I'm not going to teach about today. It is based on core beliefs. It is based on core values, and is based on specific mindset blocks or strongholds. And that's all I'm going to say about that right now. So victim mentality is based in scarcity. Scarcity is the state of having a limited supply in spirit, attitude, wisdom, finances, wealth, possessions. So scarcity is not just a scarcity of money or possessions. Scarcity is the state of having a limited supply of spirit, attitude, wisdom, finances, wealth, possessions. Scarcity says, I only have a limited supply of such and such. Therefore, I must ration it out so that there's enough to go around. This is the salesperson who believes that there are only so many sales that are going to walk through the door on any given day. Scarcity mindset means that that salesperson is going to compare themselves to their fellow coworker, their fellow salesperson. They're going to compete for whoever walks in the door because they don't believe in an abundance of sales opportunities. They believe that there's only so many to go around and they have to grab what they can get. Okay. Victim mentality is also rooted in poverty. Now, poverty is different than scarcity. Poverty is the state of being extremely poor or penniless or destitute or impoverished in spirit, attitude, finances, wealth, possessions. It's similar to a scarcity, but scarcity, at least you have a little bit. You know, you have a little bit that you can spread around. But poverty means I got nothing. So poverty says, I got nothing. I ain't got nothing. I ain't never going to have nothing. So basically, I'm screwed. Oh, and by the way, I am not the most eloquent speaker. I am totally being me. You're getting Dawn in the raw. Okay. All right. Third part of victim mentality is insufficiency. Now, insufficiency is different than poverty, and it's different than scarcity. Insufficiency says it's not that what I have is limited. It's not that what I have isn't enough. Insufficiency says that I'm not enough. It says I've never been enough. I'll probably never be enough. So why bother trying? So you can be, I'll say this again, you can be thriving in a few areas of your life, yet be barely surviving in most others. And they're all based on core beliefs, core values, and specific mindset blocks or strongholds. Okay. All right, Dawn. Well, the reality is I can see myself, and I'm not me, this is you. I'm saying more than likely, not all of us got it all together. I got it together in a couple of areas, but I'm still working it out. We all are. We're all a work in progress, right? So I'm sure that there's at least one area in your life where you can say, you know what? That's me. Like, I constantly think that way. I constantly make decisions in that venue. And I really, like, there's some things in that area of my life that I really want to see flourish. So the two essential strategies that are necessary, absolutely necessary, to catapult you from surviving into thriving are two things that the secular world calls the law of sufficiency and the law of abundance. Now, first of all, let me say that every spiritual core law of the universe that secular psychologists and secular scientists have coined phrases for, they are all rooted in biblical principles. So I'm going to share a couple of scriptures with you on which the law of sufficiency and the law of abundance reside, okay? All right, sufficiency. So God is able to make all grace come in abundance to you so that at all times you will have all that you need, that you will be completely sufficient in everything so that you might have an abundance of that is necessary for every good work. I'm going to say that again, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a couple of Strong's definitions, okay? God is able to make all grace. It means all favor, all earthly blessings. He's able to make them come in abundance to you, pressed down, shaken together, running over, so that you may always, now when I say always, I mean under all circumstance, regardless of the situation, in all things, not some things, not a lot of things, not most things, but all things, so that you will have complete sufficiency in everything, being completely self-sufficient and being completely reliant on him, that you would have an abundance, that you would have superfluous, that you would have above all that you could ever ask, think, or imagine for every good work. So why does it say every good work? Well, sometimes we seek abundance or we seek, overflow, but we just want it for us. Yeah. Like we want it to benefit our well-being or our happiness or our whatever. But the law of abundance says that abundance is given to those for every good work. So if it's only benefiting you, I'm so sorry to tell you, it's not a good work. A good work is something that not only blesses you, but adds value to other people's lives as well. Okay, so I said 2 key strategies that are necessary to catapult you from merely surviving to thriving. The second one is the law of abundance. Okay, so this is, oh my gosh, this is one of my favorite scriptures. So surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. And you go, well, Dawn, that kind of doesn't really sound like abundance, but it is. Let me break it down for you. Surely goodness is that which is only pleasant, only good, only excellent, only beautiful, only happy, only favorable, only of estimable value. Only goodness and mercy, his kindness, his favor, his special privileges, the doors of opportunity that are open to me, the divine connections that come into my life, the relationships, the people, the stuff. Surely goodness and mercy will follow me. I love this word. This word means it will pursue me, it will chase me down, it will ardently follow me until it overtakes me. So the law of abundance says that surely goodness and mercy will follow me down and chase me down all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Now, to me, dwelling in the house of the Lord means that I am dwelling in an abundance of his love and his joy and his peace at all times, in all situations. Okay, so I hope you guys are taking notes. Those are the 2 non-negotiables that will catapult you out of survival mode into thriving mode. There's one that is needed for sustainable longevity. Now, if you can get out of victim mentality, then you can get into abundance and sufficiency mindset, energy, all that other stuff, right? Then there's one more thing that you need, and you need it so that you can stay there. So y'all ready? I hope you're taking notes. The one non-negotiable for sustainable longevity is the idea of pure potential and limitless possibilities. I'm going to say that again. It is the idea or the thought. It is the core belief system. It is the core value system. It is the strong mindsets that are wrapped around pure potential and limitless possibilities. Okay, so I'm going to give you one more scripture. It says, but you shall remember the Lord your God, for it is he who gives you the power to get or create wealth, that he may confirm his covenant that he swore to you and your fathers. And some people go, well, that doesn't sound like limitless possibilities. Okay, hang on with me. So it says, it is he who gives you power. This word power means the collective might of man, angels, and God. I must say that again. This word might or power in the Bible means the collective strength of man, angels, and God. Part of your problem is you've been trying to operate in the strength of man, you. When I say man, I mean man or woman. So I mean, you've been trying to operate in the strength of only you, but you need to operate in the strength of plurality, which is man, angels, and God, okay? So that word says, it says that he has given you power to make or create wealth. Now, this word wealth is not just riches and substance and possessions, but it is also, it is like the multiplicity of powers that have now been magnified and now are equivalent with valiant ability and armies and forces. So I'm talking like the Army, the National Guard, the Navy, all of them collectively together. So it says that he gives you the might and the strength of God, angels, and man collectively together so that you can create and multiply, so that it is now like you have the resources and the strength of the collective forces of our entire nation. So if you can embrace that, if you only knew, actually I won't go into this one, but the Bible says that God made man just a little bit lower than the angels, and he clothed us with glory. And so what is my big promise to you? If I can get you for just a few minutes, if I can get you to agree with me that you might just have the seed of limitless possibilities of pure potential inside of you. If I can get you to believe for just a few moments that it just might be possible for you to achieve your greatest desire, then and only then can I help you. But see, the problem is that some people, that they're still so stuck in this rut. Even if it can be in all areas of life, it can just be in one area of life where they haven't yet turned the page yet to realize that there is limitless possibilities available to them. They just haven't explored all of them. So if I can get you to believe that for just a moment, if I can get you to admit that there is even the tiniest mustard seed of possibility and potential within you, then I can help you take the next right step and the next right step and the next right step that cumulatively leads to your greatest desire. So that is what I want to leave with you today. If I haven't inspired you yet that it's possible, then I'm not your girl. But if you've chosen the possibility that maybe you can do this, then I want you to visit my website at dawnchurchill.org, and I want you to request some more information. Guys, thank you so much. I hope you have an amazing day.
My story is filled with major failures, terrible choices, a failed business, bankruptcy, foreclosure, car repossession, divorce. But the good news is it's also filled with a major comeback. It's filled with financial independence, being debt-free, having multiple streams of income, but most importantly, being stress-free. Peace of mind, I assure you, is worth more than silver or gold. It is well in my soul. Hello, my name is Deborah Johnson King. I am a financial services strategist with over 20 years experience in the financial services industry. I'm the president of the Deb John Group Incorporated, LLC, your financial concierge. Now, in the time that we have together, I'm going to give you some tips on how to improve your financial independence, how to improve your financial life, how to become debt-free, how to exhale and not panic when there's more month left at the end of the money, okay? This is not going to be one of your stuffy seminars, a lecture. We're going to talk, okay? We're just going to deal with some facts and talk as one sister, one brother to the other, okay? In the midst of this chaos, I want to teach you how to take control of your financial health. I want to give you some money secrets that you were never taught. I want to give you your financial roadmap, okay? Now, in speaking with a lot of my clients, the challenge that a lot of you are having is that basically you have a dysfunctional relationship with money. And that comes from way, way back in your background, because for a lot of us, depending on what culture we come from, we were never taught money strategies. We were never taught financial literacy. When we look at some other cultures, it is kind of like in their DNA. They, from the time the kids are little, they're teaching them about money. They're teaching them about financial independence. But for most of us, we were never taught that. Even if we've gone to university, even if we have master's degrees, PhDs, we're doctor of this, we're doctor of that, we're not doctor of our finances. And that's where we're having a lot of stress, because studies have shown that one of the major problems in relationships, one of the major stressors personally is, how can I be politically correct and say this? Well, I'm not, because I'm not that kind of person. It's money issues. For husbands and wives, normally when you're fighting, what are you fighting about the most? It's money issues, right? Either it's not enough money, or whenever there's enough money, it's how that money is being spent. Okay, so if you feel like you're not making enough money, or that there's just too much month left at the end of the money, that's what we're going to talk about today, right? But basically, I'm here to tell you that you have choices. You can choose to change, or you can choose to remain the same. It's like everything else. Some of us, this is the beginning of the year, we're saying our New Year's resolution is that we're going to lose weight. You have a choice as to what you put in your mouth. No one else is feeding you the fattening foods or the things that are not healthy for your body. You're doing it to yourself. It's the same thing with your finances. You're doing it to yourself. If you're able to go into the mall, you're the one that's going in the mall and spending that money and buying things that you cannot afford. I promise you that a lot of you that are under the sound of my voice, if you go into your closet, back in that secret place in there, you're going to find stuff that's perhaps not even taken out of the bag yet. You're going to find stuff that you haven't even taken the tags off. But you bought it because at the time it was instant gratification. It made you feel good when you bought it. And that's one of the issues, because we're in what you call a microwave society right now. We want that instant gratification. But like I said, you can choose to be financially independent. You can choose to be financially free. It's psychological. It starts here, guys. And some of you are probably saying, so tell me something I don't know already, Deborah. You know, I've tried to fix this before and it didn't work. Why should it be different this time? You know what's different this time? You have me. With my wealth of experience, over 20 years in the financial services field, I can help you. I truly, truly can. In talking to my son, Andrew, when he was little, he was a super basketball player. And every time he made a shot or whatever, he would kind of, you know, do his little swagger and his thing. I'm like, Andrew, it's not nice to brag and boast. And he quoted me Muhammad Ali. He says, Mom, that's like one of his favorite quotes. Mom, that's how he talks now. Mom, you know, it's not bragging and boasting if you can back it up. So he shut me down right there because that made a lot of sense. So what I'm telling you is that I can help you. I truly, truly can. I'm not bragging. I'm not boasting because, like I said in the beginning, I have been there. I have sat where a lot of you are sitting now. I have walked where a lot of you are walking now. So I know what it's going to take to get you from point A to point B. I have the tools that's going to be able to equip you to change. Now, let's think about this. When you're going on a journey, right? You have your starting point, point A, and you have your ending point, point B. What are you going to do in order to get from point A to point B if you've never been there before? You're going to put the ending address in the GPS so that it can map your roadmap and tell you how to get there. It's the same thing with your finances. We have to look at where you're at now, where you want to be, and give you that financial roadmap on how to get there, right? A lot of my clients, they're working a good job. It could be a result of a university degree. It could be the result of a college degree. But the problem is, you don't have much in savings, or perhaps none at all, because of this pandemic and what has been happening. For those of you that were fortunate enough to have savings to fall back on, God bless you. But there's also some of us that are out there that we didn't have anything put aside because we were living paycheck to paycheck. So now it's even worse because some of us have been furloughed. Some of us have been laid off. Some of us have totally lost jobs that there's no hope of us ever getting back again. And once you get in this position, what are you going to do? Years ago, I contributed to a book, and my chapter in that book was the head in the sand syndrome. And it talked about people that would not recognize their problems, that would not deal with the problems. And like an ostrich, they just decided to go ahead and stick their head in the sand and hope that the problem would go away. But of course, we know that that doesn't work. That only works for ostriches, right? Not for us. So that's the same issue that we're having now. We're putting our head in the sand and hoping that the problem will go away. Now, one of the first things that I want us to do is identify the problem, all right? Before you can fix it, you have to acknowledge that a problem exists, okay? Now, I know we're virtual, but you can put an imaginary hand in the air. All of you that have a budget, raise your hands, okay? All right? Now with some of us, We say, yeah, I have a budget, but it's in my head, Deborah. Now, a budget in your head, you might as well not have it, okay? It has to be written down. It has to be in black and white. Because remember what I said initially, this whole financial independence thing, this is psychological. It starts in your mind. You have to wrap your mind around the problem. And the problem is that we're overspending. A lot of us, we're living above our means. And like I said before, more than one time, there's just too much month left at the end of the money. How are we going to fix this, right? So in order to fix this, we have to identify where we are wasting our money. And how do we do that? That's with a budget, okay? We look at what's coming in and what's going out. More importantly, it's what's going out, right? So you put down your net income, because nobody spends gross, right? We put down our net income everywhere that funds are coming from. You may have your little side hustle, you may do your moonlighting. So for those of you that's not familiar with that term, you could maybe be an Uber driver for extra money. Maybe you go ahead, you deliver pizza, maybe you cook food, bake cakes, whatever it is that you do as extra money, your multiple streams of income, right? So you need to go ahead and list all your bills. Put every single thing down. Do not leave anything out, because in a budget, every dollar has to have a home, whether or not it's your electricity, whether or not it's your cell phone, it's your cable. And in doing your budget, you're going to be able to identify areas that you're wasting money, so therefore you can cut back and have more money left at the end of the month, okay? Now, take a look at your living expenses. Some of you, like I said before, you're living above your means. You're trying to keep up with the Joneses. The Joneses, they don't care about you. They got their own soap opera going on at their house, right? But yet in your mind, you're trying to keep up with them. You're trying to impress people that don't even care about you, okay? Remember what I said, it's psychological. It starts in the mind. So let's just get out of that mindset, worrying about what other people think. Because sometimes we worry about that too much. And to be honest, they ain't even thinking about you. You don't exist for them, but yet you're tied up so much with your image and the way they're perceiving you, okay? A lot of you have credit card debt that needs to be taken care of, okay? You need to stop living off of the credit cards. If you don't have the cash to buy it, you don't need it. Leave it in the store and concentrate on paying that credit card debt down, okay? Paying the minimum payment each month is not going to get it. You will never, ever pay that card off, all right? We have something that we call the snowball effect. Take a look at your card. See which one has the highest interest rate or the highest balance. Remember I said it's psychological, so maybe so that you can get a rush, pay the one off with the lowest balance first to make you think and also let you know that, hey, I can do this. I've seen some results, all right? Now, some of you, your credit scores are very low, and perhaps that's because you have excessive debt, and that's affecting what we call your credit utilization, okay? This is a money tip that I'm giving you. In order to be able to maximize your credit scores and get the most amount of points that's allocated for that particular score, you have to keep your balances below 30% of your credit limit. So for easy math, let's just say your credit limit is $1,000. You should not carry a balance on that card of $300 or more, because that's affecting your credit utilization. I promise you that if you go ahead and bring that balance down to less than 30%, your scores are going to go up. Try it. Try to prove me wrong, okay? Now, another thing is how do you make your money work for you? Okay, income tax time is coming up, and some of us, we are gearing up that we're getting back money, okay? They're giving us money. Now, this is your money that you have allowed the government to use for 1 year interest-free, okay? So they are only giving back to you what you had loaned them. In achieving financial independence, you want to be an owner of your money, okay? not a loaner at no interest rates. Think about this. For those of you that have your money in the bank or on CDs or something like that, what interest rate are you getting? How much are they paying you? For some people, it's less than 1%. And if you do make interest, now that it's tax time, you know what's going to happen, right? They are going to send you something in the mail that you need to take to your tax person so that you can pay taxes on the minuscule amount that you did make on your money. That's insanity. Guys, we need to stop doing that. We need to be owners and not loaners of our money so that that can help us achieve financial independence. All right. You have to find an investment vehicle that is going to give you the highest yield on your money. There are investment vehicles out there that are paying 8%, 9%, 10%, 11%, but usually, because we do not have our financial independence, because we do not have our financial house in order, we don't know. You need to find an expert, someone that can teach you these things, someone that can coach you to financial independence. Because what happens? What's the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. Correct? Absolutely. Okay. Now, I need another imaginary show of hands. How many of you have heard of the rule of 72? You're like, Deborah, rule of 72. What's the rule of 72? The rule of 72 is how long an investment will take to double given a fixed annual rate of interest. Okay. I'll repeat that again. It's how long an investment is going to take to double given a fixed rate of interest. So let's just say if you take by dividing 72 by the annual rate of return, that's how long your money is going to take to double. All right. Now, I don't know about y'all, but I have more sunsets behind me than I have ahead of me, okay? So I don't have time to play around with my money for someone to be giving me 1%, 2% interest. That's ludicrous. When you know better, you do better, okay? So as of this day forward, raise your right hand. We're going to take a pledge. Deborah, I pledge that I am going to go ahead, and if not with you, with somebody else, to go ahead and find a financial mentor, find a financial coach, someone that can go ahead and teach you how to be a better steward of your money. Because the Bible says, to whom much is given, much is required. Okay? And if you have plenty and you're a good steward of it, you will be given even more. Okay? But we have to know what to do. I'm a smart person. You know other smart people. But I couldn't come to your job and do your job because I'm not trained to do your job. That's not my area of expertise, okay? My area of expertise is finances. My area of expertise is helping you get out of debt. My area of expertise is debt elimination. Okay? Because you have a 30-year mortgage, that doesn't mean that you have to stay in that mortgage for 30 years. No. There is a method out there. There are more than one method. There's more than one method out there that can teach you how to do these things. But you have to go with someone that knows the right path to put you on. Remember the example that we gave, right? Your starting point for your journey is point A, and you're going to end up at point B. But you have to know what path. You have to know which way to go in order to get from point A to point B, okay? Now, let's just bring all of this together, okay? Point number one, you're going to go ahead and get a budget. There are so many different apps that are online that you can get if you're an app person. But like I mentioned before, I'm old school, I'm black and white. I want to put it down in black and white so that I can see it. I can visualize it every day. That helps me, right? It's kind of like your vision board. Have any of you done your vision board yet for the month? Come on now. We're like halfway through the month of January already. You can't start planning for the year at right now. You should have been planning before, but that's okay. I'm not going to beat you up too much about it. As of this day forward, you need to get your plan in place. All right. You're going to take pen and paper and put your budget down. Okay. So that's your budget. You're going to take a look at all of your expenses, where you're wasting money, identify areas. Do you really need 800 channels? Everybody has the same 24 hours in a day. Even if you watch TV for 24 hours a day, you cannot watch 800 channels, all right? Take a look at that. Take a look at your cell phone to see, do you need all the bells and whistles on that cell phone? No, you don't, all right? But like I said, I'm going to stop beating you up now. Now, I'm coming towards the end of my time with you. We've been having such a great time, but I want to leave this with you. This is not only my business, this is my ministry, okay? When I wake up in the morning, I am ecstatic in taking a look at who can I help today. I want to be a vessel that because of your encounter with me today, your life has been made better, okay? If I've said anything that you like, give me a call. My number is 954-998-7500. That's 954-998-7500, 954-998-7500. My name is Deborah Johnson King, and I am the president and CEO of the Deb John Group, LLC.
You know, there's nothing like being behind the scenes in the green room. There's no green here, obviously, and I don't see any over there where Willie is either, but Dr. Willie Jolly is, but we're in the green room. And I'm not going to read this long bio because I'd be here all day talking about this gentleman that coined the phrase, a setback is a setup for a comeback, the gentleman who's one of the top 5 speakers in the world. I'd be here forever talking about him being in the NSA Speaker Hall of Fame and so many other things. So let me just say, Dr. Jolly, why don't you tell them who is Dr. Willie Jolly? And more importantly, what are you up to these days, man?
Well, thank you, Shay, and greetings to everybody. I am Dr. Willie Jolly, and I am grateful to say who I am. I'm just a friend of Shay Brown. That's my claim to fame is saying I'm a friend of Shay Brown. That opens doors. When I go to places, I say, Shay sent me in, and they open the door. They give me the best table. Well, for those who don't know, I am Dr. Willie Jolly. I'm the author of the book, A Setback is a Set Up for a Comeback. The book, It Only Takes a Minute to Change Your Life. The book, An Attitude of Excellence. The book, Turn Setbacks into Greenbacks. And the book, Make Love, Make Money, Make It Last, that I wrote with my bride of 35 years. I've been honored that I've been named one of the outstanding 5 speakers in the world by the 175,000 members of Toastmasters. I'm grateful only 50 people in the world have ever been given that honor, including Norman Schwarzkopf, Nelson Mandela, Margaret Thatcher, Christopher Reeve, Les Brown. I'm also honored that in 2000, that was 1999. In 2005, I was inducted into the Speaker Hall of Fame. And then in 2013, I was named a legend of the speaking industry. And I am a guy who was a former nightclub singer who got fired and replaced by a karaoke machine because it was more cost effective for the nightclub owner. I decided I was never going to let anybody else determine my destiny. And I started looking for new opportunities. I had a setback, but I believe that setback was not the end of my story. And I took a job with the school system as a drug prevention coordinator and started giving little speeches to kids about staying away from drugs. And from there, started a speaking business that has now gone on for 30 years. And I've been very grateful to be able to have those accolades. But that's my story. And now I am able to do radio, television, books, speaking, virtual events, radio with Sirius XM, where I have the #1 self-help show in the country now on channel 141 every week. Daily radio on Radio 1. My dear friend, Dr. Kathy Hughes, called one day and said, I want you on my radio stations. And so We are doing a syndicated session every day on her station on Wake Up and Win with Dr. Willie Jolly, and then a lot of online programming. We've got a media company now called Jolly Media that I'm running with my son, who's an attorney, and we're growing that. So we got a lot going on, and I'm very grateful. Last but not least, I think it's very important for people to know not only am I a motivational speaker, but many consider me to be a motivational minister because my doctorate, which is earned, by the way, I'm very grateful that I took a year off and went back to school, and it grew me. It wasn't just something I thought about, but something I wanted to do to grow my potential, my capacity. And so I went back to school and I got my doctorate in faith-driven achievement. And in that, I am also a man of faith. So in 2014, when Zig Ziglar had died after many years of being on the Get Motivated tour with General Colin Powell and Les Brown and U.S. presidents, and Zig died, I'm honored that they said, we want a man of faith who's also a minister or has a motivational messaging like Zig did. And they called me, and I'm grateful that for a number of years, from 2014 to 2018, when they ended the tour, it was me and Les Brown and Damon John, and we went around the country doing 2 cities a week. So I'm a man of faith who believes that my gifts and my abilities are just a blessing from the Lord. And so I give him glory for everything that I do, everything that I am. So that's me in a nutshell, man. That's my story.
Man, I love how you share that, and that's so important. And let me ask a question, because the book you wrote, I know we'll talk about that when we get going. We're in the green room, so they like to hang out in the green room, by the way, for these snippets. A Setback's a Setup for a Comeback was written, many years ago. Why is that book still relevant today? Huh?
It's over 20 years old.
I know. So my question is, we're going to be talking, doing a deep dive when we get into the main segment. For those folks that are watching, the entrepreneurs, the speakers, the authors, the coaches, the trainers, the experts, the moms, the dads, why is that book still more relevant today in your mind than it was maybe 20 plus years ago?
I think that's a great question, Shay. And the reason that it is more relevant now is because we are in a time like nothing we've ever seen. We're in a time where we've got a pandemic, we've got economic downturn, we've got massive job loss, we've got racial strife, we've got social upheaval, and we're in the midst of a very divisive presidential campaign. Now, any one of those by themselves could be disruptive, and we got them coming all at the same time. It's unprecedented, unparalleled that anything we've seen. So when I talked about 20 years ago setbacks, somebody might have lost their job. They bought the book. Somebody might have gone through a divorce, or what I call the devastating D's of life. They might have gone through a divorce, a disease, a diagnosis, a disaster, a downsizing, a death of a loved one. And one of those things might have come upon them, and they needed a comeback. They were in the midst, but we're having all of this stuff coming at the same time. This is unprecedented. And so right now, people need it more than ever. They need that book, and that's why the book is jumping off. We had 197 orders of the book just the other day. 197 just one day. People heard me on the radio and ordered it. I gotta have it. That's just one day. So it's amazing. It's more relevant than I think ever before. And I'm very grateful that, and I tell people this, Shay, you'll appreciate this. That book, which many people give me credit for, and some on the other hand don't. And some people think Joel Osteen wrote it because I sent him a copy and he says every week, a setback, that's nothing but a setup for a comeback. And then T.D. Jakes has used it and people think he wrote it. I wrote the book, but here's what I want to say. I tell people that book didn't come from me. It came through me. So I was just a conduit for God to use it to get to people, to help them through their tough times, their tough moments, to let them know that there was hope for their future. And so I just am grateful for the fact that I was able to be used as a conduit to get that book out. And it's, you know, I've said over the years, that book is like nitroglycerin. I mean, I'm still going through the book. I pull it off the shelf often. And I've had people who call me and say, I had the book on the shelf. I went through something and I pulled it off and found the answer right in chapter X or chapter Y or chapter Z or whatever. And it blessed me. So I'm very grateful. I think it's needed now more than ever because we're at a time when any one of those things I talked about, the things that are going on right now, could disrupt your life. And we got them all going at the same time.
They're all going at the same time, and you're making a relevant point at the right time, at the right moment. Look, we've got a show, Dr. Jollies. We got Susan out there and Sharon out there and Cal. What's going on, my man Cal? So many folks are tuning in. We got a show. We come back. We're going to do a deep dive into a setback as a setup for a comeback. But more importantly, something that Willie Jolly has been doing for a number of years. And for some of you, I want you to pay attention. And that's helping businesses really grow, helping them to expand. So while he works with corporations every single day, he also has a place and a space for the entrepreneur and the small business owner. I'm going to ask him about that when we get back. We're going to get going in 5. It's my favorite part, Dr. Jolly. 4, 3, 2, 1. It's showtime. Promise I made to my mom. I only did this message for one person, and that's my mom. This is for you, Mom. Love you. My name is Shay Brown, the happy entrepreneur. Make it a great day, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Shay Brown.
Mic check, mic check.
All I do is win, no matter what. Got money on my mind, I can never give up. And every time I step up in the building, everybody hands go up.
Yes. Yeah.
And they stay there. And they stay there. And they stay there. Cause all I do is win.
Well, it's a great day. My name is Shay Brown, the happy entrepreneur, and welcome to the Happy Entrepreneur Show, the #1 business development and revenue focused late night show in the country where we're on a mission. And our mission is to empower, our mission is to inspire, and our mission is to provide you, that's right, you the entrepreneur, with all of the resources that are necessary to execute that big, big, big vision you have for the people you were called to serve. And I believe you have 3 visions that I love to share. 3 visions. I believe first you have a vision for yourself. I don't know, the clothes you want to wear, the car you want to drive down the road, the organic food. I know you can't wait to eat, right? You can't wait to eat that. And it takes resources, which means it takes revenue. And I believe you have a second vision, by the way. You have a vision for your loved ones, the ones you care the most about. Mother Dear just turned 73 this month. I had a chance to hang out with her yesterday. She's only 15 minutes away. And one of the things about Mother Dear, even during this pandemic, before I could go there, is she got really good at ordering stuff online. It takes resources because it was my credit card, by the way. But she loves to do that. And some of you want to write a check for someone's health care insurance. Some of you want to write a check for someone's mortgage. Some of you want to send your kids to a school of their choice or support a cause you believe in. And it takes resources, which means it takes revenue. And I believe you have a third vision, I believe you have. And that's a vision for the people you are called to serve. And I want you to imagine for a moment, I always like to give the example of Noah, and you don't have to be a believer, but imagine you're Noah in the Bible, right? And you're ready to get going on your mission. You've got the expertise from God. You've got all the resources you need. And right before you get going, there's a knock at the door. You're like, what's going on? What is it? Door over here. Here, see me? Yes. No, I'm sorry to report, but there's no hammer in the house. No hammer, no big deal. We don't panic. We're going to keep going. We do this thing. Excuse me. No, I might as well confess over here. I couldn't find the nails either. There are no nails. No hammer, no nails. Rule number 1, I never panic. Oh, geez, what is it now? Over here, me, yes. There's no people and there's no wood. Good luck, Noah. And you're like, maybe that's you. You've got the purpose. You got the passion. You can't freaking believe anymore, but it takes resources, which means it takes revenue to get your business off the ground. Today, you got the one and only Dr. Willie Jolly that only can provide you the resources to help you get the revenue, but he has the expertise. So with that being said, let me welcome to the stage the one and only Dr. Willie Jolly. How are you, my man?
I am grateful to be able to be on with my friend Shay Brown. I've known him and his family for many years. His brother Kwame is a dear friend. His dad was one of the icons in our city. And so I'm very grateful to be able to be on with my man, Shay Brown, the happy entrepreneur. So the happy entrepreneur got Willie Jolly on. So the jolly and happy are all working together.
It's all working together. Thanks a lot, man. I appreciate that. And let me just address the elephant in the room. You got this setback is a setup for a comeback. And if you can, take a moment for the person that's watching right now and define what that means and what the premise is behind not only the book, but in my opinion, it's a whole movement that's really taking place.
Yeah, right now I am probably more popular, more in demand than I have been in a number of years because people are desperate for a comeback. In the midst of all these trials and tribulations, calamities, pandemics, they're looking for a comeback and they're looking for a way to get this done soon. And so many have heard about the book, A Setback Set Up for a Comeback. Some have heard about the exploits that came from the book, i.e. in 2006. Now, the book came out in 1999. In 2006, I got a call from the Ford Motor Company. They were on the brink of bankruptcy. Their market share had gone from 50% down to 15%. They brought in a new CEO named Alan Mulally, who said, we've got to change the culture. We need a comeback. One of their execs, when he said the word comeback, one of their execs in the executive suite said, there's this guy, I have his book, A Setback Set Up for a Comeback, named Willie Jolly. We need to get him to help us. They gave me a call. I remember that day I was in my car on my way to a speaking engagement in Hampton Road. And I had to pull over so I could listen to this. This is Ford CEO and COO and top executive saying, we need your help. And so they told me the problem. Market share had gone down. They wanted to bring a bankruptcy. They needed help. They needed to change their culture. They needed to come back. So they said, we want you to be part of our team. So they brought me on. I worked with Ford in 2006, 2007, 2008. And in 2009, you might remember that Ford was the only one of the big three automakers to be able to reject a government bailout and go from losing millions per month to making billions per month. Now, did the economy go up between 2006 and 2009? No. Did circumstances of our country go up? No, they went down. What changed? Thinking. When we were able to change the thinking of the people at Ford and get them a comeback spirit and a comeback mindset, then we were able to give them first hope and then help and give them principles that would work. They used them, and Ford went on to stage an amazing comeback. So right now, a comeback, a setback is a setup for a comeback. My story, getting fired, replaced by a karaoke machine, setback. But it was just a setup to get me out of that nightclub environment, to get me to where God really wanted me to be, which was sharing a message of hope and possibilities that would empower, encourage, inspire, uplift, and do it on a global stage. I had to get out of there to get to here. So that was a setback, but it was all just a setup for a greater comeback. And I'm saying to all of you who are watching this program that you're going through some tough moments. You're going through some challenging times. Your business has been impacted. Your marriage has been impacted. But there's just a setup for a comeback. It's comeback time. And my job, my mission, my assignment is to give you hope first and then specific help to help you turn this setback into an incredible comeback.
I love it. And folks out there like Eric Heilig says hello to you. Jan Goss is out there. Danny's watching. Frank Marshall down in Atlanta said, what's up, Dr. Jolly?
Uncle Frank, my main man, Uncle Frank. I got to give a quick shout out, Uncle Frank. Father's Day, Uncle Frank had a special program where he invited fathers and sons to do a panel. And it was my son and I. and it was great. But we also had one of my dear friends, Joe Dudley Sr. and Joe Dudley Jr. For those who don't know, Joe Dudley Sr. was founder of Dudley Hair Care Products. He's in his 80s now, and they were part of it. It was just a phenomenal experience to hear fathers and sons talk about building businesses, building a legacy. And that's one of the things we want to do as well, help people build their legacy.
I love it. Take a moment, if you would. We got a call recently, about 2 or 3 months ago, Dr. Jolly, and there was a woman that was calling in, and she was hearing her voice a little stressed. She said, hey, look, by the way, I'm now working from home full time. I'm now a full-time wife. I'm a full-time mom. I'm a full-time school teacher because she has 2 kids in elementary school and 1 in junior high. I'm a full-time administrator, Dr. Jolly, because she got to turn in their homework. She's also a full-time cafeteria worker because she's never cooked as much in so long, by the way. And she's starting and running her business and trying to do that full-time. She said, Shay, I'm an overwhelmed. There's a whole lot going on, and I got to keep going. And she may be watching, and I don't want to say it's just a woman because it could be a man out there, a gentleman that's going through some things. And the point is, in a place of overwhelm. And there's a setback going out, but if Dr. Jolly could talk to her or other entrepreneurs to feel like there's so much on my shoulders, all this new stuff I got to do, what would your suggestion be? What would your recommendation be? What's a good starting point for folks that are ready to get on the comeback trail?
This is going to sound simplistic, but it's true. You have to choose. Are you going to curse because a rose bush has thorns? Or are you going to celebrate because a thorn bush has roses? Are you going to curse because you're overwhelmed with a lot of stuff that is just demanding? Or are you going to celebrate that you are still here in the land of the living, that you're healthy, that you are able to do all these things, even though you're stretched thin, you're going to celebrate and be grateful. Look, it's not like she has the capacity, ability to say, well, I'm just not going to do one of those things and be responsible as the person she wants to be. So she's being pulled. But being grateful gives you another perspective. It's a perspective what we're going through right now. It's about perspective. Yeah, she's got a lot on her plate, but she's well able to handle it as long as she keeps an attitude of gratitude and says, let's look at what we got. I got a job. Thank God. I got a husband or a wife or a spouse or a significant other. I got kids who I can at least teach. They're okay. They're teachable. I've got food to cook, and I've got the ability to have some people who I love. There's a piece in my book, the Setback book. There's a piece in here that talks about perspective. And I always love this piece. It says, when you talk to people, you got 2 choices. You can be healthy, or you can be sick. Now, if you're healthy, you got really nothing to worry about. And if you're sick, you only got 2 things to worry about. Either you're going to get well, or you're going to get sicker. Now, if you get sicker, you only got 2 things to worry about. Either you're going to recover, or you're going to die. Now, if you die, you only got 2 things to worry about. Either you're going to heaven, or you're going to hell. Now, if you go to heaven, hey, you got nothing to worry about. And if you go to hell, well, it's too late to worry now anyway. And so it comes back to a thought. Why worry? No, be grateful. I'm saying to y'all, that's a starting point of this comeback. It's gratitude. Because what it does for you is gives you hopefulness. Hopefulness is critically important for your future. There was a study done, Shay, by the University of Texas, where they took 4 little frogs, put them in a bucket of water. They kept them down till the air was almost extinguished. And then they pulled them out at the last minute. Then they took those same 4 frogs put them back in the bucket of water, took 4 new frogs, put them in a separate bucket of water. They kept them down till the air was almost extinguished, and they kept them another minute. The frogs who had been through something before and were grateful that they had been pulled out had hope, and they held on. But the ones who had not been through anything, they gave up and died. And the lesson is that this is preparation. Here's what I want to share with everybody. Oh, I got something to share with everybody about your setback, about this crisis time. I got something to share with you. If you keep living, you're going to see a crisis again, okay? This is preparation for something down the road. I've been living long enough, thank God, I've been living long enough where I remember the turbulent 60s. I remember when I was a little boy, JFK getting killed, coming home that day from I think I was in kindergarten, and coming home that day, and the world was shaken. And then some years later, Malcolm X getting killed. I actually was in New York that day visiting my aunt. I remember that day. I remember when MLK got killed and the streets went up in flames. I remember when Bobby Kennedy got killed. The 60s were turbulent. Then we had the 70s with the gas and the Iran Contra and all of these different things. You had to line up for gas, and there was all sorts of destruction and disruption. Then you had the 80s, the 90s, then 2001, you had 9/11, and then 2008, the economic downturn, and now we had a pandemic. And I've learned from history that if you keep living, every decade there's a crisis. And you learn to handle the next crisis during this crisis. This is your learning time. This is your developing time. So don't waste a crisis. Do not waste a crisis. This is your learning, preparing time, because there are going to be crisis moments coming in your future. So prepare now, learn now, gather information now. And again, the book can help you very much do that.
You know, Dr. Jolly, that's spot on. And for those folks that are out there, you can pay this message forward. How do you pay this message forward? We believe in the giver's economy. The person outgives the competition, out-earns the competition. The person outgives the competition, out-earns the competition. So hit the watch party button. Hit the share button. You can pay this message to your network. You can pay this message to a community out there. And when you hit the share button or hit the watch party button, that little box pops up. Go ahead and write in that box, a setback is a setup for a comeback. Hashtag Dr. Willie Jolly. Just put a setback is a setup for a comeback. Hashtag Dr. Willie Jolly. Pay this message forward. Do it now. Do it when? Now. Now is the time. That's right. Now is the time. Dr. Jolly, we have a number of folks out there that are also professionals. And they run offices from nonprofits to government agencies. Some are in the private sector, and they have teams that they're trying to deal with and work with even during this time. And I know one of the things that you do is you help folks and managers that are in leadership positions, like you did Ford and other things. What would you say to the person now that's out there and they're like, okay, my team is here. I can't see them anymore, but yet I got to communicate with them. I get the whole Zoom thing, but if Willie Jolly was talking to me and 6 months ago, we thought this might be gone by now, and it isn't. And now we're going not into what's happening, but to this is the new norm for at least the next 6 months. And so for someone that now has to bounce back as a leader, as a manager, and of an organization of people, which you work with, you go, and one of the things y'all might know, he goes into organizations. He works with folks just like he's doing now virtually with whole teams. What are you telling leaders how to be leaders right now in this type of environment?
Well, thank you, Shay, for that question. I am grateful that after the Ford success, I got calls. When Ford was able to reject their government bailout, the Detroit Free Press wrote a big article about Ford's amazing comeback. And in it, they said one of their secret weapons was a speaker named Dr. Willie Jolly. And that same day, I got a call on my cell phone from Vice President at General Motors and said, I read it on the paper this morning about you. I need you. And then soon thereafter, I got calls from Verizon and Walmart and Chase Manhattan and Johnson & Johnson Dubai, Coca-Cola South Africa. I was going all around the globe, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, speaking for companies because everybody wants to come back. And now they're calling now saying, we want you to do it virtually. I just did an event with Les Brown. The two of us just did an event in Sydney, Australia, a couple of weeks ago. talking to people about comebacks. Well, as a result of all of those companies and me then saying, this is too good an opportunity for me to waste it, I would get the CEO, the presidents, the people who were in leadership, and I say, could I ask you a few questions? Could I interview you on a couple things? And out of that came this book, An Attitude of Excellence, how the best organizations get the best performance from the best people. And this book now, many companies buy it in mass for their people. Now, here are a couple things that I want to say. First, about leadership. I tell people, you must understand that leadership is not a position. It's an action. Many people think that it's just she's the leader or he's the leader and everybody else is not. Well, no, it's not a position. It's an action. You do the things that are necessary to keep things going. You grow your success by becoming the kind of leader that will see a piece of paper on the floor and say, that's not supposed to be there. That's trash. I'll pick it up. It's not my job. I'll pick it up. Because you don't worry about whose job, your job description. You worry about that you want excellence. So that's, first of all, it's not a position. It's a decision, and it's an action. Next is about the team. In this book, there are 5 steps that I learned from all these great organizations. Leadership development at every level of the organization, change management, where you see change not as an enemy but as an ally, team building, where you think like a team, work like a team so you can win like a team, customer service, where you serve the customer so the customer becomes your best marketing agent, so they tell everybody they know how good you are and how great your service is. And number 5 is a winner's attitude. So let me just take a moment about this team building part. Here's something I'll read from the book. When I interviewed General Colin Powell on my Sirius XM show, he made a poignant point about the power of working together as a team. He said, success comes from a mindset of one team, one fight. Organizations that resemble warring tribes usually fail. Teams that fight as one cohesive unit tend to win. And I'm very grateful of that. And I'm also grateful when I put the book out and started asking for people to endorse it. I'm very, very, very grateful that I got 2 endorsements that changed my life. One was from Dr. Stephen Covey. He's gone on to be with the Lord now, but I had the honor to be with him in Australia. I gave him the book, and he said, I'll read it, and I'll let you know if I'm willing to do a testimonial or not, because I don't do them for everybody. He had only sold 50 million books of the book, 7 Habits Highly Effective People. But here's what he wrote. Talk about a brilliant, inspiring, motivational book. It motivates me. Reading it, laced with powerful, practical examples, affirms and empowers you to choose success, to choose excellence, to see change and constant improvement as an ally instead of a fearsome enemy, and to choose a complementary team style where strengths are made productive and weaknesses made irrelevant because of the strength of other team members. Intertwining personal and organizational cultural development is so vitally and beautifully illustrated throughout. What an illuminating, uplifting read. That was his. And then I got another quote from another person who blessed me, Alan Mulally, who was the CEO of Ford, who helped Ford to come back. He said, Dr. Willie Jolly has written a powerful book that speaks to the impact of an attitude of excellence by every member of our team. Our attitude of excellence creates a high-performance, smart, and healthy working together culture that pulls everyone together around a compelling vision, comprehensive strategy, and relentless positive implementation for the benefit of all the organizational stakeholders. Share this book with every member of your team. And so it goes back to those people who are entrepreneurs. You've got to do a couple things. First, the best way to grow your future is to grow yourself. Come on. You see all these books here? Now, these are mine. And these are my audio books and my PBS specials. These are my music products and some of my other products out here. But below that are books. Over here are books. That's one of my Whammy Awards. But they're all the books. There are books all over that whole wall. Books over here. Books. I have invested hundreds of thousands of dollars to grow me. And I've never regretted one penny. Because Jim Rohn was right. He said, you must make a commitment to work harder on growing yourself than even growing your job. He said, because if you grow yourself, you, by the nature of the person you will become, will grow your business. So if you're really serious How about growing your business? You really serious? Then you got to invest in you. You got to grow you. You got to put money in you. Hard to get water out of a dry well. So you gotta put something in. So first thing is the best way to grow your future is grow yourself. Invest in yourself. I spent one time going. Shay knows I spent $10,000 that I didn't have to go to a seminar where I couldn't afford to go, but I knew there was a price for success, and then there's a cost of not being willing to pay the price. The cost of staying the same. The cost of losing time. And I borrowed that money, went to the seminar, and came back and quickly made $100,000. So I was willing to invest that 10 grand. The next year, he had the seminar. I went up to 15 grand. I paid for myself and my wife, but I wrote a check this time because I had the money to do it. So first thing is grow yourself. Next thing is grow your people. Your people, the people who are in your attitude, in your surroundings, the people who support you, your support team, your teammates. You got to grow them because that chain is only as strong as the weakest link. You want great people. Look, great people give great service. Good people give good service. Mediocre people give mediocre service. And negative people will kill your organization. That's true. Am I right about it, Shay?
You're right about it, Dr. Jolly. You're right about it 100% on time.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So you got to grow your people. So that's why everybody, these are two of the things I want to just encourage. This for your setback, and this is for growing your business. And so personal, setback set up for a comeback, business, an attitude of excellence. So I want more success stories. We need more billionaires, millionaires, multimillionaires. We need them in our community. We need that. Yeah. And we need legacy. We need legacy. I recently had on my XM show Amy Griffin, who is a super lawyer who helps create generational wealth by creating your estate plan. We got far too many people who work their fingers to the bone, build a bunch of money, but they never establish an estate plan, a legacy plan. And so the day they die, there's a warring tribe that comes upon the culture of their family. They fight each other over every penny. They stop talking to each other. Where it could be set up that you got a legacy plan, that you're going to put it in an irrevocable trust. And that way, that when you die, everything is the trust decides who gets money, how they get it, how much they get, and how much of it stays in the trust for the next generation. So some people will go through that money like Sherman went through Richmond. I mean, they'll go through that money and burn it down like a wildfire. So then the next generation got nothing, starting all over again. But the wise ones, we look at the Carnegies, the Kennedys, the Rockefellers, they got wealth that 10 generations from now, some kid could be blessed by your efforts if you are wise enough to say, I'm going to put this into a plan. So, I'm trying to create wealth, not just riches, folks, wealth.
And as you're talking about creating wealth, one of the things that folks may not know about you, for Tahana, who's out there right now, she's watching, she says hello to you. Teresa's out there. For those folks that are out there and now is the time. Now is the time. Now is the time. Look below the video and just put number one. Just hit number one. Number one is just a bat signal. It's just a bat signal. You know what? Now is the time. Not tomorrow, not next week, but now. Now, for all the entrepreneurs, I'm going to ask Dr. Jolly, why he works with entrepreneurs. Now, he works with these big corporations, but he has this little sweet spot where every now and then he reserves a little place in his business to work with entrepreneurs to help them grow their business, to help them have the right structure, to help them be able to deal with the market, to help them transition. Here's someone who's made to do this for 25 plus years. That's hard to do, ladies and gentlemen, in today's world, and he's still very relevant today. So as you're hitting number one, because now is the time. We're not talking about the setback anymore. We're talking about the comeback power that you have right now to create something that does not exist. My daddy used to always say, Che, the future is spotless. And so you're going to create that future right now. So Dr. Jolly, take a moment, if you would, and talk about how you help entrepreneurs. Everyday folks like myself and others that might have 1 or 2 W-2s, a host of 1099s, a bunch of people working overseas with them. You help them grow their business. You help them have structures in place. Talk about the importance of that and why you still do that today, man, when people think you just motivate folks, and that's just a piece of what you do.
Well, there are 2 parts to this. One is I told you about help and hope, or hope and help. So first I got to give people hope. How do I give people hope that there's a worthiness of, I love that quote, the future is spotless. Every day we send out a daily 1-minute motivational message via my newsletter list. If you're not on my newsletter list, you should be. You're missing an opportunity. That's free. Go to winwithwillie.com, winwithwillie.com. Just sign up for the newsletter. And every day, 1 minute. And so many people all over the globe say that one I needed today. I'm struggling here. Just what I needed. Okay, so first, that's that first. Second thing is that you said to talk about systems. Many people know, and Shay knows, and all of his team and all, that my wife is really the brilliant system behind my success. She is an organizational guru, unbelievable. And so she has started a whole new process because so many speakers, Les Brown and so many others said, can I send my staff to come and learn from you? Because you got such clear, definitive systems. So she created a program, a business, as an aside to what we do as our marriage, as our business with Willie Jolly Productions, as our media. She's created a whole news arm called Back Office Boss, the Back Office Boss. And so I would encourage you to reach out to our office at info@williejolly.com, info@WILLIEJOLLEY.com, info@williejolly.com, and say, I want more info on that Back Office Boss. I want to learn about that. I want those systems that she has set up that have helped others to grow their business, because I'm struggling. I'm struggling here because here's what you talked about as an entrepreneur. How do you position yourself to get loans? How do you position yourself when the PPP, many folks were struggling when the PPP money was out. Dee went to work. She rewrote her system. Bam. We got that money, and we needed it. Because we had just started Jolly Media and Jolly Publishing. So we had invested heavily into creating books, creating products, creating a new media company. And so we had corporate debt that we wanted to make sure we stayed on top of. She, because of her systems, was able to put the paperwork in, and people, they called it flawless. Others need help in setting up their systems so that they're flawless. Plus, I always tell people, my wife has kept me out of jail. I'd be in jail for some tax issue if it hadn't been for my wife, because so many entrepreneurs get bit by the little things that they don't know what to do, and they get bit with a big bite from IRS, from this agency, that agency, and they miss out on opportunities. So, Back Office Boss, we want to help entrepreneurs. Why do we want to do it? Let me tell you why, Shay. Because somebody helped us. Simple. Somebody helped me when I became a speaker. They took time out, blessed me, encouraged me, gave me tips. When Dee was setting up our speaker business, she had a conversation with a couple people, one in California and one in Louisiana. We were traveling, and they taught her some of their systems. And then she added her own systems to their systems, and that's how she came up with Back Office Boss. So I want to help people become successful. I want us to create more wealth in our community. So many of you want to be a speaker. I want to help you do that. Many people, I want to be a speaker. I got the gift. I got a gift for gab. But how do I do it? We get calls every day from people. And so here's what we did. Me and Les Brown one day were out in LA. And he said, Willie, you know what? Got some folks who are charging people $25,000, $35,000, $45,000, $55,000 to learn how to become a speaker, and they've never gotten paid that much money in a 1 hour speech as you and I have gotten. He said, it's not quite fair. And it might can help a little bit, but if you and I started and had to pay $25,000, $35,000, $45,000, $55,000, we wouldn't be here today. Somebody helped us when we had no money, a little bit of money. And it resonated with me. I came back home. I got on my staff agenda on my staff page and said, we're going to do a training. I want to put it out to the country. And people came from all over the country for a 3-hour training in my office, and we did it. And it's called youcanspeaknow.com. The basics that some other folks were charging $25,000, $35,000, $45,000, $55,000 to teach. I give to people in a 3-hour training on video for $99.
Wow.
$99.
How do they get a hold of that? I like that.
Youcanspeaknow.com.
So is you Y-O-U or is you
Y-O-U. Yeah, Y-O-U. Youcanspeaknow.com. Go to that. $99. I want to help you. And what do I want in return? Here's what I want in return. Pass it on. Just pass it on to somebody else. Give it to somebody else. Give it without, just give it to your friends, people in your network. Just bless them. Because somebody blessed me. That's why I do it, Shay. I'll give you an example. One night, I was in my office. It was after 11 o'clock, probably 11:30. My phone rang at 11:30 at night. I'm working. The guy on the other end says, my brother told me to call you. My brother Kwame told me to call you. My name is Shay Brown, and I want to do what you're doing. I want to go to the next one. My brother said, call him. He said, but it's late. He said, call him. He's probably still in the office. And Shay and I talked. Well, we had a nice long talk that evening. And I told him how he got to hustle and how he has to go forth and be bold. And I encouraged him. I said, you come from great stock, man. I know your dad. I know your brother. You can do this. Now today, Shay is one of the premier sales and entrepreneurial experts in the world. All over the globe, people are following Shay. I've had more people. When I was on the Get Motivated tour, people would come up to me and said, I heard about you through Shay Brown. I follow him. I mean, you would be amazed. People all over America know about Shay Brown. So I'm just honored to be able to say I played a little small part in that success.
You played a very big part in that success. So thanks so much.
You did the work, man. You did the work, and I just gave you a little spark. So that's why I do it, folks. But somebody gave me a spark one day, and I spark others, and those others go on to do great things.
Absolutely. One of the things that Willie...
Let me give you one more analogy here. You take an apple, Shay.
Yeah.
You cut it. You take all the seeds out of the apple, put it on a table. You can count those seeds that come out of that apple. But you can never count the apples that will come from those seeds. You're one of my seeds, and now there are thousands of people who are disciples of Shay, who are encouraging and inspiring people all over the globe from that little seed.
Thanks up, man. I appreciate that. Everyone hit the watch party button right now. Hit the share button right now. Pay this message forward, because I'm going to ask Dr. Jolly in a moment, what is one of his mantras? What is one of his beliefs? What is one of his affirmations that keeps him going, by the way? And he's going to share it with you. And then I'm asking him to do something that he doesn't even do anymore, by the way, about this box. But for you out there that's watching right now, you're ready. I want you to hit the share button. I want you to hit the watch party button. If you've done it before, bless someone else. And when you hit that watch party button and you hit that share button, write these words. Now is the time. Hashtag Dr. Willie Jolly. Now is the time. Hashtag Dr. Willie Jolly. Now, why would you want to do that? Because it could be another little boy or little girl or big boy or big girl that's out there right now. And this message, Dr. Jolly's message, will change their life if they're let him. One of the things he didn't tell you during that conversation that he said that stuck with me, and that was back in 2004, 15 years later. He said, Shay, one of the ways I asked him the question, how have you been able to be successful? How have you been able to do all this? And he said one word, Shay, you got to hustle. He said, Shay, you've got to hustle. Every morning, every evening, every night, you got to hustle. And he gave me this example. He gave me a story even back then. He said, it's like me. He says, I always look at it like I'm in training camp. I'm trying to make the team. I'm the rookie. Every time I show up, I'm the rookie. And I give effort. That's what he's doing right now. Just like I'm the rookie. And I give it everything I got, and I leave it on the field. And I leave that message with you because that's what I help. I said, well, I got to keep working. They said, Shay, why do you keep doing it? I got to give out there. He said, Shay, if you work hard enough one day, then one day you'll be paid more than what you're working for. I said, really? He said, yes, that's what happened to my son. I said, oh, my gosh. If it can happen for his son, it certainly can happen for me. Gee whiz. And so I keep working, and we keep working. But here's the message for you. Dr. Jolly, the question comes up often, and Jill Bullock is out there. Jill and Trill are right here, local. They're in the area, and they're saying hello out there, by the way. Joy Daniels is out there. So many of our friends are watching. Teresa Rael would kill me if I didn't mention her name. And so many folks that are tuned in right now. The question came up is, what is his affirmation? What does he tell himself to keep him going when he's on that bounce back trail? And I'll tell you something that I learned. If y'all don't know about this, maybe Willie will mention this when he mentions affirmations. Get a chance, and I hope he does it virtually. We've been pushing him to do it virtually, to be a part of his goal setting, because you should be goal setting once a month. And I got a chance to sit in there, and he didn't know I was going to do this, but I sat there, and it was January of this year. And I was there, and he was doing his thing, and it was at his house. It was very personal. You guys can't do that anymore. His wife, Dee Jolly, probably not going to let you in the house anymore. But it was so personal. And in that moment, he said 2 words. And I can't remember everything else he said in there, but I wrote my list of my goals down. And I'm pretty, like you guys, I like to think, well, I got some big goals. Dr. Jolly, he might call my name. Wait till you see what I got. And then he stopped. He said, read your goals, which he did. And I don't want to give his exercise away, but this is what I took away to help me. He says, now I want you to do one thing. I said, what is Willie Jolly got up his sleeve now? Think bigger. Think bigger? Mm-hmm. Think bigger? Wait a minute. Did you not see what I put down? I mean, you didn't ask me yet. Think bigger. I'm going to challenge you right now to think bigger. So look at what you got and then think bigger. And it was in that moment that Dr. Jolly didn't know that I decided that, you know what, I'm going to think bigger. And as a result, I'm doing many things I'm doing now that I would have never have done if I hadn't sat there and said, you know what, I can do this thing. I'm going to think bigger, and I can do this. And so, Dr. Jolly, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I was in the home with you. There was less than 10 of us in there, very private, a very intimate setting. Many of you folks will never have that opportunity, but hopefully he'll do it virtually, and you will. So, Dr. Jolly, my question to you is, number one, what affirmations and belief systems are you feeding your mind, number one? And number two, talk about the importance of setting goals. And I know we're going to do this, and thinking bigger, because they all need to be in this type of conversation with you. And Dee Jolly, who did all the work to make sure we had forms, and we had questions, and we had stuff we filled out. I mean, it was very intense. It was, man. It was cool. It was like a $25,000 VIP day sitting up in that house. And I'm telling you, from the bottom of my heart, Dr. Jolly, and I get a chance to hang out with you often, I would not be doing what I'm doing now. You didn't ask what I wrote down, but if you go back and look at next year and I'm there, if we do it virtually, you say, darn, Shay, you really thought that. I'm like, yeah, you said think bigger, dude, and I believed you. Believed you.
Wow. Well, thank you, Shay. I was glad you were able to be there. And let me first answer the first question, and I'll give the second question. What are the affirmations? I believe in affirmations. I believe that what you speak is what you create. Once you speak it, you own it. If you say you're sick, you're going to be sick. You say you're poor, you're going to be poor. You say your children are bad, they're going to be terrible. That is why you must speak good into your life. Speak good into your family. Speak good into your finances. The world was created by words. Let there be light. There was light. Whether you believe it or not, but there is power in your words. There's power in your words. I used to do a exercise when I was speaking in the youth. I tell them how they have to be careful what they say. I tell them, put your arm out. And I say, now, you got arm, you person A, person B is on the other side. Person B, put your hand on top of their hand like that. Okay. And now, person A, who got the arm out, say, I'm weak. I am nothing. I'm a weakling. I'm a worm. I'm lower than dirt. And just a terrible, weak person. Now, person B, push the arm down. Now, do it again. Person A, repeat after me. Say, I'm strong. I'm born for greatness. I've got greatness all inside of me. I am a healthy, wealthy, strong individual. And I am primed and prepared to win. I'm going to be a victor, not a victim. I am on my way to greatness. Now, person B trying to push the arm down. Can't do it now. Why? Because your words impact your neurological system. So psychoneurological immunology is one of the things I've talked to people about over the years, about healing your body, getting past sickness. And so I make affirmations because I know the power of words. If you will go to jollygoodnews.org, that's my faith-based site, my nonprofit organization. There's actually a chant on that site. If you'll just go around that site, you'll see it. We can get my daily affirmations. And I do one with my staff every day. We do it through Zoom. I'm healthy. I'm wealthy. I am happy. I am whole. I feel terrific. I am blessed and highly favored. This is the day the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. And today, prosperity is coming my way. Millions are on the way today, so I can make a difference in other people's lives today. And so we do that affirmation. You can go get it. I'm telling you, people's lives have been changed. So first, the power of affirmation. Second is you talk, in great deal about the fact that there are other things that we want people to be encouraged by. And as we do the affirmations and we do the things that will encourage people and inspire people, we've also got to lift them up and help them with specific steps to help them grow. And so I want to encourage people, after you've gone to jollygoodnews.org, I want to encourage you also to make and take advantage of the goal setting. The goal setting is critical. People with goals live longer, live better, and have greater achievement. So people know that goals are important. The problem is most people don't know how to set goals, or they don't have a coach to push them to keep thinking bigger. They settle for the apples that are just on the ground, where there's such great apples right on the tree, but they can't think of that. So how do we set the bigger goals? So that's why we did that event. And we recorded it. Because you're right, Shay. Ain't nobody coming up in here right now with my wife. We are from a 1 to 10. She's a 20 on this, not fooling around with this. She's a germaphobe. So nobody's coming up in here. So we're not going to be doing the goal setting that I know of anytime soon. We might do it virtually, but you can get it right now. Right now, you can go to williejolly.com/win. We want people to win. How do you win? With great goals. How do you get great goals? You get a coach to help you. I've got a program. You can download it right now, williejolly.com/win. And you can get your goal setting, take it in, do it with your whole family. Sit around the table. As Shay said, pull out your pad. I go through a very detailed process to get you thinking differently so you can then prepare for a greater future. williejolly.com/win.
I love it. williejolly.com/win. Everyone go over to www.williejolly/win. williejolly.com/win. You know, Dr. Jolly, one of the things I wanted to do is I wanted to have this type of conversation with you because, one of the things people don't understand is while you motivate, number one motivator in the world, while you inspire, while you encourage, you don't leave people there.
Hey, stop. I got the spirit just hit me. I'm going to do something here.
Only Dr. Jolly can do this. Only Dr. Jolly.
Only the best on success. Only the best on success is a book that I was honored to be a part of with a number of Hall of Famers. Everybody on here is a Hall of Famer. Yep. And I want to give a digital copy to each one of you. How you like that?
I love it.
So here's what you do. Send me an email. info@williejolly.com. And we'll send you, just have to put in the friend of Shay. Please send the book.
Info at
friend of Shay.
What's the email again so they can get it?
INF as in Frank O at WILLIEJOLLEY.com. Info, but you got to say, friend of Shay, I want the gift, the book or whatever. A friend of Shay. Son. There's something in my spirit that for some people right now are struggling. They might not have any money, but they need a boost. They need something to help them.
Well, you talk about something to help, and you give systems and you give a structure and tools and techniques, and that's one of the things that I like about what you do is by you giving those those systems and so forth. It helps people. Take a moment, if you would, and just talk about the importance of having a system and structure. And when I was at your house, I was able to see something called the Willie Jolly Box. And I know we're going to get into, love you, a lot of y'all love this segment. Today is my January 1st. We'll get into that in just a moment. But I wanted Willie Jolly to slow down for a moment and make sure you understand that he don't just leave you pumped up. He don't just leave you encouraged and inspired. And then you're out there on your own and you got to figure out how to stay that way every day. He has tools. He has techniques, he has systems, and he has a structure in place that only keeps you going, but allows you to keep raising your standards and elevating over and over and over and over again as you dialogue and put this stuff into your subconscious brain. So Dr. Jolly, take a moment and talk about something that I don't even think is even available anywhere unless they get into these type of private, intimate conversation with you, the Dr. Willie Jolly Box, the Willie Jolly Box or the Jolly Box.
My friend, one of my friends is a great speaker, and he is Dr. Dave Martin. Dr. Dave Martin was on the Get Motivated tour. He worked with a lot of the athletes and sports teams to help them win championships. And he was on a tour, and he told a story about how at one point he was struggling. He had just a few $100s to his name. I think he had like $2,000 in the bank, and that was all he had. And he said, "I got to do something. I got bills coming up. I got to do something." He went to a Get Motivated tour event, and one of the speakers talked about systems and programs and techniques and principles. And I only had 45 minutes because each one of us I wasn't on that tour then, but each speaker gets 45 minutes. And when he said, "I got so much more to give you. I just don't have time. I want to help more people." He said, "So look, at the break, I'll be at my table. Come see me. I got a package for you." So Dave and his buddy ran down to the table, and the package was $1,500. And they looked at it, $1,500. And the guy said, "Come on, Dave, let's go." And Dave just stood there. And he went through and looked at the package, looked at the pieces. He looked through them. And the guy said, "What are you doing? Man, let's go. Are you crazy? You know you ain't got much money. That's $1,500. That's not all the money you got in the world. Do you think that stuff is worth $15? And Dr. Dave said, "I don't know, but I'm worth it. I'm worth it." He bought that $1,500 package, and he said it changed his life. The information that gentleman shared, he went through all those books, all those audios, all those videos, all those materials. As a result of that, when he was on the Get Motivated tour, Dr. Dave shared, "I have a house in Phoenix. I have a house in Fort Lauderdale. I have a private plane to take me between my two homes, and I'm a multimillionaire because I believed that I was worth it." And so I said it, say, Shay knows that we have a box, very unique box, the Willie Jolly Wild Box. Powerful products to help you grow your faith, your future, and your finances. Wealthy ways to help you win. The box comes with over $1,500 worth of content products. All my books, audio books, PBS specials, entrepreneurial packages, me and Les Brown together, the Millionaire Mindset. It's packed with products. So it used to be, Shay, when we first got it out, we had a little handle you could hold it by. Now, this is an empty one, but now when we put the stuff in it, it's so heavy you cannot use the handle anymore because it'll break. We got so much stuff. That's $1,500, but again, if you're one of Shay's friends, you're a friend of mine, and you can get it for $497. Boom. Bam.
How do they get it?
They go to williejolly.com/billionaire. williejolly.com/billionaire. I spoke for the Billionaire Mastermind Forum, and I offered it to them, and they said, we want a deal. We want to, billionaires want a deal like everybody. They said, we want a deal. So I gave it to them for $4.97. And so I just left that site up for my friends. Everybody don't even know about it. Unless you hear me give this speech, you will not. Not on my website, williejolly.com/billionaire. Not promoted.
So I'm encouraging everyone right now to go with www.williejolly.com/billionaire, www.williejolly.com/billionaire, and you can get the Willie Jolly box. I promise you, you will not be disappointed. And you'll look back and it'll be one of the most profitable investments you ever make. Dr. Jolly, as we come down the home stretch, one of our core beliefs here is this whole mantra. This is our core philosophy that today is my January 1st. And today is my January 1st. For those folks who know what I'm about to do, you're like, oh, I love this shit. It's my favorite segment. You can look right below the video right now, and you can say today is my January 1st. Write those words right below the video. You can hit the share button. You can hit the watch party button. You can write those words. Today is my January 1st. For those folks who want to know what in the LL Cool J is Shay talking about over there, today is my January 1st represents one of those moments throughout the day where you don't wait for the calendar to come up and say January 1st. You create a January 1st moment, you get a do-over right away. So there's probably about 1,000 plus moments throughout the day. When you make a decision, that decision could forever change the trajectory of your life. So you make a decision, you're going to work out. That's a January 1st moment. Or you sit back and you binge watch and watch Netflix. You make a decision, you're going to have some hamburgers and french fries, a little salt and pepper and ketchup, and some of you got to have some hot sauce on it. Or you decide you're going to go to the refrigerator. You're going to open it up. Inside the refrigerator, there's some kale. There's some broccoli. There's some Brussels sprouts. It's a January 1st moment. It's a do-over. It's a fresh start. It's my past does not equal the future. So my question to Dr. Jolly is, when you hear those words, today is my January 1st, what goes through your mind, and why would that even be significant?
I love that. I always love that quote that you say, the day is my January 1st, because January 1st is a day of optimism. We leave the old year and we go into new year. And everybody's excited about the future because it's an optimistic day. And when you get that optimism and you maintain it, you get up in the morning with the expectation that good things are going to come, that good things are on the way. And you need that. Let me tell you again, hope is a powerful tool. Powerful. So I love that. There's a friend of mine who he's gone on to be with the Lord, Ray Pelletier. Ray Pelletier was one of the great speakers for the college football teams. And he would go from college football team teaching almost that same concept. And he put signs in the locker room as you go out the locker room, and each one of the players would hit that sign on their way out. The day's out January 1st. And they go out and win a championship because they play at a different level because of that expectation. I want all of you who are in this time now, who are serious about changing your life, turning these setbacks into comebacks, creating wealth, that you say to yourself, okay, I'm really serious. Today is my January 1st. I'm expecting good things. And then I'm going to act on those expectations. Shay, I hope, again, everybody went to winwithwillie.com and signed up for my newsletter, because it's critically important that you get these lessons and messages I'm sending out during this pandemic to keep people encouraged. One of the lessons that I sent out really has struck people massively. We've got so many people who said, wow, that spoke to me. There are two kind of creatures that are going to show up strong during this pandemic: an ostrich and an eagle. The ostrich sticks his head in the ground during the tough times, the challenging times, and it says, wake me when it's over. The eagle does something different. The eagle takes off and flies right in the face of the storm and flies right through the eye of the hurricane, through the center of the problem, the challenges, without batting an eye, but keeps going. It's tough, it's hard, but gets above the challenge and looks down from another viewpoint, has a panoramic view of the terrain, the environment. He says, I see now. Yes, right here where we are right now, very difficult. It's a tough time. But there's good up the road. Come on, somebody. Woo! There's good up the road. Keep going. Keep moving. Keep pushing. There's good up the road. And that's what I want to say to everybody who's watching now. I want you to tell Lottie, Dottie, and everybody that we listen to this program. Share it. Send the link. Put it out on every social media way you can, that people can be encouraged. That's why I'm here. I got radio shows to do. I got TV shows to do. I've got a media company to run. I've got my speeches I've got to give. I got a lot of stuff. I got books that are coming out of me that I've got to finish. But I made a commitment that I'm going to be with Shay Brown today for you, to help you, because I want some millionaires and billionaires to come out of this pandemic. And then we're going to be doing something coming up in the fall that's going to be huge. We're doing a summit. I want everybody to be a part of this. It's going to be the most profound summit you've ever seen that Shay is putting together. He called me. I was on my way from speaking at something, at a wedding, actually, a few months ago. I had my mask on and everything. And Shay called me in the car and said, I got an idea. We talked about it. I was coming from Eastern Shore, Maryland. And we talked about it with my bride and I were in the car. And he said, I want to do this. We want to help people, Willie. And I need you. You're the king of comebacks. You're the #1 authority on comebacks in America. Everybody knows you. I need you. It's not going to happen unless you say yes. Then I'll put it together. I say, Shay, you my guy. Let's do it. So we got it coming up. I want everybody to be a part of it.
Yeah, the Comeback Summit, you can all go over to www.comebackchampionsummit.com. Again, www.comebackchampionsummit.com. Here's the good news. There's no Cash App needed. Here's the better news. There's no Zelle payment needed. Here's the better news. There's no credit card needed. This is an opportunity for you to show up and you to pay the message forward. We're showing up for one reason only, and that is to add value. We believe in serve plus add value, and then the magic happens behind that. And that's one of the things we're going to do. And I've asked Dr. Jolly to share one of his messages, which he will do with you. But here's what I want you to know. Here's the question I want to ask Dr. Jolly. And then thanks, Dr. Jolly, for letting them know about the summit, because we're coming down the home stretch. We're at the home stretch, actually. They may be wondering, as I'm listening to Dr. Jolly, what type of clients is Dr. Jolly looking to work with now? Or what type of folks? So if they want to refer, it's a two-part question to help folks out. And that question kind of comes out. Someone said that Lauren Brown is watching right now. Mavis is watching right now. And kind of like, what type of clients does he work with? So two-part question. He can handle it. Number one, for folks that are like, oh my gosh, I'm liking the message. I'm loving the message. What do I do if I want to share this at my church? Or I want to share this with my community, or if I want to be able to bring him in and he can do something like this virtually for the organization I'm a part of. That's question number one, because they don't know. And then question number two is, you talked about you work with different folks. What type of clients are you looking to work with within your media company? So they're kind of clear. Okay, so I'm working with, first question is, we're doing a lot of virtual events. Dr. Kathy Hughes, I just did one for the school where her grandfather started in Mississippi, Piney Woods Country Life School, the biggest black boarding school in America. And they, of course, being a boarding school in the pandemic is really hard. So she asked me, and I spoke for them. I've spoken for realtors. I've spoken for financial services. I've spoken for meeting planners. I've spoken for corporate groups. We're doing all this virtually. So we're turning setbacks into comebacks. So if you're interested, just send me an email, info@williejolly.com, and send my team. They'll follow up and say, we'll figure out a way to work out the details.
so they have to come and speak for your organization or some team that you're involved with. And in terms of the clients I work with, corporate clients, I work with every kind of client, from schools, as I said, I did that earlier, for corporate associations, rallies, and I've even had a family say, I want to hire you to speak for our young people. They had a few meetings. I've had a business that had a prayer program, and they said, we want you to speak for our prayer group. So I'm doing all of this because I tell you the truth, Shay. I told you I did an event with Les Brown a couple of weeks ago in Sydney, Australia. And I've been to Australia 3 times. And here's my regular schedule to go to Australia. I leave my home, let's say on a Monday morning at 9 o'clock. I get to Dulles International Airport, IAD, at 10 o'clock. I have a 12 o'clock flight to Los Angeles. It's a 5-hour flight. So we got 9 o'clock, 3 hours, to 12 o'clock, 3 hours, to 5 o'clock is 8 hours. Then I got a 3-hour layover in LA before I catch my flight to Sydney, Australia, which is 23 hours in the air. So we had 34 hours total from the time I left my home to the time I get to my hotel, or maybe even 35 hours till I get to my hotel in Sydney. Versus, I did our event in Sydney. I came downstairs right here, where I am now, did the sound check, the tech check, spoke for an hour and a half, I'm done, went upstairs, had a midnight snack, and went to bed. So I'm loving this, man. I'm loving it. I love my house. I love my bed. I love my wife. Well, my wife travels with me. So, but so our clients now, some people say, well, I want personal time. I've had people call recently. I want personal time. So we have a couple options. I have group coaching for people to be involved with that. Again, info@williejolly.com, and then personal coaching. Now, I only take a few personal coaching clients because it's got to be a serious commitment that you're going to commit. Because I don't have time to fool around with people who aren't serious. So if you're really serious, then we got a few people who I do coaching, personal coaching. They get an hour of my time every month, unlimited email, but that's very few, and it has a limit because I got so much to do. I'm building something big here. My son and I are building this media company. We are very grateful, and we are on the verge of signing a deal with a company from Spain who does global documentary films, that they want to do a film on me. And we're about to sign it. And they're going to be having some sponsor opportunities for that. It's going to be cool. Speaking of sponsor, some people who want to grow their business and want to maybe say, you know what, I want to tap into your media. I got that XM show, folks, and it's the #1 self-help show in the country, and it meets millions of people every week. If you want to grow your business, promote your business, you reach out to us, and we might be able to have you as one of our sponsors. One company is called, I want one of those sponsor places. I want to get my company promoted and showcased on your XM show. So, how can we help more people? How can we help more people? This is a time when you come out of this. You can be the ostrich or you can be the eagle. You choose.
I want to be the eagle. Come on down the road.
That's right.
It's a little better down here.
It's
not
better.
the ostrich.
Good
I can't be the ostrich with my head in the sand. That's not going to work. Y'all listen to the one and only Dr. Willie Jolly, who's in triple overtime. We're down the home stretch. We're closing out. I want to first say, one, make sure you connect with Dr. Willie Jolly now. He's given a couple of ways and tools to do that. He mentioned you can send an email in at info@williejolly.com. Put friend to Shay, said you can do that. He mentioned some other ways you can connect with him and some other websites. If you got a hold of this long lost video file, for some reason you got a hold of it, and those links are still working, go do it. Go to williejolly.com/win. Go to those websites. If they work, man, take advantage of it right now. If his office responds, say, yes, I'm a friend of Shay. So you can be listening to the podcast, and it's okay to do that. Dr. Jolly, as we close out, I want to first say thank you so much. And I'm going to give you the second and last questions, 2 more questions. The first question, before I give the last question, is, can you share, and it's my favorite question I ask every episode, and they would kill me if I didn't do this, I'm sure. What's up, Michelle Davis? Mario's in the house. You got so many all-stars today. And my favorite question is, what's the #1 idea that you've learned from one of your mentors that you could share with us? That interviewed so many people, so that's an unfair question for you. You've been mentored by so many folks along this journey, but if you had to pick one idea, not even if you don't mention the name, one idea from a mentor, you say, you know what, if y'all want to benefit from something that I've been taught that I'm going to pass on to you, well, then you need to watch with new eyes right now. You need to listen with new ears, because Willie Jolly is going to share with you one of the best ideas or ideas that he's learned from one of his mentors along this journey of life.
You know, I that's a hard question, Shay, and I'm going through my phone right now to look. I have a whole file of mentor messages that inspire me, that keep me going, that encourage me, that bless me. And I got so many mentors who have blessed me. Les Brown went from being a mentor to being a peer, and now he and I talk often. He'll call me and say, Willie, what should we do? What should I be doing here? What should I be thinking here? So it goes, but Nido Qubein, one of the wealthiest, wisest people I've ever met, John Maxwell, mentor, friend. I've had some of the greatest on my XM show. In fact, I want to encourage everybody to go to my podcast. Go to the Willie Jolly Wealthy Ways podcast on iHeartRadio, C-Suite Radio, TuneIn, Stitcher, Spotify, and Apple Podcasts, and listen to some of these incredible people I've interviewed. Damon John, Gladys Knight, Bob Johnson, Sheila Johnson. But one of these quotes I love is from Bill Picard. Bill Picard. Bill Picard is one of the wealthiest men in America, a black man. Started with McDonald's, owning one McDonald's with some partners. Struggled. He did everything, mopped the floors, cleaned up every night, worked hard. Finally, he brought out his other partners, but they didn't want to work as hard as he worked. And he ended up having numerous McDonald's all over the state of Ohio and Michigan. As he got to Michigan, he said, I want to look for new opportunities. So he went to Ford Motor Company and said, I want to get in the car business. And they said, well, what we really need is, we don't need more car dealerships right now. We need people to help us create the cars themselves, the little things that we need on the car. So he got into a company, and he had a factory to make the little, back when they had door handles, you know, the little things you would, doorknobs that you roll, and the doorknobs that the little things you put on the top of the pop up and down. He made those, became a multi-millionaire. But then he said, I want to also grow this money. So he got part ownership in MGM Grand in Detroit. And he said something I love. I love this quote. Talent is one thing. You're going to love this, Shay. This is perfect for you. Talent is one thing, and hustle is another. But every day, hustle will beat talent when talent does not hustle. Come on, somebody. Woo! Is that good, Shay, or is that good? Talent is one thing and hustle is another. Because every day, hustle will beat talent when talent does not hustle. Woo! All right, now let's go through the things that I've offered here, because I want to make sure people grow. Yeah. I'm serious. If you want the book, Only the Best on Success, a digital, don't be waiting in the mail. I'm not spending the money to send you the book free. Well, I'm going to pay your post. It's going to be digital. We'll send it to you. Send me an email. Just say info@williejolly.com. Info at INF as in Frank, at WILLIEJOLLEY.com. And you got to put friend of Shay. Please send me the book. Number 2, if you want the setback book, the box, you go to williejolly.com/billionaire. Billionaire. williejolly.com/billionaire. If you want goal setting, you go to williejolly.com/goals. You need to set your goals. And I want to help you set big, bold, empowering goals that change your life and change your future and change your finances. And then if you want to become a speaker, you go to youcanspeaknow.com to get the training that I did to get you up and going, learn how to get this business and start making some money. So you can come to my boot camp that I have once a year that ain't cheap, So, but by the time you're making money, you'll be like, I'll pay that. I'll write that check because I'm making money now. We'll probably have to do it virtually. The next one we do, we usually do it the weekend before Thanksgiving every year. We're not doing it, definitely not doing it live. The people who've already registered know that. But we might do a virtual pre-event, and then we'll do the live one as soon as we all clear. We got to stay healthy. I want to say this to everybody. Please do two things as a favor to me. One is stay healthy. Don't take chances. This is a time when you need to be paranoid. You need to be over the top careful because there's no cure. I've spoken at so many funerals over the last few months from people who I loved, who let their guard down, and they got this terrible virus, and they died way too early. Please be vigilant. Don't let your guard down. People will call you crazy. They'll call you paranoid. Let them do that. Just stay healthy. That's first. Number two, please vote. You gotta vote. It's critical you vote. Critical you vote. And I'm gonna say it loud and clear. Vote for Biden. I'm making this clear. Now, people know I'm not a political guy. You never heard me, but this is so critical because I'm a conservative. I'm a fiscal conservative. I am a man of God. I love God. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a capitalist. I'm a free enterprise. I love America. I've got all the conservative values, but I got to make sure we treat people well. You treat people kind. John Lewis is right. You treat people kind. You treat people good. You treat people with dignity. And this divisive spirit we have in our country is going to tear up this country. And so we've got to vote for decency. And so as a conservative, I'm not a Republican. I'm just a conservative, a fiscal conservative. I believe you be wise with your dollars. You be careful with your dollars and your family. I'm pro-life. I believe but that starts with baby to death penalty. I don't want nobody getting killed. Die and don't kill nobody. So, but I also believe a woman has the right to choose. I mean, these are political statements that I make. But a woman has the right to choose and make her that decision. I hope she'll choose life. I've talked to a lot of women who were thinking of the other way. Say, hey, maybe now it's your choice. But I want you to think about it. And I got one who I'm very proud that I shared it with her when I was in seminary. Think through this. I know it's difficult. Think through it. And she had that child, and now 34 years later, that child had a baby, and this mother loving on this grandbaby. She sends me pictures every day. So I'm pro-God, pro-family, pro-free enterprise. But I'm also pro-being decent. Be decent. I'm voting for Joe Biden, Kamala Harris. I'm making that vote because we've got to stop this insanity of hating on people. It's bad. It's bad. So I fed my stew. You know where I stand. Love you, man.
Vote. Go vote for Biden. Go vote for Biden. He's made it clear. I made it clear. There's no question about that at all. Dr. Jolly, as you close out, I want to say thank you so much. For those folks that are out there that are watching right now, look right below the video and put thank you, Dr. Jolly. Just put thank you, Dr. Jolly. And why are you thanking Dr. Jolly? Because it's not about Dr. Jolly. It's about the message that he was given to share with you right now. Because he was open to delivering that message, you now can change your life. And he will change your life if you let him. Yeah, the message is that powerful. Yes, his system is that powerful, but more importantly, the information will make a difference for you, your family, your community, and everyone you touch. And that's what it's all about. As we close out, Dr. Jolly, I always like to close out the exact same way. You have one of my favorite stories. One of my favorite stories, Dr. Jolly doesn't even probably remember this thing, but back in 2004, when I launched the Silver Partner Program, he was my very first guest, by the way. And the very first guest that he was on my show, and the show was a Silver Partner Program. And I asked him if he would be there, and he said yes. And then he told this story, and that story forever changed my life. I used to tell the same story for about 5 years. You know how you have a mentor? You kind of duplicate what the mentor does. I said, well, Dr. Jolly gave me this story, and I used to tell the story, but I can't tell the story like Dr. Jolly. But it's always in my mind. It's in my head, and it makes, hey, what's going on, D? You got the one that does all the work, by the way. Dr. Jolly does all the smiling. D does all the work. What's going on, D Jolly? How are you?
She said, how are you?
Oh, that's right.
Great.
She can't hear me. That's right. She can't hear me.
I got the ear. So, but anyway, she came in, she had to sign, explain the free gift. So nobody knows what the free gift. So again, the free gift is a digital book, a digital copy of this book. Don't send your address. I'm not sending you the full copy because I'm not, unless you want to. I tell you what, you don't even have enough of them to send them out. Just a digital. I give it to you free. It's free. But it's a digital version. I'm not sending you the hard copy, folks. I'm sending you the digital copy. You download it on your phone, on your car, on your Apple computer, your Macintosh computer, your iPad, your
tablet.
Your tablet. I don't care what you got. You download it. I'm not sending you the book because we don't have enough to send. I have a digital version. Absolutely free. That's my gift to you, okay? And it's my gift. It's free digital download. Thank you, B, for clarifying that.
Well, you have a heart to give, man. You got a heart to serve. You clarified the gifts, man, and you stay longer than I thought you would. So I certainly appreciate you always over-deliver. Anybody get a chance to work with Dr. Jolly and his wife, D. Jolly, one thing you can know, it's not a question if they'll deliver. They always over-deliver. You can best believe that. They got a heart to give and a heart to serve. So with that being said, Dr. Jolly, let me turn over you to close us out.
I know what you want. I know what you want.
Let me turn over you to close us out with my favorite story. I'm going to tell you right now, as you're listening, hit the watch party. He's going to do it right now, and then we're done. But I'm going to tell you, hit the watch party button, hit the share button, and when you do that, just write this message, but Dr. Jolly is on fire. And I'm going to tell you, it's been 15 years, okay? It's going on 16 years now. And sometimes I always ask, how many ideas do you need to change your life? One. And Dr. Jolly gave me one idea back then that in many dark hours, and I've got his books, in many dark hours, that one story said, you know what? I got to keep on going no matter what. So, Dr. Jolly, why don't you go ahead and share
the
I
want to thank you again for having me. I want to thank everybody for joining on. Hit the watch party. I'm going to give you a couple last things here that I want you to do. One, I want you to join me and my bride every Monday night at 9 o'clock on Facebook Live, Willie.Jolly, Facebook Live for Happily Married Monday with the Jollies for my book, Make Love, Make Money, Make It Last. We've been married for 35 years, haven't had an argument in over 33 years. And we want to save 1 million marriages and enhance 1 million marriages. Number two, we want you to join me Saturday mornings, every Saturday morning at 10 a.m. for my Jolly Good News Report. We're in a time where we got bad news, sad news, depressing, despondent news all day long. You need some good news. Good news is good for your spirit. Proverbs 15 says that good news is like medicine for your bones. And so we want to give you good news every Saturday morning at 10 o'clock. It's a half-hour television program on my Jolly Good News Facebook page, Jolly Good News Facebook page. And so join us. And again, every day, Monday through Friday, you get a free 1-minute message from me. You can get it if you just sign up for my newsletter. All the other options are there. Here we go. I was a news speaker. Had no books, no tapes, no radio, no television. Had no credentials to be a speaker. Struggling to keep the lights on. Struggling to keep the phones on. It was tough. I make sales calls. People say, I don't know who you are. I've never heard of you before. Bam! Hang up in my face. Got that kick in the gut feeling. Anybody ever been there, that rejection? I wouldn't make any more calls that day because I'd be discouraged. Take me a couple of days to get my dander back up and After I got my Xander back up one day, I made a call. And the first guy I called said, I like the way you're talking. I'm having a meeting. I'm going to be in Orlando, Florida. I actually need a speaker. I think you did good. Here's the budget for the speaker. Yeah. Are you available? Yeah. We'll fly you down. Yeah. Oh, my goodness. I went to Orlando, Florida, and I gave the speech. And when I finished speaking, they stood up and gave me a standing ovation. And then they gave me my check. I looked at that check. I was ecstatic. Oh, wow. I put it in my breast pocket, finished meeting and greeting people. Went on back to the airport, feeling good. Got on that plane to fly home, feeling good. Sat in my seat, feeling good. Plane took off, feeling good. And then I took out that check a second time to get that thrill a second time. And when I looked at the check, the second time I got depressed. Because I realized that money was already allocated. The water company, the water company, the electricity people. I walked there, I owed everybody. Anybody ever, before you get home, your check is gone. Before you can get to the bank, the check is gone. Start having a pity party with myself when I'm looking at that check right there, B-22, in my seat on the plane. Oh, the gentleman across the aisle must have sensed I was struggling. He struck up a conversation with me. Told me he was a minister. He lectured every day in a different city about health and wealth. I said, you fly every day? He said, yes. I said, you speak every day? He said, yes. We talked for a few more minutes, and then he asked me a question that changed the trajectory of my future. He said, young man, how old do you think I am? I looked him up and down and said, sir, I think you're maybe about 60. He smiled. He took off his glasses. He said, young man, I'm 88 years old. I'm 88, and my best is yet to come. In that moment, everything shifted in my head. If an 88-year-old man could have the optimism to believe that his best days were in front of him and not behind him, what did I have to whine and cry and complain about? And I went home with a new attitude. And I got on that phone and started making sales calls. And if people say no, I say next. I say, I'm not interested in what you got. I say, thank you, you're not the right one. Well, 29 years now. 29 years have gone by. I've been inducted in the Speaker Hall of Fame. I've been named one of the top 5 speakers in the world. I got best-selling books, television and radio. I travel all over the world. But it's just the tip of the iceberg. And I came here to say to you, without a question in my mind, your best is yet to come. Your best is yet to come. Your best is yet to come. God bless you.
God bless you. With that being said, thank you so much. He said it best. Your best is still yet to come. With that being said, hit the share button, hit the watch party button, join and connect with Dr. Willie Jolly. My name, for those folks that are wondering who's been doing all that yelling and moderating and so forth, my name, by the way, is Shay Brown, the happy entrepreneur. Make it a great day, everyone. And I promise you, we'll make some good things happen. We connect again next time. Remember, time is long. Life, on the other hand, is very, very short. So you got to live in the moment, and you got to make it count. God bless. We wish you success. Thanks a lot, Dr. Jolly. We appreciate you. Tell Dee and tell Cheryl and tell the family, said thank you. We're out. Promise I made to my mom. I only did this message for one person, and that's my mom. This is for you, Mom. Love you. My name is Shay Brown, the happy entrepreneur. Make it a great day, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Shay Brown.
Mic check, mic check.
All I do is win, no matter what. Got money on my mind, I can never give up. And every time I step up in the building, everybody hands go up.
Yes. Yeah.
And they stay there. And they stay there. And they stay there. Cause all I do is win. Yeah.
Thank you. God bless. I can remember the day as if it was yesterday, although it was several years ago. I got a notice that said, in a short, Ramon, you're fired. Actually, it was just not continuing my contract. I worked at the United Nations for many, many years. Fear gripped me. Fear gripped me. What do? I had 2 children to take care of, wife to take care of. She was a stay-at-home mom, homeschooling our kids, sole breadwinner. Man, now, thankfully, of course, I had my side hustle going on. So that's when that time kind of launched me into being who I am today. But the point, fear gripped me. And I think that's what this whole conference is about today. Congratulations to Shay Brown and the whole team. That's what this conference is about, the Comeback Champion Summit. And what I want to talk to you about today is the importance and how and the aspect that's been going through my mind the last several months, the last several weeks, that we have to think bigger. We have to think different. So how can we do that? What does that mean? How do we make that happen? And that's what I want to touch on a bit today. So going back to the story, but I should say, hi, I'm Ramon Ray, founder of SmartHustle.com. So thanks for being here. That's who I am. So I go back to that day and I think, wow, it was a time of fear. It was a time of where I felt nervous, where I felt down, where I felt, what do I do? But as we're learning today, I had to make a comeback. And of course, the United Nations was not the only fearful experience that I had to make a comeback from. I can remember having a child when I was very young. Some of you know what that's like. I love my son today, who's an adult, a grown man. But man, back then, it was scary having this young life that you have to nurture and take care of. The responsibility is yours. What do you do? There's a time in my life where I suffered with some deep, deep bouts of depression. So why do I share that? Because the things you're going through today, the things we're going through today is not our first rodeo. It's not the first time we've been down, not the first time we've been feeling low, not the first time we've had fear, not the first time, in fact, we've had to make a comeback. It's not the first, and it won't be the last. So we've all had moments in our life. Think about that. Close your eyes a minute. Think about what are the moments in your life you've had where you've been gripped with fear, you've been gripped with circumstances that were beyond your control, and you've had to make a comeback. I'm sure you can think of those times. So my point being, as I say that, yes, indeed, the times we're going through now are tough. It's a sucky moment in time. But remember, this is not the first time that you've had to face challenges. Indeed, my heart massively goes out to the many businesses that have had to close. Sad. I've had my own challenges in business. Some businesses have had to close. All businesses have had to pivot and rethink how we're doing it. And I think we're going to say this for a long time. This is the new normal. We are never going back the way things were. Whether you think the disease we're going through is real or a hoax or not or whatever, it's a fact. We're not going back. That's a fact. Many people have been sick. Many people have died. Many people have experienced this death by family or friends. I've gone through that. These times are full of a lot of worry. So it goes back to the first point I said, we have fear. But the question I ask you, the challenge I bring to you today is, what do we do with the fear? My friend Fergus Connolly, who's a performance coach, he has researched special forces, Navy SEALs, and other high-performing warriors in the military. He's researched high-performing athletes. And what he says a lot is that it's not that these high-performing people don't have fear, because they do. But the question we all have to ask ourselves, what do I do with the fear that I have? That's the question we have to ask ourselves. What do we do with the fear? And so that's the question I have before you today. What are you going to do with your fear? What am I going to do with my fear? High-performing athletes, people who are warriors in the military, special forces, etc. They're human just like we are. They're human just like we are. They stub their toe, they hurt just like we do. But they've made a decision. I will have my fear, but I'm going to put it in a different part, and I'm going to go forward. I'm going to make best with what I have. I'm going to tell myself I'm going to have a mindset of positivity, a mindset of can do, a mindset that we must go forward, go on. I can't stay and just put my arms in hug myself and cry. Now, about that, you can do that a little bit, You can do that for 5 minutes. You can do that for a day or whatever time you need. But you have to snap out of it. You have to move on and do it. So this is an important part of this journey of how do we come back? It's about taking the fear that we have, taking that fear, acknowledging it, but then moving forward. This is key. At least I found in my life. I have had fear. I do have some fears and concerns, and I'm sure I'm going to have it. This is the human experience. This is the human experience. But of course, my faith and trust in God and having a mindset determining to go forward is important. And so this leaves us to the choice that we have. The choice that we have. Do we decide, do we want to stay where we are? Or do you decide that we're going to go on and live and go forth? What's the choice? What are we going to do? So here's a few things that we can do, I think, as we make the decision, as we make the steps, as we say that I'm going to move forward, I'm going to move on. I remember March 13th, I remember very clearly, South by Southwest. I was headed to South by Southwest, this big event in Austin, Texas. And is it going to cancel? Is it not? Hoping it would go on. They canceled. Oh, the concerns and bringing a lot of people together. Man, it like hit me, boom, because that started a domino effect in my industry of event after event after event being canceled. And I speak around the world to audiences all over. Single income family. I'm the breadwinner. I'm seeing $10,000, $15,000, $20,000, tens of thousands of dollars dry up as a clip. What to do? So here's what I did. Here's exactly what I did. One, what you can do as we face fears and concerns and anxiousness, and as we seek to come back, as Shay Brown and other speakers are trying to tell us today. One, focus on your family before you focus on your business. Put your business aside if you can, to some degree, metaphorically, but you got to focus on your family. And even before you focus on the family, my encouragement to you is you have to focus on you as an individual. How am I doing? How are things going on in my world? This is important because if you're not doing well, if you're not doing good, you can't take care of other people. Can't do it. So are you okay? Are you mentally okay? Are you emotionally okay? Are you physically okay? Have you talked to a pastor in your life, a mature friend in your life? Are you getting support from a group of people in your life? Ask yourself that question. So focus on yourself, focus on your family. Wife, are you okay? Kids, are you okay? Husband, are you okay? Mom, are you good? Dad, are you good? Auntie, are you good? Because your family is your support mechanism. Your family is where you need to go back and just laugh or just cry. That's what family's for. So ask them, are they okay? Then check in on your community. I'm sure you got some girlfriends, some guy friends you hang out with. Your church, whoever it may be important in your life. Check in on them. Not only how can they help you, but also how can you help them? How can you serve their needs? So it goes back and forth. Then, as we get to business and things like that, focus on your team. Check in and find out, how is your team doing? How can you serve them? What can you do to make their lives better? Focus on your team. This is important. Focus on your team. So this is how you begin the journey of coming back. You start and check in with yourself. You start and check in with your family. You start and check in with your community. You start and check in then with your team, and that's how you begin to rise and bring back and come back when things are low. Because we're all going to have fear. We're all going to have doubt. Now we can get to business. And these are a few things that I've done in business. And I think one, oftentimes, and this works at any time, pandemic, no pandemic, any time in life. But I think one big thing that sometimes we don't do enough first is care. How are you? How are things in your world? How can I serve you? How can I help you? Shay does that so well. What can I do for you? So care first. Empathy, sincerity, sensitivity. You can smell genuine care. You can smell it a mile away.
So care first. Sell second. Please, I hope you're tweeting this out, putting us on Facebook, tagging Shay, tagging me, Ramon Ray, tagging Shay Brown, letting people know that you're here at the Comeback event. Don't forget to share that, by the way, Comeback Champion Summit, that you're here learning these great things from these amazing speakers. So the point is, care first, sell second, have empathy, have sensitivity. And remember, customers need your services. They need your solutions. You have something that can help them. So in fact, as our mutual friend Darnielle says oftentimes, it's selfish to not sell to them. It's selfish to not let them know you have a solution they can get from you. Then, as we're going back to how can we get our businesses in order, and some of you may be thriving and doing great. Some of you may be not doing so great. Some of you may be in the middle. What about your current customers? Stop trying to get new customers today and see how you can get your current customers back in order. Your past customers, how are they doing? What are they doing? Is it time for them to buy again? How can you serve them and help them? Because the customers who are past customers, they already know, like, and trust you, as my friend John Jan says. They already know, like, and trust you. Then, after you've tapped out your current customers, got them to buy again, got them to refer business to you, got them to upsell, now you can go towards those who are new customers. This is how you do business, by care and empathy first. By, as I say in my book, Celebrity CEO, smile before a sale. This is how you do that. Other thing that you can do, think backwards in your business. And I get this from Mike McCallowitz, author of Profit First. Mike talks about going backwards. So let's say you're a restaurant selling food. Normally, you would sell food to people and bring it to their table. Obviously, a lot of that's changed. And a lot of businesses are doing curbside pickup. They're exploding in their delivery. They didn't do it before. But think backwards. I can't do this step, bring food to the table. But I can have people come to me more. And let me do a campaign around that. So all of you should think, what can I do to think backwards? What can I do to think different? What can I do to reverse engineer the process I've been doing? My own business is simple. It's a example, but I fly around the world speaking. I can't do that anymore. But my business of hosting and producing online events, thank God it's exploding. The other point, as you're thinking about how to grow your business, is the aspect of creativity. This is important. When there are rough times, when there are challenging times, it's the power of creativity that will often win. This is important. Power of creativity that will often win. And this is being able to say, okay, this door is closed. How can I go over it, under it, around it, or even break the darn door down or find a new door? So the aspect of creativity, of innovation, the ability to execute, to adapt, to learn, to leverage other people. Damon John talks about in his book, Leverage. This is important. How can you do this? Don't be stuck and say, the escalator's not working. How do I move up the stairs? Think about that for a minute. Just walk up the stairs. The elevator's not working. How are we going to get up to the second floor? Walk. You feel me? The apple I was going to eat fell down. It's now all mushy. That's okay. Make an apple tart from it. This is how businesses survive and thrive. This is how businesses succeed. This is how business owners can make a comeback. I haven't always been successful. I've always been blessed, but I haven't always had a thriving business. I've had my times. SmartHustle.com was not always a resource for small businesses and growing like it is. No. I've had to struggle and get there and learn from others. And I'm sure Shay will tell you his own journey the same. But we have to be creative. We have to unlock, tap into things that other people are not doing it. That's how you grow. So, last point I'll leave you with, or not last point, a few more points here, but is this power of an aspect of mindset for business. Some people are in business. I would dare say you shouldn't be in business. It shouldn't happen because you don't have the mindset for it. It may sound rough, but business is tough. Business, you have to love being punched in the face, as Gary Vaynerchuk is often prone to say. You have to love that process and be able to get back up again, right? Donnie McClurkin, get back up again, right? Those who know that song. So the point being, this is the mindset for business. A few key points. One, getting comfortable with being uncomfortable. Do you enjoy the pain, the discomfort of entrepreneurship? Until you get to a point, of course, where things are going smooth. That's one. Two, you have a network of mentors around you that you can go to for advice and emotional support, who you can support as well. I do. Every Tuesday I have a call with 5 guys. We pray, we support each other, talk about our families, problems we're having, we laugh, we cry, we support each other. Always be willing to learn. Always be willing to learn. Don't think you're the smartest person in the room or the smartest person, period. Always know that somebody else can teach you something. Another thing I found is the power of seeing possibilities in everything. Some people look at a glass like this and say, this glass is half empty. Me, I look at it and I say, no. Well, today it's not half, but you get my point. It got some liquid in it. I can do something with that. Seeing possibilities in everything is powerful. Another thing, take time to think and sit alone and just meditate. Sometimes we talk too much. Take time to read and get insights. You can see my library here, library back there. Read and get insights. Take reasonable risks. Reasonable risks. I'm not saying go crazy, but take some reasonable risks. And do that. Sometimes we're too comfortable. I don't think that's good. And this all sums up this aspect of think bigger, think different. This is so important. And there's other things I can talk about, but I won't right now. I want to stay on this inspirational point. Leadership and your finances and your team, sales and marketing technology. These are things so important. I'm sure other speakers are going to cover elements of this. But the point being is I want you to think bigger, think different. If I've helped you today, feel free to check out smarthustle.com. Look at that. Check out, you'll see the book I've written, Celebrity CEO, and so many other resources for you. But man, Shay Brown, thank you, brother. You brought it home. Kudos to my other speakers. I'm so honored to be here at the Comeback Champion Summit. God bless you. Have a great day. And if I can serve you or help you, just look me up, Ramon Ray. But Shay Brown, thank you so much at the Comeback Champions Summit. Take care.